Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Cinch County Ground as the championship returns. Here on Friday, the 12th of June, it's Northamptonshire hosting Gloucestershire. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet here on Steelbacks TV. Very warm welcome to all of you tuning in, those supporting Northamptonshire and those of you tuning in from the West Country. It's great to have you along with us for this 4 days of first-class cricket. Earlier this morning, in fact, Cameron Bancroft won the toss and elected to have a bowl first here against Northamptonshire. So it'll be Gloucestershire taking the field. The two Northamptonshire openers making their way down the steps at the moment, Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos. And Aaron, the championship is back.
It certainly is. Good morning, Dan. Good morning to everybody tuning in across the country and indeed across the globe. It's always a lovely sight, isn't it? Seeing the whites, the red ball in action, and just having the county championship back. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've loved the Vitality Blast, and it'll be great to pick up on what's been such a positive competition for the Steelbacks. But there is just something very, very pleasing about first-class cricket, and it's wonderful to have it back here at the Cinch County Ground.
It certainly is. Over a weekend as well, prime time position in the calendar, which is always nice. Hopefully we'll see a few people making their way into the grounds over the course of the weekend. Members got in their seats early this morning, which is excellent and wonderful to see. So Gloucestershire, the visitors, they will line up as follows. Cameron Bancroft, Joe Phillips, Tom Borman, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Christian Clark, Matt Taylor, Will Williams and Daz Ahmed. And Northamptonshire, who will be batting first this morning. Here will be Luke Proctor, the captain, Ricardo Vasconcelos opening with him, who will also be keeping wicket in this fixture. Calvin Harrison at 3, Nathan McSweeney, Save, James Sales, George Bartlett, a returning Justin Broad, Liam Guthrie, Rafi Weatherall, and an extension for the tall Australian that I'm sure we'll talk a lot about when the ball is in hand, but Harry Conway. I think that's a great bit of business for Northamptonshire to get Harry Conway for another couple of games.
Oh, it certainly is. He's had a wonderful start to the season. And he's just a great character, isn't he? That's the other thing. How many times have we said here on the YouTube channel this season that Harry Conway makes an instant impact and also brings a smile to the faces of his teammates and the supporters, as we'll see for the first time in the 2026 season, a bit of Christian Clark, Gloucestershire's latest signing.
Yeah, no delay from Cameron Bancroft to get their new signing and overseas into the works straight away. He's going to be opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We'll be bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos, face up against the new ball for the first time. We are over towards the eastern side of the square here at the Cinch County Ground. So we've got a short leg side boundary for the left-handed Ricardo Vasconcelos. 3 slips and that's drifted down the leg side. And we're going to start with 4 byes. Bit of a wild one for Christian Clark.
It was not the greatest delivery that he'll bowl in this fixture, indeed, in this 2-game stint. I mean, just to give you a little bit of backstory behind the Kiwi international, of course, has played in international cricket for the Black Caps, 3 ODIs and 1 T20 international. Those were all against India in January 2026. Here he is then, bowling again to Vasconcelos.
I think he's overstepped to go with the byes from the first delivery. Vasconcelos will open his account, drops it into the leg side for a couple of runs, and yes, overstepping for Christian Clark. So we'll have 1 more to bowl.
Yeah, just needs to find the radar here. Maybe a little bit of nerves. I mean, spoke there about him playing international cricket. This is his first domestic experience outside of New Zealand, so just needs to settle into his groove.
Good pace, good carry, and a little bit of a waist shape as well to the gloves of James Bracey. I suppose well, it's been a while now since he would have last played professional cricket as well. It's what that season have ended March.
Yep, was indeed. The Plunket Shield represents Northern Districts in that competition. Scored his maiden century this year as well against Central Districts, that coming at Napier.
Oh, it's a beauty. Well, he's taken 2, hasn't he, to get his radar and get his nerves out the system, and he's back on the money, and that's a snorter that Ricardo Vasconcelos has had to play at. Fortunately for the Northants opener, it's gone straight past into the gloves of James Bracey. So it's 8 for no loss after the 3 deliveries, or the 3 legal deliveries that we've had so far, as that one slides down the leg side once again. Northamptonshire currently sits second in the table in Division 2, 20 points behind Durham. Gloucestershire, at the moment, you'd say a little bit cut adrift at the bottom, wouldn't you, from that opening block of 8 championship fixtures that we had at the start of the year. As you pointed out before we went on air, it's a bit of a new look Gloucestershire 11 for this fixture as well.
Certainly is. So, of course, Ollie Price is out with a wrist injury. Then, of course, Gabe Bell, who was previously available for the opening 6 games of the tournament, he's now gone back to Australia, hence why Christian Clark has come in as a replacement for Liam Scott, who is currently on international duties.
Gone straight through him. Ricardo Vasconcelos' middle stump has gone cartwheeling out the ground. And a very, very entertaining and eventful start to his career for Gloucestershire. Christian Clark has picked up his first wicket in his first over. And the Northants opener has got to make his way off.
Welcome to the Rothesay County Championship, Christian Clark. That is an absolute ripper. Middle stump has been obliterated. Vasconcelos, well, he takes a second almost to come to the reality of the situation. And that is a terrific start. Given the new ball, it's a big responsibility. Struggled to find his radar early doors, but that is a perler. Very, very well bowled, Christian Clark.
Exceptionally good in-swinger, wasn't it? We saw in those opening few deliveries that there was swing available for him. That one there swung so late. And it's almost dipped under the bat of Vasconcelos. He's beaten on the inside edge. It swung that much. An absolute beauty. Christian Clark, as you say, welcome to the county championship. What a great start.
Yeah, fantastic start. We'll give him plenty of confidence as well. That's the other thing, because, well, we'll see a continuation of Kiwi seam bowling. It will be Will Williams, the experienced seam operator from the David Capel end. But, yeah, fair play to Christian Clark, and getting a nice round of applause down below us here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. He is beaming like a Cheshire cat right now, and rightfully so. Great delivery.
Absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. Not the delivery that you want to get early on in your innings, is it? So Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire skipper, will be on strike for this second over. You mentioned Will Williams from the David Capel ends. 3 slips and the gully in place for Gloucestershire. And a good start, left well alone from the captain, Luke Proctor. I wonder how much of a, how challenging is it to go from opening the batting in the Blast to opening the batting in a 4-day game? You almost kind of feel as though conditions would have played a big part of it, wouldn't it? It's overcast today. It's quite grey. I think it's going to get better as the day goes on, and the weekend looks good here in the Midlands. So we don't think we're going to have any issues with any weather around in the fixture. Well played in the end, well stopped at gully. So I think that's the right decision to win the toss and bowl first regardless. But how much extra tax can you add to it from the fact that we've just gone from the shortest format to the longest format? It almost felt like a default thing that you would win the toss and have a bowl first.
Oh, 100%. Completely agree. And especially given the fact that Gloucestershire have got some fresh seam bowlers here. Will Williams hasn't played in the Blast. Of course, Christian Clark is on debut. Daz Ahmed making his first start of the season. I think it was a wise call.
Well bowled, on the money, well played by Luke Proctor. And it just gives you an opportunity for those that have been involved to get into the game, to get back into the rhythm of first-class cricket. Of course, I'm sure they would have been working hard. The Steelbacks played here on Tuesday night, so they would have had probably, Wednesday off, and then found it again on Thursday. For those that are involved, because you say Luke Proctor hasn't played in the Blast, although has been in the squads, but the likes of Calvin Harrison, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Safe, James Sales, quite a big crossover there of cricketers that have been playing both. To have had an opportunity to have gone out there and spent some time in the field and just kind of acclimatized again to the slower format, I think probably would have been the preferred option.
Especially in these conditions. As you mentioned, it is overcast. Over the course of the weekend, the weather is set to improve. And of course, that'll also play into, in effect, with regards to the outfield. Later in the season, when it's drier, I imagine the outfield will be lightning quick again.
Good pace, good carry from Will Williams, and well left alone from Luke Proctor again. Yeah, well, it was starting to get quite dry, wasn't it? And quite quick, this outfield here at the Cinch County grounds. And the last couple of weeks has been, I think, soggy would be the best way to describe it, not being a meteorologist. And now it almost looks emerald green again, doesn't it? There's a couple of footholes on some of the wicket ends, but other than that, it looks like the season's just starting. Just drags that length back a touch. Left on that length by Luke Proctor, and it's a maiden to start for Will Williams. It's 8 for 1 after 2 overs.
Really good start that from Will Williams, just backing up Christian Clark from the opposing end of the ground. We always mention this, regardless of the format, bowling in tandem, bowling in partnerships. And if you've taken a wicket at the one end, you want the other bowler. I mean, it would be great if they could also take a wicket or two, but if they don't, you want them to be tidy. And Williams there has been very disciplined, especially with the length at which he's bowled. So, yeah, good start that from Williams. And, of course, for Christian Clark, well, he'll be buzzing, won't he? First over in the county championship, and he's taken a wicket, a big one at that with Vasconcelos. So, yeah, this will be an interesting challenge.
Yeah, Vasconcelos has been in some good form, hasn't he, at the start of the year for the championship, and continued with some exciting ball striking in the Blast. So it's going to be Christian Clark up against Calvin Harrison. He's in at number 3 for Northamptonshire. Different contest here. I think it felt like a bit of a stock delivery for Christian Clark to swing the ball back into the left-hander. Now he's going to swing away from Calvin Harrison. I'm sure he's going to have the skill set and the ability to bring the ball back into the pads of Harrison.
He certainly does. It's the one that jags back. So it pitches on what would be a 4th stump line and just kisses off the surface and cannons back.
There's the one that just goes straighter. So we have got a couple of rounds of championship cricket this weekend and next before the Blast resumes. What's your general feelings with regards to the scheduling of the English domestic summer? Are you a fan of the block of championship in the middle of the Blast? It's a huge in-swinger that time, which is left well alone from Harrison. James Bracey taking that a long way down the leg side.
See, I don't mind it. There is just one issue with this round of fixtures, and it is the fact that 6 of the teams played on Tuesday, whereas the other 12 played on Sunday. And it is, as we've said, quite difficult to immediately transition from one to the next. So that would be one concern.
In-swinger again, which Harrison covers up. I don't think he's going to be leaving too many more in-swingers from Christian Clark. Looking at how close that previous one was, just almost went over the top of the bails, I think it was.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to, really, with the style of bowler that Clark is. I mean, it's something which he's done, as we mentioned, in the Plunket Shield for Northern Districts. He had a good tournament, actually, it has to be said. Especially with the bat in hand.
That one short and wide. Harrison's going to put it away, and it's going to be 4. Bit of a drag down from Christian Clark, and Calvin Harrison is not going to miss out on that. Not timed beautifully, but crunched away for 4.
Yeah, something tells me that might have been maybe an attempted sighter just to see how much carry is in the surface. And, well, it's sat up beautifully, hasn't it, for Calvin Harrison, who, as we know, is a very proficient player off the back foot.
Certainly is a tall man. And that's an absolute snorter. Christian Clark has overstepped once more, so just struggling to get his run up here. Yeah, you're right, it did sit in the pitch. It was, well, wet all over the country yesterday, wasn't it? And yes, this would have been under covers and ground sheets, but that water table generally would have just risen yesterday through the course of the day. So I'm sure there probably is a bit of tack, a bit of hold in the surfaces. That was an absolute beauty, wasn't it, from Clark, despite overstepping. Well played. Finds the gap in the offside. Will just be 1. Calvin Harrison takes a single off the final wall of the over. We'll keep the strike. It's 15 for 1.
Indeed it is. Also, please do let us know where you are tuning in to our coverage from, whether that is, of course, in Northamptonshire or Gloucestershire or overseas. It'd be great if we could have some Kiwi viewers tuning in. Maybe those who have seen Christian Clark for Northern Districts, or indeed this man, Will Williams, for Canterbury. Can't tell, Dan, I am quite a badger when it comes to my New Zealand cricket. Something which I do enjoy watching over the course of the winter, along with the Sheffield Shield in Australia.
But the thing is, it isn't exclusive to New Zealand cricket, is it? It isn't. I know you're trying to make yourself sound good for all the New Zealand fans that might be watching Christian Clark and Will Williams, but it's not. You're a badger for all cricket, Mr. Viles. Will Williams on the money. The maiden, the first over for him, and he's challenging Calvin Harrison straight away. You're a connoisseur, as your Instagram handle will say.
Indeed. Oh, it's just great, though. Honestly, it is fantastic, and it's great to see those players who we do see over the winter coming to play here in England. It's one of the great things about the Championship. Like Ryan Hadley at Glamorgan, watching him for New South Wales, had a bit of a breakthrough campaign. He's doing a tremendous job.
Well bowled once again. So do you just go nocturnal through the winter?
Pretty much. Yeah, instead of being crepuscular, which means from dawn until dusk, go nocturnal. On the night shift. Watching Wellington versus Canterbury and Northern Districts versus Otago.
Multi-boxing YouTube live streams, which I'm sure a lot of people are doing this weekend and today with the return of the Championship. Well bowled and well played. We will keep you up to date with the scores from around the grounds as the day develops. Obviously, 2 counties that aren't playing this weekend are the 2 that played at the start of the week down at the Oval, that Surrey and Hampshire game, so that they could then get preparation or prepared for the Test match, which starts next Wednesday. I think there's some rain at Blackpool, and I think there's a ground delay at Leicester, but everything else has got underway so far. So we'll keep you up to date with everything as to what's going on. Oh my word, Calvin Harrison. I mean, a step hit against Will Williams down the ground. He's not timed it brilliantly, and it's just got enough forward carry on it to trickle over the boundary rope for 4. That as a shot feels to me that Calvin Harrison's just stuck in the gears at the moment, traveling between the white ball and the red ball game. I mean, there's no fielder down there. Risk-free relatively, but something that you'd expect to see 3.5 overs into the day.
Yeah, certainly elegant, wasn't it, from Calvin Harrison? You could see there, though, the ball stopped. It's a very wet outfield.
The money again, solid block. He looks like he's moving well, Calvin Harrison. As is Will Williams. Feels like his career has almost been rejuvenated slightly since his move from Old Trafford over the winter.
I tell you what, though, his first season at Lancashire, I actually saw his debut as at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. He was terrific. Really was. Good to see him here for the glorious Gloucesters.
Drags that length back to get out of the over. Dot ball. End of it. 4 now have been bowled. It's 19 for 1.
Well, we imagine it will be a continuation of Christian Clark. Indeed, it will be. We've had a couple of the YouTube comments come through, Dan. We have indeed got someone from Canterbury. Shout out to Anthony, as well as Ian, who's watching from Wellingborough. He'll be at the ground on Monday. Great to hear from you both. Hope that you're enjoying the return of the Rothesay County Championship. And yeah, the sun's just beginning to shine through here in Northampton. A welcome sight indeed.
Nicely bowled again. This just feels like a matchup or a scenario that Christian Clark enjoys. The left-hander, you see at the minute, he's just trying to set Luke Proctor up, just bowling those away swingers, just waiting, because it will come. It will come this over, just waiting for that in-swinger, that booming in-swinger that he got so right at the start of his spell against Ricardo Vasconcelos. Drags that length back. There's a bit of extra zip about that, a bit of better carry, I'd say.
Oh, 100%. I think we've seen that as he's got into his spell. You can just see the ball is just going through with a little bit extra pace. I must say I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us over the course of what is admittedly a short stint. As I said, his batting really came on leaps and bounds in the Plunket Shield.
It's a good action, doesn't it? Good action, good pace, good carry, good control.
Well, I know that we've given a shout out to Canterbury and, of course, Christchurch, but, of course, for Christian Clark, he's from Te Awamutu in Waikato, which is in the North Island of New Zealand. Not quite as far north as Auckland, but great to see him representing the Black Caps and, of course, playing county cricket as well.
A leg side. Good take by James Bracey. Yeah, and the county championship still carries so much weight, doesn't it, for overseas cricketers that want to be a part of it, want to experience it, and want to play in it. The history, I guess, and the names that have gone before those that are playing in 2026. There's excellent New Zealand cricketers that Christian Clark would have watched and heard about and read about. Oh, bowled and squared up. Gets the outside edge. Fortunately for Luke Proctor, decelerates the hands, gets the ball down, and it's a maiden. So it's 19 for 1.
Will be a continuation of Will Williams from the David Capel end. Of course, also a special day here in Northampton, actually. So it is a former Players' Day. So 25 or so former Tudor Rose players are in attendance. During the lunch break as well, there'll be a special on-field presentation with some of the winners from the 1976 Gillette Cup side. Always nice that when the club does recognise those who have come before. Here is Williams to bowl.
It's been a good start for the pair of them. Asked plenty of questions of the 3 Northamptonshire batters that have spent some time in the middle. And yeah, it kind of carries on the point, doesn't it, with Christian Clark's appetite to come and play county cricket. The players that have gone before and the stories and the records and the moments, the anecdotes, the achievements, things that are still spoken about in around the ground and in the stands and the terraces. That's a glorious cricket shot from Calvin Harrison. 2 straight, though, and Will Williams just picks it up on his follow through, which was hard skill in itself, but a nice cricket shot.
Certainly was. I've just received an alert, Dan, that Kane Williamson has retired from international cricket. Speaking of those who have represented New Zealand on the international stage, of course, has played county cricket.
Blimey.
That is big news.
It's huge news. Short ball. Calvin Harrison just drops the hands on it in the end. I mean, that wasn't the high-profile international retirement we were thinking we were going to get this week, was it?
Well, he's only 35.
Mid-series as well.
Of course, formerly of Gloucestershire. Represented the West Country outfit in 2011 and 2012, in addition to Yorkshire and most recently Middlesex. That really is big news.
Yeah, it is. That's taken me by surprise, that, I have to say. Interesting. Well, there we go. One of the original Fab Four.
Yep, indeed, and New Zealand's all-time leading run scorer, I believe, as well.
Down the leg side, left alone from Harrison. 19 for 1 with a delivery to go. In this over from Will Williams. Well, we won't spend all day talking about the international career and the retirement of Kane Williamson, but it's quite hard to kind of pick the bones out of that, isn't it? That really has come as a surprise and a shock today. Excellent way to finish the over. 6 now have been bowled this morning. Scores 19 for 1. But an excellent career. Excellent career, as you say, someone that's graced the county championship, most recently at Middlesex, spent a lot of time at Yorkshire, Gloucestershire themselves. Very, very good cricketer. And yeah, if you're watching, Kane, congratulations on a wonderful career.
Oh, most definitely. Goes down as one of the all-time greats of New Zealand cricket.
He's not watching, is he?
Well, no, but even so, like you can respect and admire the man's achievements. Yeah, that is a shame. As you said, it is the end of an era with regards to that Fab Four. You see Christian Clark with ball in hands from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's searching for his second wicket of the game.
That's over-pitched, and Luke Proctor does not miss out. Neither does he run either. Stands and watches and holds the pose. Stylish way to get off the mark.
Certainly was. Almost nonchalantly played from Luke Proctor. Just watches on in admiration. It trickles down towards us here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. Very well directed, very well timed and expertly placed. Just a nice shot and just gives Christian Clark something to think about here. Of course, if you are going to put it in that area, it is inviting, especially for someone who's so strong on the drive as Luke Proctor is.
And unsurprisingly, Clark just drags that length back. I wonder whether the ball before was an opportunity to refine that delivery that he served up to Vasconcelos to pick the wicket up. Really pitched it. It was a really full delivery that he got the wicket of Vasconcelos with.
It's more the line, though, wasn't it? On that one, it was wide. It was inviting for Proctor. Unless he was going to properly mistime it and you're going to induce an edge. It wasn't going to have the same efficacy.
That one just causes Luke Proctor a bit of discomfort. I think that might have got him in the unmentionables.
Yeah, just on his haunches at the minute. Might just take a few seconds to refine his focus. Well, we do just have a few seconds as well, Dan. Worth mentioning the couple of changes which have taken place with Gloucestershire for this game. So, of course, we're seeing Christian Clark here. Also got Daz Ahmed making his first-class appearance of the season. So too is Jack Taylor. And of course, it's a very different-looking top order to the side which faced off against Northamptonshire at the county ground in Bristol. So no Ben Charlesworth, no Ollie Price, the latter ruled out with a wrist injury. So we imagine it will be Cam Bancroft and Joe Phillips opening the batting later on in this game, with Tommy Borman at 3 and the ever-present Miles Hammond at 4. A few changes for the glorious Gloucesters.
Nicely bowled again. Luke Proctor's potentially going to come back for a second here with a little bit of a misfield there at point to allow the captain to come back for a second. Well bowled again, squared him up, didn't he? Score ticks on to 25 for 1. Left on length. Oh, not well left on length. It's just flicked the bat on the way through. Luke Proctor desperately tried to get it out the way, but it just followed him enough. Kissed the bat through to the gloves of James Bracey. And Christian Clark has got his second here this morning on debut for Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire. What an inspired start to life as a Gloucestershire cricketer. That's a beauty again.
It's got really good bounce on that, and it's one of those which Proctor will look back on and be frustrated. Just couldn't lift the bat high enough to prevent it from kissing, almost say, the underside of the bat itself. We'll get a better look on the replay. Just a tiny little tickle on that, and you could tell straight away the ball has gone up immediately. So too has the keeper and the rest of the slips cordon. That is a second wicket here. Very early doors, not only for Christian Clark to pick up, but of course for Gloucestershire. Both of the Northants openers have been dismissed. Home side are 25 for 2. As Nathan McSweeney will stride out into the middle to partner Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, good toss to win this morning, wasn't it? I think both captains would have bowled first for obvious reasons. Got a slight tinge of green to it, the surface, but it's certainly not by any stretch as green as what it could be here at the Cinch County ground, but pretty thick cloud overhead. So we've spoken about that transition from blast to championship cricket, I'm sure, having a little bit of an impact for all of the counties that are taking the field over the course of the weekend. So it will be Nathan McSweeney in at number 4. 1 delivery left here for Christian Clark in his 4th over this morning. 3 slips and the gully for Gloucestershire. Starts with an absolute beauty. Beats the outside edge of McSweeney. Dot ball to finish. Successful over for Gloucestershire. 7 now have been bowled this morning, and it's 25 for 2.
Yeah, great start, isn't it, for Christian Clark? Immediately gives his captain plenty of confidence as well. Along, of course, with the first change bowlers. The fact is, both Williams and Clark have really bowled well here, especially with regards to line in particular. It's been very testing and challenging in these overcast conditions. Another look of that previous delivery to Nathan McSweeney. So it will be the aforementioned Williams bowling here from the David Capel end. Calvin Harrison, the man on strike. 3 slips and a gully in play. Goes on the drive, picks the gap very nicely. It is beginning to slow down slightly on this outfield. Will it have enough legs to go to the fence for 4? No, it won't. It's picked up by Van Buren, so it will just be 3. I tell you what, it's been an interesting start this from Harrison, hasn't it, Dan? He's definitely unafraid to take his shots.
He was in good form when he had the opportunity to bat in the blast for the Steelbacks. And he looks like he's carried that confidence through, doesn't he? He's always been a stylish and attractive cricketer, and he's had a good start to the year. It's been a bit of feast or famine for Harrison. It's either been nothing or he's got a couple of hundreds this year, I believe, already. but it's almost when it hasn't been 100, it's 2 or 3 ducks to go with those couple of hundreds.
Yeah, has indeed. Has got a couple, along with those couple of ton-plus scores as well. The standout being the 153 against Kent. I mean, that was just a terrific batting display, wasn't it, from the top 4 down in Canterbury. But yeah, 363 runs at 40.33 for Harrison so far. McSweeney still yet to get off the mark. I mean, he himself has had a really bright start to life in a Northamptonshire shirt. It's funny, heading into the Lancashire game, I'd written down that he was about 20 runs or so away from, I think it's 3,500 career first-class runs. And now that has since been updated to 128 away from 4,000. He's had a really good start.
Yeah, he has. He's a very, very talented cricketer, isn't he? Nathan McSweeney. Spoke a bit about him on the broadcast for that Blast game on Tuesday. And the achievements that he's achieved already, bearing in mind he's just in his mid-20s. It's been a remarkable start to life as a professional cricketer for Nathan McSweeney. And as you say, it feels as though he feels right at home here at Northamptonshire, which is great.
Yeah, 392 runs at 49, including 2 centuries and 1 50-plus score. Got a job to do here, though. It's Williams again testing that avenue against the right-hander. I've liked the body language as well from the Gloucestershire slip catchers. Of course, some big names in there. Jack Taylor alongside James Bracey. Got Miles Hammond as well, along with the captain Cameron Bancroft and Daz Ahmed, the Bristolian, fellow Bristolian, I should say, with James Bracey with the gloves. Lurking there at gully with Tommy Borman at backward point. They do seem galvanised. We'll see the end of the 8th over. Another tidy one from Will Williams, just the 3 runs conceded. Northamptonshire are 28 for 2. We'll also give you a score update from around the grounds in a couple of overs' time. Of course, it is a action-packed week across both divisions. Some big games taking place as well. We'll see a return of Christian Clark. Currently has those figures of 2 for 17 from his first 4 overs. Not only of the season, but as a Gloucestershire cricketer. A nice milestone as well. The New Zealander is the 700th cricketer to play first-class cricket for the West Country side. Here he is then to Harrison.
Yeah, what a start they've had as well. They'll know, won't they? I mean, this Northamptonshire batting lineup is good. It's a strong batting lineup. There's been cricketers in there that have scored big runs this year, 2 of which have already departed. Luke Proctor with that 260 down at Canterbury. Ricardo Vasconcelos has got a couple of hundreds. This partnership is big, particularly with Nathan McSweeney at the non-strikers end. Christian Clark oversteps for the 3rd time. That one looked like quite a big no ball as well from a distance. Safe say, leading run scorer in the championship from 2025. Not quite found his form yet this year, but we all know how hard he's going to be working to get that sorted. James Sales with a couple of hundreds this year. But yeah, break this partnership. 2 wickets with the new ball already.
Oh, that one's short and hammered away very handsomely indeed. That'll be 4. 0 stopping that. There's no protection out on the leg side, aside from long leg. Easy pickings for someone like Calvin Harrison. Loves it short, likes to take the attack on the pull. Which, funnily enough, is something actually I think we'll see from Christian Clark when he gets the bat in hand. It's something which he's garnered quite the reputation for, and that has brought about the change in field. 25-year-old has put Tommy Borman out at deep square leg. That one has been edged. Does it fall just short? Yes, it does. Miles Hammond it is. The slips cordon. Agonisingly short of the Gloucestershire number 4.
He's trying to withdraw the bat again, wasn't he? Luke Proctor fell in not dissimilar fashion a short while ago. Probably proves just how quick the ball is moving off the seam and through the air this morning. Floodlights are on now.
That has been edged and it's been, well short again. Has to be said. Promising signs here, though, for Christian Clark. Just a little bit of a tricky period for Calvin Harrison to try and negotiate. He's played a couple of beautiful shots, but just needs to make sure he's continuing to play with soft hands. That one again, throws the hands at it, beats the dive of the fielder at points. That will race away for 4 runs. Much more emphatically played that by Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, he's certainly putting the Gloucestershire bowlers back under a bit of pressure, isn't he? If they thought they were going to have it all their own way this morning, they'd certainly rather have the position of 2 wickets on the board than the 38 runs that have been conceded. But Calvin Harrison, what's he going? What's he, 20 off 25 deliveries, racing along?
Oh, good delivery. Fantastic riposte that from Christian Clark to round out the over. It's a rather expensive one compared to the previous ones that we've seen here at the Cinch County Ground today. 10 runs from it. Northamptonshire are 38 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of the scores. We'll go through Division 2 first, because it obviously stands about the most relevance. No play before lunch up at Blackpool in that game between Lancashire and Kent. So still a bit moist up the northern end of the country. Middlesex have travelled to New Road at Worcester, and they are 17 for 1, having been asked to bat first this morning. Durham against Derbyshire. Derbyshire won the toss, elected to have a bowl first, and Durham are 28 for no loss in that fixture.
So we have a change of bowling from the David Capel ends. We'll see a little bit of a left arm seam courtesy of Matt Taylor. Well, this will be an interesting matchup for him. He loves bowling to right-handers. As you can see, coming around the wicket, he'll be looking to bring the stumps firmly into play. Here he is then against McSweeney. First one navigated well by the Australian. Just to go through some numbers for Matt Taylor so far this season, 16 wickets at 28.25. As I said, the real calling card, the hallmark of his bowling with both red ball and white ball. He's just angling it in to right-handers, making them uncomfortable. He's got 3 catches in the cordon.
Keeps a fraction low, well kept out by Nathan McSweeney. Interesting that with the success of those 16 wickets, that Gloucestershire and Bancroft have just taken one of the catches out of the slip cord, and they've gone, well, it's still the 3 slips, isn't it? There's just a gap. There's a 3rd slip that's missing. You've got catches at 1, 2, and 4. They might have kept a bit of a squeeze on there with the extra catcher.
Well, with his line, I can understand why Daz Ahmed isn't at gully, because it would take a real angle bat for it to get to that region,
wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I can understand that, but maybe just bringing 4th slip to 3rd.
Hopefully not a nod to those 2 catches or the 2 edges that Harrison played the over before that just kept a little bit low, and maybe they don't think it's going to carry to a gully or a 4th.
It's another nice delivery courtesy of Matt Taylor. Of course, his brother in the slip cordon, in at first. That's Jack wearing the number 10. Captain Bancroft and Will Williams, the other two catchers at second and what is essentially fourth slip. Still got the backward point in play. Tommy Borman, as well as fielders at cover, mid-off, mid-on. Long leg and square leg.
A good start to the over, isn't it? If Gloucestershire needed any encouragement this morning at all, certainly got a little bit more here. On the money straight away, backing up Will Williams brilliantly.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see Christian Clark replaced by Daz Ahmed as well at some point. So we do see a slight change in the field. Joe Phillips was the man at square leg. He's now been pushed onto the boundary. So he's now at deep square leg. So two men on the rope. So there's an appeal there from Taylor and the slip catchers. Umpire unmoved by that latest appeal. Will be a dot ball to round out a maiden over from Matt Taylor. Northamptonshire remain 38 for 2 after 10.
Yeah, I'll give you those games in Division 1 as well. Down at Hove on the south coast, Glamorgan have been asked to have a bat first. They're 23 for 2. At Scarborough, Yorkshire are playing Warwickshire. Yorkshire batting first there. They were asked to do so. They're 32 for no loss. There's no play before lunch at Grace Road. Leicestershire playing Essex. And then Somerset have travelled to Trent Bridge. Somerset are 16 for 1, having been asked to bat first.
Here is Clark, and Harrison meets that one well, just tucks it away in front of square for 1. Yeah, some big games in the top flight. I must say that Somerset-Nottinghamshire one could be crucial. I think Yorkshire versus Warwickshire as well at Scarborough. Historically, quite a good ground for run scoring. Some big players on display across Division 1 this week. Here's Clark then to McSweeney. Good stride there from the Australian. Of course, here in Division 2, mentioned it already, Dan, just 20 points separating Northamptonshire from the current table toppers Durham, who heading into the season, you'd argue, were the firm favourites for promotion. Northamptonshire, though, have played some wonderful cricket early doors in this tournament. That will be another no ball. It's probably been the one negative of Christian Clark's bowling this morning. I believe that is a 4th no ball called against the New Zealander. And he has bowled some beautiful deliveries, but just needs to be careful when it comes to overstepping. It's a very good follow-up, though. Sweeney there, trying to get forward to it.
He bowled really well to Nathan McSweeney. He's faced 14 deliveries now without scoring. You just know, don't you? You've been in those situations, not to this level and not to this standard, but you've been in the situations, and you that 0 on the scoreboard starts to look bigger and bigger and bigger, doesn't it?
Well, even there, I mean, yes, it's not where he was intending to direct the ball, but it's gone to the fielder. And it creeps up on you. Psychologically, the fact is you do want to get off the mark as soon as possible. You don't want that 0 next to your name. And just see, he's going for those little trundles to square leg, just trying to regather his composure. During this early innings so far, one thing that I must say about McSweeney, he has left the ball very well. He's been confident with his stride forward. He knows exactly where his off stump is. And he's not being baited into a full shot here by Christian Clark.
No, he's not. You see that change in the field once again. Push that fielder out to deep square.
So that one just goes down the leg side. Will be a dot ball to round out the over. So Northamptonshire are 41 for 2 after 11 overs. McSweeney yet to get off the mark from his first 18 deliveries faced. Calvin Harrison, the other man, is on 21 from 28. It's just got a little bit cloudier here. So a little bit of sunshine peering through around about 20 minutes ago. Just looking out to our right, it does appear to be a blanket of cloud coming over from the town centre.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It's got pretty gloomy out there, isn't it? You just look out the window, you see everybody in their almost winter coats still.
Here is Matt Taylor. That one short, it's gone straight up in the air. This should be a simple catching chance. It's taken, and Calvin Harrison has to go. Well, Matt Taylor strikes with the first ball of his second over, and Northamptonshire now have lost their third. The home side 41 for 3. Harrison, early doors in this morning session, has been attempting to play those shots. It wasn't short enough. It wasn't well directed enough. And in the end, it's a simple catch, courtesy of Will Williams.
That was well bowled. It was almost seamed away from Calvin Harrison when it pitched, and looks like it maybe stuck in the surface a fraction and got a little bit bigger on him than I thought it was going to do. Big top edge for Calvin Harrison. It's a huge wicket. It was just going through my mind of commenting that it felt as though Northamptonshire had started to gain a little bit of the momentum back, having lost those 2 early wickets. But Harrison departing for 21, he's a batter that could certainly hurt you and hurt you quickly. Good wicket for Gloucestershire. Simple catch. Still got to take it. Matt Taylor almost testing, I don't want to call it the ego, but testing the strike rate, I think, of Harrison there on that delivery.
It's one of those where he's almost premeditated it off length.
Well, it wasn't a bumper, was it?
No.
It was a good one, but it was a bit of a half tracker, if we're being completely honest about it, that cut in the surface and seamed away, I think.
Well, as a result of that latest wicket, it will be Safe Zabe to come into the fray. The left-hander, who of course was the leading run scorer across either division of the Rothesay County Championship in 2025. Here he is then, partnering Nathan McSweeney. Of course, change of angle here from Matt Taylor. And Zabe covers up on the defence for that first delivery.
Yeah, he was brilliant in 2025 with Safe Zabe. Found himself a bit in and out of the blast side this year, which is a shock, I think, to a lot. What with the addition of McSweeney and maybe the balance of the side and the form generally that Safe Zabe's been in this year. It has been almost everybody but Safe Zabe for Northamptonshire that have really contributed to the scorecards in 2026 in the first class format.
Well, there's a huge appeal there. Slip Corden certainly interested. I believe we've also got a substitute fielder. I can see Ed Middleton just there at third slip. Of course, isn't a member of the starting 11 today. Here's the leg spinner. The other man to miss out was Luke Charlesworth of the travelling 13. As I said, I've really quite enjoyed this start for Gloucestershire. They have been aggressive, and Daz Ahmed is warming up in the cordon as well. It's that one down the leg side. I think Zabe got some bat on that, judging by the reaction of James Bracey. Indeed, he does. Whistles down the leg side. And that will get Safe Zabe off the mark with a boundary.
That's a tickle, wasn't it? James Bracey wasn't far away. And when form's not in your favour. It's those kind of shots and those kind of deliveries that you have your heart in your mouth as a batter. And you could see from Zabe's reaction, that head swiveled quicker, I think, than the ball left the bat. He was so desperate to see that he got enough on it to get it away from James Bracey, and he did, and he's away with 4.
It's Taylor once more. There's another appeal. Umpire straight away shakes the head. I mean, for James Bracey as well, how many times have we seen him take those stunning acrobatic catches behind the stumps? Immediately, that Glamorgan game at Cheltenham springs to mind. The tie. I mean, that was a ludicrously good catch. But if anyone is going to snag them, it will be the Winterbourne Wizard, as he's known down in Bristol.
Sounds like something from Game of Thrones, doesn't it? Or Lord of the Rings.
That one well played by Safe Sabe. Just glances it down towards Christian Clark for 1. So that'll be a single to round out the over. Northamptonshire are 46 for 3 after 12. Just looking out there to see if we'll have a change in the bowling. Clark is making his way over. As Ahmed goes into the corner again, so won't see Does Ahmed just yet.
It's been an eventful 54 minutes, hasn't it? 3 wickets, ball swinging both ways, seaming. Northamptonshire going at 4 runs and over. Calvin Harrison's enterprising, boundary-rich, free-flowing 20-odd. It's been a bit of something for everybody so far this morning.
Well, it will be a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. It'll be Will Williams, so a change of ends here for the New Zealander. Something to watch out for in this game as well that we did see earlier on in the season, of course. We're seeing Bracey quite a few steps back at the moment, but for those players who do enjoy just taking a step out of the crease against seam, Williams and Bracey have been very good at this season, where the keeper stands up to the stumps, just closing down the angle, bringing LBW into play. Just something to be mindful of heading into not only the rest of this opening day, but indeed the game itself. Here he is then against Safe Sabe. 4 catches in the slips. That one too straight and tickled down the leg side for 1. But of the 2 sides, Dan, would you agree that Gloucestershire would be the happier of the 2 with this first hour coming to a culmination?
Absolutely. The speed at which the game is moving at. Be delighted to have 3 wickets back in the hutch already, wouldn't they? Probably could argue and say that they would have expected to have a few less runs on the board, but I don't really think the 47 at the moment makes a great deal of difference, having lost 3 wickets in that opening hour.
Once more, McSweeney leaving that one well alone. I must say, he doesn't come across as a cricketer who gets flustered. That is one real positive of McSweeney's game. He's a very calm and composed individual. But he will want to get off the mark sooner rather than later. And what a way to do it. A full-blooded drive through the covers for 4. Quintessential Nathan McSweeney on display there. And brings up the team 50 for Northamptonshire in sumptuous style.
Yeah, what a way to get off the mark. 19 deliveries. Just waited for that, didn't it? Almost like swung onto the middle of the bat for McSweeney. As nice of a cover drive as you will see all weekend. Hold the pose.
How does Williams respond after that? Once again, just hangs it out wide on the offside. I really do think a slow motion cover drive is one of the greatest sights in cricket.
Elegant, isn't it? Elegant, stylish, bit of flamboyance at the end.
Well defended there by McSweeney. That certainly contributes to the aesthetics of this game. I do love a good on drive as well. The on drive, just stepping into it, and especially when the batter doesn't take too many steps down the track. Just stands and appreciates their work.
Yeah, it tends to be a bit punchier, doesn't it, the on drive? You don't necessarily get the flamboyance and the panache that you get at the end of a cover drive. I mean, you've got it, filling out the medal positions, you've got to have a swivel pull, haven't you, in there?
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
Take your pick on bronze, silver and gold as to what you prefer to see, but
well, we have seen the end of the 13th over there. Northamptonshire 51 for 3. It'll be a continuation of Matt Taylor, who's been mightily impressive, especially against the right-handers. As I said, that really is his calling card in first-class cricket. Zabe just removes a little bit of debris. All ready to go then. More catchers in the slips along with backward point.
you mentioned the right-handers. I think he's bowled very, very well to save Zabe for the time that Zabe's been in the middle. He's hit the pad twice, 3 times, I think. He got that little feather down the leg side, which obviously isn't going to be Matt Taylor's first choice of dismissal, is it? But it wasn't far away from the outstretched arms and gloves of James Bracey.
He's bowled a really good length on that latest delivery as well. If he just angles it slightly in towards Zabe, could be in business. Really good delivery. It's challenging stuff from the left armour.
It's not really the spell of bowling from the Gloucestershire seamers that you want to face up against if you're safe, Zabe, and maybe feel as though you're just a few runs light of where you'd like to be on the stats chart for 2026.
Holds the length of that latest one back a touch. Tell you what though, fair play to him, because Williams bowled really well from the David Capel ends. The trio of Gloucestershire seamers have done a very good job indeed. Christian Clark, yes, he's had those few no balls, but of course he's delivered 2 massive wickets in the shape of Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor. So certainly good signs here if you are of a Gloucestershire persuasion. As for Northamptonshire, just need to dig in, build a partnership or two. Zabe just leans into that one, caresses it through the offside. There'll be no stopping that one. And that will be 4. Another delightful shot.
Yeah, slightly overpitched, wasn't it, from Taylor that time? Line not quite right either. First, I don't even know if you could call it a bad delivery, but the first real opportunity he's given for Zabe to score, and Zabe's just lent on it, isn't it? It's raced away.
Well, it's a very appetising gap, you'd say, on the offside. Backward point and, well, short extra cover.
Tempting, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
With the 4 catchers behind the stumps.
Well, that one full, straight and drilled back down the ground. Will Williams be able to stop it? No, he won't. The chase is in vain. It's back-to-back boundaries off the bat of Zabe, and Again, got into a good position nice and early to play that shot.
Yeah, bit of an overcorrection from Taylor. He's gone a bit straighter, hasn't he, that time? Over-pitched as well. And so they say full face of the bat, just punching it down the ground. I think it just kissed off that cinch carpet, didn't it? Which probably took the ball away from Will Williams down towards the members. Still swinging, though. Still swinging nicely for Matt Taylor and Gloucestershire.
The last ball of the over. And Zabe does well to leave that one well alone. That will be the end of the 14th then. Northamptonshire are 59 for 3.
An hour back into county championship life here in June in 2026. 59 for 3 has been a great start for Gloucestershire. Will Williams continuing from the Lynn Wilson centre end. One just drifting away from McSweeney. It feels like Northamptonshire's opportunity to kind of stay in this fixture if they were to be there at lunchtime, and it's going to be incredibly difficult. They don't want to really be any more than 3 down at lunchtime.
No, although that is a lot easier said than done against this quality of Gloucestershire bowling so far. As I said, I'm very, very excited to see Daz Ahmed have a bowl as well.
Over pitch, well played and misfielded at extra cover. It's going to be another boundary for Nathan McSweeney, his second of the innings, timed incredibly well. You'd have to say, fielder should have done better.
He should have done. And just as I've been bigging up Daz Ahmed, he was the fielder to whom that ball raced away from.
Indicating that it's taken a bump or a bounce that it shouldn't have done. 4 runs, nonetheless. 63 for 3 for Northamptonshire, and Will Williams reloads and goes again. Just drags that length back. Doesn't want Nathan McSweeney driving. Where do you bowl to Nathan McSweeney? That's the question. You spoke about the numbers that he's put together so far this year. They're good. They're not kind of the best in the county championship so far. But if you were to pick out kind of weaknesses for McSweeney or plans that you could bowl to him for, what would you be thinking, Mr. Vars? Oh, there's probably not a bad place to live. It's going to be a fortunate boundary for McSweeney. He's tried to play that through the leg side, and he's got a big leading edge on it, and it's flown down towards the coffee van for 4.
Dare I say, probably that region. But you're looking for a little bit, slightly, I'd say hold the length back a little bit. Maybe that is over-pitched. But you want him playing in the channel. That's the key with McSweeney. You want to angle it in and hope the ball just shapes away and clips the outside edge of the bat. So I'd go for the classic corridor bowling against the Aussie.
Get in that corridor of uncertainty. Good place to live, isn't it? Top of off stump.
It is. It is. And there is a reason why it is such an effective method of dismissal, especially in this country. Because with the Dukes, I mean, we're seeing it in these past couple of overs. It does maintain that swing for longer.
Nicely played. Back of a length, wasn't it? He's just rolled the wrists on it and turned it through. Square leg for a second. Because I was thinking he's a good driver. He's good on the back foot, particularly on the pull and the hook. Very quick between the wickets. So maybe, as you say, that length is important, but that kind of off middle stump line. Anyway, end of the over, 69 for 3 after 15. That will be the resumption of this battle between Taylor and Zabe.
I mean, of course, that is another way against players who are very strong off the back foot. You can just bowl it short, but you've got to have the right field. That's the key. You're bowling that kind of delivery with no protection out at square leg. Got no chance.
Now, this matchup in particular feels like something happens, doesn't it? Taylor to Zabe. Taylor's obviously got his tail up.
Well, it comes back to the field, doesn't it? I think that's the key. It's tantalising, isn't it, for Zabe? He can see that directly in his eye line down towards the ground staff's hut. He's also got plenty of space out towards deep backward square if he can angle the bats.
It's well bowled. Nice carry through still to Bracey. Yeah, they're kind of got two modes here, haven't they? Taylor, I think, is looking to bowl quite straight to safe Zabe. As you say, he's got that opportunity to kind of go across the body and drop it into the leg side. He's only going to get one, isn't he?
Yeah.
With Clark in front of us here in the commentary box, and now that fielder down at backward square leg. And then obviously they've got the vacancy there at extra cover, which will be there for the drive. They will take one into the leg side. Get that little bit of away movement. And you got four catchers behind the stumps waiting for any outside edge.
Well, just the three slips in play here for Nathan McSweeney. And Daz Ahmed is that fielder in at short extra. So got backward point, and of course Christian Clark down at long leg in front of the Jackson Grundy stand.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Good cricket all round. No run, no change to the score. 70 runs now on the board. I mean, that feels like that's come along very quickly, doesn't it, this morning? 4.5 runs per over, the run rate for Northamptonshire. But crucially, those 3 wickets on the board for Gloucestershire.
Just to mention Nathan McSweeney as well, let's not forget that he was none from 18. He's now 14 from his next 12. Just starting to settle into a little bit of a groove.
Yeah, moving well, isn't he? He certainly surprised myself, and I think probably surprised you a little bit, as well as our co-commentator for the Blast, Phil Rowe, with his inclusion in that Blast 11. But again, he was timing the ball so nicely, moving really well. He's carried that confidence back into the championship.
Well, there was one shot against Worcestershire, which he rifled, didn't he? That was through points. And yeah, it was a split second and it was gone. It was quite remarkable how he played that shot. Short mid-wicket is in play here as well, which I like. I know we mentioned the short ball ploy against the Aussie. We've spoken about the corridor bowling as well. End of the over. Northamptonshire is 70 for 3, but because he is someone who likes to put that extra degree of flair with the bottom hand, sometimes it can spoon the ball to mid-wicket. So I don't mind that from Gloucestershire.
No, looking for different ways to take a 4th wicket. Maybe they feel as though there is a little bit of moisture in the middle of the surface, and they can, particularly with Taylor, who looks like he's bowling quite a heavy ball, might be able to get a little bit of grip in the middle and bring that mid-wicket into the game as Will Williams continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So your wait for Daz Ahmed continues. Will Williams about to start his 7th over. So it's quite floaty on the leg stump of Zabe, who can't get it fine enough to pick up the single.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier as well, but Williams has had a good season, hasn't he? 21 wickets at 27.85 in the opening 6 fixtures. But it was always going to be difficult, wasn't it, for Gloucestershire, given just how many seam bowlers departed the club over the winter. Of course, we've already seen one of them here earlier this season in Ajit Singh Dale, who sadly got injured, which is a real shame, because he looked very, very good for Lancashire. Of course, I'm an actor. He went to Essex, Archie Bailey to Durham.
Nicely played. Finds the gap in the leg side, will allow Zabe to come back for a second.
And then even heading into next season, we've already had the news earlier on in the campaign that Ben Charlesworth is heading to Lancashire. So that's another potential seam option.
Yeah, that one felt a bit harsh, that, didn't it? Because that was about a day after the championship game that Lancashire had spent the week down in Bristol. Just the timing of it felt a bit stiff from an outward perspective, as that's played off the back foot through the offside. It's not going to go to the boundary, but will allow the pair in the middle to come back for at least 2. They'll look for 3, and very well fielded. A good arm saves the team another 1.
Yeah, Tommy Borman it is. Live wire in the field. Seen that on quite a few occasions for the 2s. I mean, Daz Ahmed is going through the motions now, so I imagine he'll take up the next over from this, the Lynn Wilson centre end. And then, of course, for the Blasters, well, David Payne out injured, which is another massive loss, although they recruited brilliantly with a certain Duan Janssen.
Yeah, that was a great signing, wasn't it? How fun was he to watch, the height, the ball striking that he possessed in that lower middle order as well. Very, very good, exciting, talented cricketer. On the money, well bowled, well played. Safe save to end the over. Score is 74 for 3 after 17 overs.
Well, of course, Janssen in the Blast, 16 wickets in the first 6 games. Joint leading wicket taker alongside a certain James Sales. I mean, he certainly comes into this game with plenty of confidence with regards to his bowling. He's also had a really good campaign with the bats, as I'm sure we'll discuss it at some point in this broadcast. No, he is certainly having a wonderful campaign. Great to see.
Now a slight delay here as we have a inspection and a look at the Dukes. Lasted an hour and 16 minutes.
Well, just while we've got an opportunity, I suppose we can run through a couple of updates. And we'll start on the south coast, where Glamorgan are 49 for 4 in the 16th over against Sussex. Just looking there, I think the wickets have been shared around. Indeed, they have. 1 apiece for Sean Hunt, Henry Crocombe, Tom Price and Jadav Unadkat for the Martlets. So Glamorgan there desperately need a bit of a partnership. I believe we are going to have a change of the ball. We'll just wait for the replacement to come onto the field of play. As the other games taking place in the First Division, Yorkshire have got off to an excellent start at North Marine Road in Scarborough. The White Rose are 72 without loss in the 20th over. Will Luxton and Adam Lythe, the two men out in the middle for the hosts. As for the game taking place at Trent Bridge, Somerset are 45 for 2 after the first 15 overs. Jordan Herman and James Rue, the two men out in the middle, following those earlier wickets of Josh Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy. Those two dismissed by Fergus O'Neill and Brett Hutton, respectively. Still no play before lunch, as we know, in the game taking place at Grace Road as a result of the rain in the East Midlands. So that just leaves us with the second division. Of course, here at the Cinch County ground, Northamptonshire are 74 for 3. Up in the northeast, at the Riverside, Durham are 61 for 1 in the 20th over. Going very well indeed are Alex Lees and Will Rhodes. As for the final game taking place at New Road, it's been a tricky start for Middlesex in the run scoring department. 27 for 1 after 20 overs.
Yeah, you put that as a direct comparison to the 74 runs that have been scored here at the Cinch County grounds. It's obviously a good surface that we're playing on here this week. It's got good pace, good carry in it. The batters are enjoying it. It's nicely timed, isn't it? Can't get it past that one fielder stationed just behind square on the leg side. But the batters have been able to score and score well when the bowlers have been slightly offline and off length. And the bowlers have had enough rewards, plenty of rewards, to keep everybody interested. Short ball pulled away. It's going to be straight to the fielder, though, so it will just be one here at the Cinch County ground.
In the end, it was actually a very smart change of field placement, because Christian Clark was initially at long leg. He went to deep fine leg, so that allowed him to get that one easily. He's gone to long leg against Safe Sabe, though.
I don't get the impression Taylor's going to test out the middle of the pitch against Zabe. Looks like there's enough interest and enough in a battle, isn't there, with that line on and around off stump.
I tell you what, though, it's been an absorbing start to the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good so far. Very good so far. And it's just moving along quickly, isn't it? 75 runs on the board, as we've said a couple of times now. 3 wickets down as well. Couple of low partnerships, but partnerships that have grown quickly. It does look like the cloud's just starting to break up as well. Which may benefit the Northamptonshire batting lineup if they're able to survive this period before the blue skies come out above and those floodlights get turned off.
Just speaking about partnerships, Dan, it's a really good job you mentioned that, because we saw 8 runs between Vasconcelos and Proctor, 17 between Proctor and Harrison, and 16 between Harrison and McSweeney. So this is by far and away the biggest so far. Stands at 34.
Short ball. Zabe's going to be frustrated that he's plinked it to the man at short mid wicket. End of the over. 18 now have been bowled. It's 75 for 3. So a slight change in the battle here. Bracey, helmet on up to the stumps. Williams continues. Slight false start. Keep everybody waiting just a little bit longer. So Williams, as this ball has got older, he looks like he's been able to take a few mile-an-hour off deliberately, not through fatigue, but to give the ball a little bit extra chance to swing and showcase the skill set that he's got. That's enabled Bracey to come up to the stumps. Well, as I say that, he's fired it straight down the leg side. I think it's going to be 4 no balls, isn't it? Has it gone for wides, 5 wides? Well, I take it all back. Well,
just taking another look at this one, it's just the radar's completely gone.
Wow.
On that one, it is very wide, isn't it? So completely understand the call there from our standing umpire. That has been the one thing which has just taken the shine off this for Gloucestershire, the amount of extras. We saw earlier Clark overstepping a few times, Williams now with those wides. Game started on 4 byes as well, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, and I mean, that's going to pay a lot towards the fact that Northamptonshire have got 80 runs on the board. As they have provided opportunities and scoring opportunities for the batters and then also for the scoreboard just to kind of tick along under its own steam. A fairly healthy discussion, I think, between Graham Van Buren and the umpire there with regards to this second Dukes for the morning. We're back underway. Bracey still up to the stumps and Williams into bowl once more. And that's where he wanted to be, wasn't it? But still not perfect. So it's timed nicely to the leg side by McSweeney for 2.
Yeah, Matt Taylor is the only sweeper out there, isn't he, at long leg?
Beautifully played. Over pitched from Williams. There's a real tactic here to try and trap McSweeney on the crease. Ball very straight. But he's gone too full on the two occasions so far. It's just allowed McSweeney to navigate and maneuver this ball into the gaps. Picked up another 3.
Well, you can see on that latest one, what he's trying to do, he's trying to tail it back into middle and leg, but on those previous 2 occasions, they've gone a little bit too far down leg, and it's been easy pickings. The first one allowed him to just play it out towards the backward square, and that one is just straight enough to open the face out towards mid-wicket.
Great take by James Bracey. Left alone at the last minute by Save. Always really enjoy. I love watching a wicketkeeper up to the stumps against the seamer. It's like poetry. I don't like poetry, but I like this.
Well, out of interest, who would you say is the best keeper that you've seen up to the stumps against pace?
I mean, in modern time, you're not going to look very far past Ben Foakes, are you, with the skill set that he's got? Rest after his very, very important role that he had with the Steelbacks in the blast. Interestingly as well, Gloucestershire now down to just the 2 slips. Save on the back foot. Dot ball to finish the over then. 89 for 3 after 19 overs. I've seen Christian Clark getting loose, and surely we're going to see Daz Ahmed before too long.
Yeah, you'd hope so, because again, it's been funny seeing him just going through the motions for the best part of 10 overs now. So he's quite clearly keen. He's eager to get his opportunity. Of course, this is his first county championship game of the season, following that debut against Middlesex at Lords in last year's campaign. Yeah, it will be a resumption of Matt Taylor. Oh, in fact, no, it won't be. It will be Clark. Change of ends. One of those where Matt Taylor took his hat off, didn't give it to the umpire, instead decided to put on his overlayer. So it is. It's Christian Clark. Change of ends then for the Kiwi.
He bowled really well this morning. Very, very exciting spell, wasn't it? But with those few moments that, 4 nobles in the 6 overs that he bowled, plus, as you said, the 4 byes that started the day with. But he's got 2 wickets to his name, and they're absolute snorters that he served up to pick the 2 wickets up with. Maybe the change of ends coming slightly down the hill here at the Cinch County Ground will suit him slightly better. Those of you that have never set foot here in Northampton won't know. It's not obvious, is it? But there is a very slight incline from, well, south to north, isn't it? That comes down the gradient as Christian Clark is bowling from the David Capel end. 2 slips in a gully, driven stylishly by McSweeney, but can't get it past the fielder at mid-off. Slight inside edge as Clark finds his radar in this second spell. Good decision, I think, for McSweeney to turn safe side back. McSweeney himself, he would have had to have gone onto the back foot to play that. He would have been unbalanced. Quick, over 22 yards, but he wasn't in the perfect position to set off, was he?
No. It's also important to notice where the ball went. It went to the strong hand of Joe Phillips, who is a right-hander. So I think that was definitely the correct call.
Overpitched from Clark, and McSweeney can't quite find either of those 2 gaps on the leg sides. Could have gone a little bit more bottom hand and tried to go through mid-wicket, but ideally wanted to hit that straighter and beat the man at mid-on. Not able to do so. I feel like he's missed out. 20. He's faced 40 deliveries now. 3 boundaries in this innings so far for him. Good pace and carry, well outside the off stump. Look at over on return for the New Zealand overseas, Christian Clark. 89 for 3 after 20 overs. And we've got around half an hour to go in this morning session.
Indeed, we have, Dan. Well, we've been speaking about this man for the first 90 minutes, and he's been getting loose. He's been warming up for many an over. We will see the first bit of Daz Ahmed in the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. The 25-year-old seam bowler from Bristol, in a story of real persistence to get this opportunity. Previously of the Gloucestershire pathway, the academy, got released as an 18-year-old, never gave up on his dream. Got this opportunity via the MCC Young Cricketers. And of course, Saka. Here he is then, bowling to Safe Sabe. Starts off 2 straight, tick all down the leg side. Should be at least 1. Will remain just a single. Tidy fielding down there by Matt Taylor. I was watching his interview from last season, and he said it himself. I mean, it is so good, the fact that there are now different avenues for cricketers who have been released in their teenage years to remain within the game. And he really impressed in both Saka, so the South Asian Cricket Academy, and the young cricketers at the MCC as well. Graham Swan was the head coach, and immediately he said, right, this guy's got something, which is not bad to hear, is it?
Hey, it's good credentials, isn't it, coming from Graham Swan? What an international and domestic career that he had. Starting obviously here, wasn't he, with Northamptonshire? But I agree with you. I echo those points. Professional sport, not that either of us have been through the journey, but is brutal by nature in the fact that the further and further you go along with it, the more likely you are to kind of fall off the side of whatever pathway you're on and whatever sport that you're likely to be going down. But I think traditionally with cricket, it's almost felt like once you've left it, you're not getting back on it at all. And now there are methods and ways to find your way back again. Felt probably for, I don't know, at least 15 years, you'd say that kind of route from, well, he's done well in the Premier Leagues. That didn't really exist and probably still doesn't now in 2026. But with that South Asian Cricket Academy, with the MCC Young Cricketers, gives an opportunity for those that potentially fall off a little bit early, gives them a chance to continue to develop their skills and their journey and come back a better cricketer, which Daz Ahmed has done.
Certainly has. And of course, the NCCA Challengers as well for the national counties. I mean, there definitely has been more focus on giving that increased attention over certainly the past 5 years, I'd say. We have seen a number of players from the national counties teams making that step up, especially in the One-Day Cup. Of course, that can be said for both of these sides. Here is Ahmed again. That one left alone by McSweeney. I mean, of course, for Northamptonshire, we saw last season Adi Sharma, product of Buckinghamshire. Of course, here for Gloucestershire as well. I know that Cornwall are incredibly proud of Joe Phillips, product of Truro Cricket Club in the county itself. It's vital that players stay within the pyramid. It's that one full, inviting and well stopped at points by Matt Taylor. And there'll be a dot ball to round out the over. A tidy first one by Daz Ahmed. It's a single run conceded. Northamptonshire are 90 for 3 after 21.
Then with Buckinghamshire, Rafi Weatherall, safe save as well.
And Bedfordshire.
And Bedfordshire.
And they played quite the prominent role in the evolution of a certain Emilio Gay, who's now gone on to not only represent England, but score a 50 at Lord's Cricket Ground. Incredible, isn't it?
It's when if you didn't know the context of the scores that he put together, you'd go, that's a good start, isn't it? And it is a good start. It's a great start.
And that's a great shot from Safe Sabe. Just takes a few steps down the track. I think he knew right from the moment it left the bat that it was going to the boundary, but read that one to perfection and placed it nicely as well. That'll be the 50 partnership between Safe Sabe and Nathan McSweeney. 53 is what the partnership now stands at.
And then if you watch that test match, I mean, there's a chance, however long Emilio Gay's test career is, there's a chance that is the hardest conditions he'll ever have to bat in a test match. But yeah, Bedfordshire, Bedford School, Northamptonshire Pathway and Academy. Several years here as a pro. At highest first-class score in the 260s against Middlesex in 2024. Then head further north up to Durham in search of Division 1 first-class cricket. Did very well, didn't he, in that first year, despite the fact that Durham got relegated, was the 10th leading run scorer in the championship. Was it 955 first-class runs, I think, with 400s? It's quite funny. You listen to it and you kind of think, yeah, well, he's been in great form in 2026 and he's really knocked the door down. It's like, well, he's kind of been tapping on the door since he was about 15 years old, Emilio Gay, for that England Test cap. And it's been a build-up and a culmination of what he's done in the run to that Test match, isn't it? As that's stroked away through the offside again by Save. Another boundary. One fuller, but still the same result.
Can I just say, when he's in full confidence, I absolutely love watching Save bat. He really is a good watch, isn't he?
Oh, incredibly stylish. It's a shame, really, with the skill and the strength of the steelbacks that he finds himself batting at number 6, because you'd love to see him face more of the ball. He's got some outrageous shots in his locker. As you say, in this format, it's stylish. It is very, very stylish when he gets going. And we obviously got the pleasure of watching him score, the best part of 1,500 runs last year. It was, if you're a fan of Save, you had a vintage year in 2025.
Certainly did. 1,425 runs. Not bad.
Good return.
Yeah.
Decent.
Certainly was. So that one has been tickled, clipped down the leg side. That'll be 4 more runs. No chance there whatsoever for James Bracey. And that'll be the team 100 up for Northamptonshire. Comes at the end of the 22nd over. The home side are 102 for 3 after 22.
You see the body language changed there from Save. He got off the mark in a very similar fashion, didn't he? And he immediately head pivoted to see how close that was to Bracey. The head's gone round to have a look this time around, but he's already looking for the run. He's already advanced down. Just that bit of confidence, the time in the middle, bit of flair that he's been able to show so far in this innings of 36. And a very different immediate reaction for Save off a very similar moment.
So here is Daz Ahmed to kickstart his second over. That one played well by McSweeney. Just directs it, really. Steers it. The square leg for 1. It's been interesting with Daz as well. As I said, I saw quite a bit of him for the Gloucestershire 2s last season. He was very front on in his action. It's not as pronounced now. But he's someone who absolutely adores the game. He'll be keen to get an early wicket if he can. Bowling here to Save, who directs that very nicely down towards the vacant space at third. An important early call there. McSweeney, for a moment, was thinking about charging down for the third. I think that was the correct decision by Zabe. That one very full and played delightfully. An exquisite shot, clipped through mid-wickets by Save Zabe. And that'll be another boundary. Moves him into the 40s.
He's played that through a gap that didn't really exist, hasn't he? There's 2 fielders there on the leg side, one at a very straight mid-wicket and one at a wide mid-on. And he's managed to pierce the pair of them and pick up another boundary. He's moving very well, Save. We spoke, didn't we, with Phil Rowe during that Tuesday night fixture between the Steelbacks. And he said about the frustration that he shared, but the understanding that he hadn't been part of that Steelbacks 11 throughout the entirety of the competition. He obviously had that concussion down at Bristol at the end of that championship block, which may have just kind of slowed the progress down, but he's clearly been working incredibly hard to find the form.
Oh, good delivery from Daz Ahmed.
Got 15 minutes to go until lunch. Aaron, and you asked the question earlier as to kind of which team would have been happier from the two. 109 for 3 with 15 minutes to go. I mean, where are you sitting at the moment?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think before this partnership, if one of these two would have fallen early doors, you'd say Gloucestershire. So that one played nice and straight and well stopped by Ahmed in his follow-through. That will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire remain 109 for 3 after 23 overs. However, as a result of this partnership, which has now moved into the 60s, providing that these two stay at the crease for these final 15 minutes, I'd probably say Northampton are the happier of the two. The fact is, they are 3 wickets down, but they've gone at a very good scoring rate. They've not been bogged down, and especially in the past 5 to 10 overs, the boundaries have started flowing. So it's very cliche to say, but partnerships do change the momentum of a game, and these two have done a superb job. Here's Christian Clark. Very full Yorker length delivery from the New Zealander. What about yourself?
I think at this stage, you'd have to say Northamptonshire would be pretty happy. Over 100 runs on the board. Yeah, lost a couple of wickets against the new ball, but that feels like a bit of an occupational hazard, doesn't it, in the championship anyway? But you're right. If Gloucestershire can pick up another one quite quickly, as Christian Clark oversteps once more, and then they'll have 10 minutes at another new batter, then I think you'd rather be in the position of the visitors, wouldn't you, at that stage? But as you say, if you roll on another 15, 14 minutes, and you can add another, say, 10, 15 runs to the board and none down, I'm quite happy here for Northamptonshire. There's been plenty in it for the bowlers. I think it would be fair to say it's been a good pitch. There's been lateral movement through the air, off the seam. Conway, Guthrie, Weatherall. They'll certainly be looking forward to getting that Dukes back in hand, won't they? I think Harry Conway's been playing a bit of Northamptonshire Premier League cricket in the Blast block.
He has for Kislingbury Temperance. That's who he's been playing for. Of course, was announced prior to the competition starting. The Blast, that is, not the Championship. Clark bowls here to McSweeney. Another dot ball.
Who's over at the coffee van, Aaron? That looks like a very organised event, doesn't it? Of spectators that have arrived at the Cinch County grounds. Do you think it's coordinated or coincidental?
No, I think that's coordinated.
How many of them would have had to have turned up in a row before you switch from coincidental to coordinated?
That's a very good question.
Half a dozen?
Yeah, probably. It's that one bowled very straight by Clark again. I mean, of course, during the lunch interval, we have got a special presentation here at the Cinch County ground as we welcome back some of the victorious team from the 1976 Gillette Cup winning side. Of course, today is Former Players' Day.
Well, I've got some intel. I've got some intel, which I'll share with you in a moment. Nicely timed. The ball just falling short of the fielder. Well stopped just in front of square on the leg side. But you can see the blue caps. Now, it's quite an iconic colour with a particular charity in the UK at the moment. So it's a message from Mark Pearson to say that we're at the county ground of the Cinch County Grounds for day one here with the County 60 supporting prostate cancer charity via a charity walk from the ground around Abington Park and then back to the Cinch County Ground. Please give generously when you see us. So good for them. Hopefully the walk has either been a good one or is about to be a good one, whether you're at the start or the finish of it. Supporting a great charity.
It certainly is. Of course, for the past few years as well, we've had Blue for Bob in the international fixtures. Here's a terrific cause. Fair play to each and every single one of them. And of course, let's hope that the weather stays okay. I mean, the weather forecast does look rather promising for this afternoon as Daz Ahmed prepares to bowl here. Starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, plenty going on at the Cinch County Ground today. Of course, a nice smattering of spectators around the various stands and different parts of the ground. That's that one handily played by Safe Sabe towards mid-wicket for one. Moves him on to 43 from 42.
Double time for Safe Sabe. Don't necessarily know he'd be the type of character to be batting with a point to prove as such, but I mean, he'll be disappointed, I think, with the return that he's put together so far this year. If for nobody else than for himself. He certainly set himself an incredibly lofty standard last year. But he loves cricket, and he'll certainly be disappointed personally that he's not been able to go and get the runs that he would have wanted in 2026 in both of the formats that we've had so far this year. So it's great to see him with a number next to his name, and it's great to see him looking like he's moving well and timing the ball well.
Well, just to give a bit of additional context there, because it's a fantastic point you make, Dan. 124 runs at 17.71. Those are not the numbers that we associate with Safe Sabe, and just the solitary 50-plus score. We all know the man's talent. He is a fine cricketer to watch, and we've seen that so far in this morning session. So completely agree. He looks like a man on a mission. You can argue so too is this man, Daz Ahmed.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, to give the benefit of the doubt, I think Gloucestershire have bowled better to Nathan McSweeney into what they have to Safe Sabe so far. Safe Sabe's 8 boundaries. McSweeney's just hit the 3. As you say, Daz Ahmed with a little bit of a point to prove, maybe getting the opportunity through the change in personnel in the Gloucestershire squad in this particular fixture. Certainly was made to wait, wasn't he, this morning by Cameron Bancroft to get into the game. You can never work out, had he been asked to warm up by Bancroft, or could he get ready for us, or was he just trying to catch the eye of the Australian captains? Fancy throwing the ball to me? It seems like it's doing a bit out there. I wouldn't mind having a go.
Well, for the first time today, it appears as though we'll have a little bit of spin bowling. Graham Van Buren it will be. Left arm orthodox from the David Capel end. I must admit, it was something that I did at village level. Probably because the captain was never going to say, Aaron, you're on next. So you just got to, do the windmills, get the shoulders loose. Yes, skipper, I'm ready. So here is Van Buren. Not a massive turner of the cricket ball, a little bit more round arm. Here he is bowling to Safe Sabe. Zabe immediately plays it off the back foot, parried around the corner, goalkeeper style by the aforementioned Ahmed. Will just be a single.
Yeah, interesting to have a look here. I think there's probably two sides to this. One might be because of the just making sure that Gloucestershire stay level par with the over rate as we get towards that lunch break. Could be, obviously, the compulsory 1 over of spin before lunch. And the other thing as well is it has been a ground that has offered a bit of turn this year as well. With the permanent signing of Calvin Harrison from Nottinghamshire over the winter and the success that he had for Northamptonshire last year whilst on loan, certainly kind of given... That's beautifully well swept. Van Buren saw Zabe go down early to play that sweep, and he dragged it back a touch. Zabe's almost pulled it off the sweep for 3. It's given Northamptonshire an extra weapon, isn't it? And is given a bit of encouragement to prepare a pitch that will offer a bit of turn and a bit of sideways movement for the leg spinner.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of leg spin, there is a certain Yuzvendra Chahal who is rejoining the club a little bit later on in the season. So yeah, it is. It's certainly part of this side's identity as McSweeney plays that one very powerfully through the covers. Real chase on here for Tommy Borman, who does well. Limits it to just 2 runs.
Good arm back into the gloves of Bracey, wasn't it? About the longest part of the ground that you could wish to try and throw from there for Borman. Would have taken most club cricketers about 3 goes, I reckon, to have got it in from the boundary rope there, but it's gone straight in the full.
Well, it's something that he prides himself on. Does young Borman, just 21 years of age. And those who are familiar with the West of England Premier League, you may have seen him for Dumbleton. That one left outside the off stump by Nathan McSweeney. End of the over, 7 runs from it. Northamptonshire 119 for 3. Straight away, Daz Ahmed, ready and prepared to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Currently wicketless from his opening 3 overs. He has been economic, going at exactly 3 runs per over so far. Here he is to safe Zabe. Squares up the left-hander slightly. Would be a nice confidence boost, wouldn't it, for safe Zabe? Heading into lunch, getting up to a half century. Just 3 runs shy. Would be his second 50-plus score of the season. Bowled very straight again by Ahmed. Too straight again. Easy length for Zabe to just clip away. Down towards backward square for 1. Moves him on to 48. Northamptonshire into the 120s. Not long to go at all in this morning session.
No, we'll probably just get the remainder of this over, won't we? We've got a couple of minutes or less than a couple of minutes now until that 1 o'clock lunch break.
That'll be 2 more to add to Nathan McSweeney's collection. Must say I've been slightly surprised with the the field placement against McSweeney. Just because there is such an inviting gap out towards square. I think other than Tommy Borman, I think in the opening 15 overs since then, there's been no protection out on the boundary rope aside from long leg. That one well played, well guided towards backward points, and that Taylor it was. It's the shy at the striker's end. Just seeing here, Dan, I think this could be the last delivery. 20 seconds remain until the clock strikes 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know how hungry Gloucestershire would be to sneak another over in here. I'm not sure. I mean, the game or the score at the minute feels like it's kind of raced away from them a little bit, having picked up those 2 wickets for essentially not a lot first thing this morning.
Well, there you go. It appears as though we will have one final over then before lunch is taken. It will be Graham Van Buren for his second. So McSweeney will be the man on strike. No reason to try and force any additional runs here. Sweeney plays that one off the back foot. Single there for Safe Sabe. Moves him on to 49. 3 deliveries remain then of this, the morning session. On which early doors was dominated by Christian Clark and the Gloucestershire Seamers. Since then, this partnership really has put Northamptonshire into a much, much better position. And Safe Sabe entered the middle with his side on 41 for 3. He's dug in when he's needed to. Played some incredibly elegant shots as well. McSweeney just strides into his forward defence.
Yeah, that's a shot of a man that wants to walk off 28 not out and 3 down and enjoy the lunch for the players and come back at 20 to 2 this afternoon and continue what's been an excellent partnership and a good start to the weekend's work for Nathan McSweeney. That is lunch. 28 overs have been bowled this morning by Gloucestershire. They won the toss. They elected to have a bowl first. They've got 3 wickets, 2 of them to the man on debut, Christian Clark, who bowled very, very well with the new ball. The players will make their way off for lunch with Northamptonshire 125 for 3 here on day 1 at the Cinch County Ground. Let's go and find some lunch, Aaron. We'll be back in about 40 minutes for the resumption of this game.
Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Gloucestershire service available. Captain by Cameron Bancroft. That's key wicket James Mason.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cinch County grounds. Covered in sunshine now. The clouds have dissipated overhead and we're back. The two batters, Nathan McSweeney and Safe Zabe, first out in the middle, building a nice partnership here for the home county and joined by the umpires and Gloucestershire, the visitors this weekend here at the Cinch County ground. The score is 125 for 3. Cameron Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, won the toss, elected to have a bowl first this morning. Picked up 3 quick wickets and good wickets as well. And a good fight back and a good partnership between the pair in the middle. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet here on Steelbacks TV. It's great to have you along with us. And yeah, what have you reflected upon over that lunch break?
Well, to be honest, Dan, it's been a really, really entertaining start to the game. I know we mentioned this during the morning session, but Christian Clark got Gloucestershire off to a fantastic start with those early wickets of Vasconcelos and Proctor. But since then, this partnership really has just re-energised Northamptonshire and given them a little bit of a platform. So I know we always say this, but the next 30 minutes to an hour could be pivotal today with regards to who ends the day the happier of the two counties. I think if these two continue to bat, Northamptonshire will be very well placed indeed.
Certainly will. It's going to be Daz Ahmed to open the bowling or continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Safe Zabe, safely negotiating that first delivery. Yeah, it feels it's just moving along at a good pace, isn't it? This game. Probably quicker than what you'd think or what you'd expect. Felt that Gloucestershire certainly gave Northamptonshire opportunity to score. Obviously, bowled some very, very good deliveries as well. Oh, there's a chance. Goes past that diving fielder at third slip. I think he's got a fingertip to that because it's not got to the boundary rope. It's going to bring up a 50 for Safe Zabe, his second of the 2026 County Championship. Coming in good time, off just 52 deliveries, including 8 boundaries as well.
Yeah, he's batted superbly well. Has Safe Zabe a second 50-plus score of the campaign and well deserving of it as well. He really has. He's dug in when needed to, but he's also played some beautiful shots when the ball's been a little bit wider or too straight. So I think we're both in agreement, Dan. He has batted very nicely indeed.
He has indeed. It's been stylish, hasn't it? He's picked up another 3 to his name there. McSweeney now with his first ball of the afternoon. Nicely played. Nicely bowled by Daz Ahmed. What have you made of Daz Ahmed's performance so far? Just the 4 overs before this one. You've been impressed?
Yeah. I've got to say, I'm not surprised, though, because he is a tireless worker and as I said before the lunch interval, he has shown plenty of glimpses in the twos. So just one of those classic cases. He'll want a wicket here early doors in the spell.
McSweeney gets away in the afternoon. It's turned into the leg side for the single. Keep you updated with those scores around the grounds as the games develop and nicely timed through the leg side. Just another single taken. Maybe keep a bit of an eye on, I guess, England watch. Few spaces available, isn't there? Oh, sorry, no. Well, probably one space available in that England 11 for the second Test match against New Zealand, which starts on Wednesday. You'd say Jofra Archer will return to the playing 11 with Gus Atkinson being excluded for the second Test. And then there will be a question mark with regards to who fills out the 11 I've got James Rue playing for Somerset this week, Jordan Cox playing for Essex. They'll both be fancying their chances of getting involved. Shoaib Bashir on show for Derbyshire. There'll be a question as to whether England play a spinner. There could be that as a conversation. And Rayan Ahmed's involved with the game against Essex for Leicestershire this week as well. So there's plenty to keep an eye on, I think, looking ahead to this second test match and deciding as to what England do. Obviously, you've had that Sonny Baker, Matthew Fisher battle at the Oval earlier on in this round of Championship cricket. If they were to decide to go for four-seamers, then it would be one of those two that would join Josh Tongue and Ollie Robinson in the 11. So, yeah, fascinating.
It is. And I must say, Sonny Baker's certainly someone to watch out for looking ahead to the future. He bowls rockets. You could always see he had potential, just needed to be a little bit more fortunate with his injury history, and thankfully so far has stayed fully fit for Hampshire. Here's Matt Taylor.
Yeah, opening the bowling from the David Capel end for the afternoon. I thought he bowled nicely in the morning session. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Got that wicket of Calvin Harrison, who was stuck between, I think, probably blast mode and championship mode, Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, I think that is completely fair to say. And I think the dismissal, I mean, yes, it could have held a little bit in the surface, but the intent you could see, he was trying to tee off, wasn't he, against the short ball. He'd already played a couple of powerful pull shots out towards the fence, so...
Oh, that's a very, very solid defence there from Save.
Yeah, just going back to the previous point, I think we might see that with a few players, though, this week, just given the fact that it's been such a short turnaround between your fast-paced, your breakneck T20 blast cricket and first-class cricket. Two very, very different formats of the game.
I think the general consensus is that going down the gears is harder than going up. I think they're probably so used to it now. This isn't a new thing, is it? That there's a block of championship cricket in the middle of the blast. So they will have had experience in being able to deal with it and negotiate it. I know the Northamptonshire batting coach, Greg, spoke on social media and kind of before in the build up to this and spoke about the batters and understanding what they needed to get back into the tempo of it. But yeah, I guess just controlling the emotion, the ball that you kind of thought on Tuesday night was a half volley outside off stump, but suddenly turns into an opportunity to go, oh, there's 4 slips there. I don't really want to drive at this too hard. So yeah, it's a challenge, no doubt.
It is. And I think that's a really good point with regards to how you actually play, because with the white ball, there isn't the same degree of movement. You can play it with harder hands. Whereas with the Red Dukes, you've got to play it a little bit later with softer hands. You can't flash the hands at it.
Well played, well stopped. Certainly saves a couple of runs. The tumbling Gloucestershire fielder in the slip cordon. Floodlights still on here at the Cinch County Ground, which I'm a little bit surprised about. Whether we're expecting a bit more cloud cover coming over later on today. I did have a quick look, and there are a couple of hours, say around 4 o'clock, where the weather forecast has got that classic icon of, well, there's sunshine and there's cloud and there's rain, which I think probably just translates to we don't really know what we're going to get. Hopefully we just get the sunshine part of it and we don't get interrupted, but looks like there could be a bit hanging around or traveling its way across the country or down. Glorious. Over pitch by Taylor. Bit of width on offer. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's timed well enough, but it is the long side of the ground and a slow outfield at the moment. Here will allow Nathan McSweeney to come back for a third. End of the over, 134 for 3.
And still the partnership continues to build, doesn't it? Let's not forget that these two joined one another when the score was 41 for 3. So now stands at 93 for this, the fourth wicket. Both have batted in, I'd argue, different styles. I know that Safe Sabres also play defensively, but McSweeney has left a lot more deliveries compared to his left-handed counterparts, or teammate, I should say. But the fact is the two styles have come together quite nicely. And I think the other key thing, given the nature of the outfield, it isn't as fast as what we saw in those drier patches earlier on in the season. You've got to run well. It's not guaranteed to go for 4, even if it zips off those practice pitches.
The 5 pad that time. Would you think it would be a fair assessment to say that despite those breakthroughs and the skill in particular of Christian Clark, that Gloucestershire's radar and consistency with the ball just hasn't quite been where they needed it to be?
I think that's fair. I do think that's fair, especially Will Williams, because his first 4 overs were absolutely bang on the money. And then it just started to spray down the leg side, didn't it? Something else to be aware of as well is that there's been a lot more changes of the field now. So it feels as though plan A has maybe just been put on the back burner, and now they're trying to explore options B, C, and D. So, I mean, this was a point I made beforehand, but you've got the fielder at backward square who wasn't there before lunch.
Yeah. Nicely bowled. Nicely played. Straight to one of those fielders where Cameron Bancroft's just getting a little bit more creative with their field placements.
It's Tommy Borman in that position, who, to be fair, I don't mind him being there because he is a very safe pair of hands. I mean, we've already seen him charging around the field, saving runs left, right and centre. I don't mind him being at catching mid-wicket. Miles Hammond is the man. Just behind the square leg umpire.
Nicely bowled. Good couple of deliveries here from Daz Ahmed. So the sun is well and truly out now in Northampton. Actually looks summery out there.
It does, yep. Yeah, the Cinch County ground does look a picture, doesn't it, when it's bathed in the sunshine. Just a gentle breeze as well. It's not a stiff cross breeze as we've seen in other games here.
Well bowled, well played. Good cricket all round to end the over. 31 have been bowled. 134 for 3. It's a maiden for Daz Ahmed. First one in the game. Three catches in place behind the stumps, plus James Bracey, of course, with the gloves on for Gloucestershire. Safe save finds the gap. It's going to race down that slope towards the Jackson Grundy stand. And McSweeney will be able to come back and complete the third. Well played, just using the pace and the angle of Taylor that time. There we go. I'll set you up then. You're going to be chief selector for the second the second test, and we'd like to hear from your thoughts at home as the test summer goes on. What are you doing with that England 11?
I agree about Archer. I always like Jofra Archer. I think he is quite simply box office. So I think you do bring him in for Gus Atkinson. We'll go for the second selection after this latest ball.
Glorious. Great. Oh, fantastic effort at mid-on. For a second, I thought that was going to be a bit of fielding of the season, and it just evades Daz Ahmed. You've just finished your maiden over. You're thinking about how well you've bowled, and then that gets punched down the ground by Nathan McSweeney for 4. Glorious.
It is. It's a divine shot, isn't it, from McSweeney? And that is also the 100 partnership between the Australian and Safe Saib. And also full credit as well to Daz Ahmed there. That was a valiant attempt to save that boundary. Just evaded him. And as for that second selection, of course, as we're talking about, I would quite like to see James Rowe. I must say. Been ever so impressed with him for Somerset.
Yeah, it didn't go particularly well for him this morning up at Trent Bridge. Not much, I don't think he could have done, but if you've not seen it, he was run out at the non-strikers and backing up, I think, Jordan Herman. Oh my goodness me. That is dismissive. That's a little bit of blast mode there from McSweeney. That's a short arm jab off the top of the bails of Taylor. And he smeared it through mid-wicket. Taylor has immediately stopped on his follow-through, turned on a sixpence, disgusted, and has made his way back to the end of his run-up. Wow.
Yeah, just dealt with, wasn't it, by McSweeney. Excellent shot.
Back-to-back boundaries for the Australian. That one left well alone. So if you're bringing James Rowe in, are you making any other changes? Or are you going to go for 3 seamers and Shoaib Bashir?
See, for me, you've got to understand, right, even though I wasn't a very good spinner, I was a spinner. So I do always like to see a spin bowler in there. And I know that we had this chat earlier this morning, because you can also make a very compelling argument for 4-seam bowlers, especially at the Oval. But yeah, I wouldn't mind keeping a similar balance. Because, I mean, of course, for New Zealand as well, I mean, they can bring in someone like Mitch Santner, can't they?
Yeah.
But what about yourself?
I think I'd go 4 seamers. I mean, a lot might depend as to what happens over the course of this weekend of first-class cricket. I think there's a lot of cricketers out there. There's 6 of them really kind of vying for a spot, aren't they? With Jordan Cox and James Rowe for that batting role. You've got Rayan Ahmed as your all-rounder if you went for a like-for-like replacement. That's such a powerful cricket shot, isn't it, by McSweeney? Dot ball to finish the over. A couple of boundaries from it. Floodlights are just turning off now as the sunshine takes full control. 100 partnership between the pair. 145 for 3. So you've got those 2 batters. You've got Rayan Ahmed at Grace Road against against Essex. If you were to go for someone to balance it in an all-round role, obviously a very different cricketer to Ben Stokes, but you've got that option. You've got Shoaib Bashir playing at Chester Street against Durham. He came on first change as well for Derbyshire in that fixture there. And then you've got the game that's already happened, if there is going to be a 4th seamer, where Matthew Fisher's Surrey took on Sonny Baker's Hampshire. So we've already got in the books how those guys went and the volumes that they put together earlier on this week. But there's certainly pressure, because there is a space available, and Shoaib Bashir will have to bowl well. Rayan Ahmed could have an exceptional week, as Daz Ahmed continues his spell. James Rowe's had a tough start. And Jordan Cox, he's kind of felt like the next man for England for a long time. And each time he's been the next man, he's ended up with an injury of sorts, which has then kept him out. He's obviously that New Zealand Test series in New Zealand, where his family flew down to see that Test debut, wasn't there, and ended up with a broken thumb in the nets. And the England Test team moved on, and he's back in contention once more. 4 runs through the offside. I think it's going to be 4, is it? Have I gone early? It is 4. Save, carving it away. Aerial through the offside, but no fielder there. Gets another boundary.
Yeah, you could just see there it began to slow down a tad. I think that the rain from overnight has just come into a little bit of consideration down towards the heavy sweep. So what is deep third here for the left-hander from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But no, he got a very clean connection on it. It was a good shot. Of course, there is no protection out there, so...
Short ball, 6 runs, short leg side boundary. Save is not going to miss out on that. That's with the breeze as well. And you have to say, that's not the greatest delivery you're going to see from Daz Ahmed in his career for Gloucestershire. There's not a lot going for that at all. We're going to have to get another Dukes, as that one's been deposited in one of the back gardens.
Yeah, just looking back at that one, it's not the right delivery for the field at all. Easy pickings, really, for Save. Brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire. Spectacular style. You spoke about this earlier, didn't you, Dan, against the short ball. Those pull shots, when they come off like that, they really are fantastic to see.
Let's not kid ourselves. Save has middled that. Yep. He's timed that well. That short leg side boundary to the left-handed Zabe with the wind, you could miss-hit sixes quite comfortably off the back foot that way this week. There is no protection there. There's no real value for Daz Ahmed on that length. It wasn't a full short ball, to be fair. It wasn't a true bumper. It was a bit of a drag down. Back underway. The third Dukes of the innings in play as Daz Ahmed reloads. Save. Just gone back-to-back boundaries. Leaves the Gloucestershire seamer well alone outside off stump. That 6 did bring the 150 up for Northamptonshire as well. In some style. I don't think it was quite as big as those 6s Chris Lynn hit on Tuesday night, though.
They were unbelievable, weren't they?
That over against Tom Taylor. It went for 28, didn't it?
It was 6-6-6-4-6.
Yeah, brutal hitting. Absolutely brutal hitting. Nicely timed. That's going to be just the one. They've got the protection out there now. 2 fielders on the rope on the leg sides just to protect that short leg side boundary and the strength of Save. I did think after 3, I started to get a little bit excited. I thought, is he going to keep going? It nearly carried, to be fair, the one through point, didn't it? It only bounced once as it went over the rope. Almost went at head height the entire way. Gloucestershire just taking their time to get this set and ready with McSweeney back on strike. It's very, very full, over-pitched, and McSweeney's played it through the offside. Won't go to the rope. It'll just be 2. Gloucestershire probably at this stage just be looking to find a bowling partnership, try and build some pressure back on the pair in the middle. You mentioned it was the 100 partnership up between the pair of them. And Sabe is going along very nicely. It's 114 now off just 130 deliveries, the partnership. It is racing along. And I mean, if this continues for, say, another hour, which is a lot of cricket, it starts to feel like the game's a long way away from where Gloucestershire would like it to be. Surprised they didn't open the bowling this afternoon with the two New Zealanders.
In a way, yes. I wouldn't have minded seeing Christian Clark, in fairness, just because he was very dangerous in that first spell. But then again, I do like the fact that Matt Taylor is bowling from the David Capel end. I think he's showed plenty of promise from that side of the ground. Funny, we are mentioning Clark. He is just going through a few stretches down below us here at long leg. But completely concur with that sentiment as well. They need a partnership who are going to bowl consistently in tandem. We haven't seen that really since the opening hour.
It's a bit sloppy there at point. Probably should have been stopped and has allowed Zabe and McSweeney to add another couple of runs to the score. You'd think the confidence in the dressing room for the Northamptonshire 11 squad would be very, very high at the moment, won't it? It's obviously a different code, different format, but the success that they've had, it'll be a buoyant mood. Zabe now on 70 of 67 deliveries. That was something that Phil Rowe spoke about on commentary, wasn't it? Through the blast, or on that Tuesday night. He obviously won the T20 competition twice here with the Steelbacks as an assistant coach. And first thing he said was about the confidence that that performance will have just in and around the squad and the group and the ground, and that will carry forward. And I think seemingly we're probably seeing that has done so at the moment, of course. Nicely played. Uses the pace, guides it down towards the deep third boundary for another couple of runs.
I think it also helps the fact that Northamptonshire did so well in the opening block of the championship itself. I mean, heading into this game, they were in second place, not ridiculously far behind the current league leaders, Durham. It is crazy, isn't it? The butterfly effects. Think what would have happened if George Bartlett wouldn't have dug in like a warrior in that first game against Lancashire. You start the season off with a defeat. It would be very different.
Very short ball. I was going to say it was going to be close to a wide, and it wasn't because it was a wide. Flew over the head of Zabe, who's a short cricketer anyway. But I think two Zabes, that would have still gone over the head of the batter. He's going to have to reload and bowl that one again. 162 for 3. One delivery left in the 34th over. Squared up slightly. Just decelerates the hands on it. Zabe will add another 2. 165 for 3. 34 overs have been complete in this first innings here at the Cinch County grounds. Gloucestershire lose 3 early wickets, but Northamptonshire with partnership worth well over 100 now between McSweeney and Zabe. And what can Gloucestershire do at this stage to try and break this partnership?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I still think it comes down to just building a bit of pressure. It feels like since the opening hour, it's been a little bit too pedestrian for these two, because there hasn't been that consistent string of overs which have either been maidens or have gone for less than 3 runs. It feels as though there'll be a really good over, like we saw with Daz Ahmed bowling that maiden, and it's followed up with one which goes for 7 or 8. And that's happened far too much for Gloucestershire's liking in this, well, entire game so far, not only in the early stages of this afternoon session. So they just need a little period of just keeping one of these two on strike, not allowing those easy ones, the twos. We've seen a few threes as well here today as a result of the slower outfield. So I think this is the right move, bringing on Christian Clark, someone who we've seen bowl 2 pearlers to Vasconcelos and Proctor. And let's see if he can deliver something magical, something special, or indeed just force the mistake. Here he is bowling to Nathan McSweeney. McSweeney is solid as granite. I always look in these moments as well, Dan, and you may be able to back me up here as a member of the Wicketkeepers Union. I'm looking out for the body language here of James Bracey. How's he geeing up his troops alongside Cameron Bancroft? And he was very, very vocal this morning, and rightfully so. But as a keeper, you can be that source of energy, can't you, for your teammates?
Yeah, you can set a standard, can't you? I mean, the glove work is never going to be a question, I don't think, for a wicket keeper. They're always going to set themselves a high standard regardless of the quality of the cricket that's being played. They want to do well with the gloves on, but you're right. You could hide if you wanted to. As McSweeney turns that one into the leg side for a single. But it does also feel as though a lot of the teammates will look towards a wicketkeeper to provide that source of energy, which I don't necessarily think is always fair. There's 10 other cricketers, or call it 9 other cricketers, because you wouldn't expect the bowler to be geeing themselves up at that particular moment. But there's 9 other cricketers out there that there is no excuse not to bring the same level of enthusiasm and energy that as a wicketkeeper is traditionally expected to do. So whilst it is a very good point, I think it's something that needs fixing.
So that one is left alone by Safe Zabe. Now, of course, the other players who you're looking for in this moment, of course, the captain Bancroft. I've not seen a slump in the shoulders yet. The body language has maintained consistent. And also your experienced players. I mean, Graham Van Buren is a great character. So, again, for Gloucestershire, it's about not allowing those heads to drop. We all know first-class cricket can change very, very quickly indeed. Save that time. Thumps into the pad. I think he may have got a slight edge on that. I'd like to see a replay in a few moments' time.
Certainly a couple of noises, wasn't there, through our effects mic. Looks like quite a big inside edge in the end, doesn't it? The benefit of the replay.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think the Gloucestershire slip fielders realised straight away. It's Clark again. Forces Zabe into the lead. That's a very solid start from the New Zealander. Just a solitary run conceded from the 35th over. Northamptonshire 166 for 3.
Looks like a genuine wicket taker, doesn't he? Christian Clark, a real wicket taker. Doesn't necessarily have the control, maybe. On one viewing, I will say, like, this is the first that I've had the pleasure of watching Christian Clark bowl in first-class cricket. You've obviously watched a bit more of him than what I have, but he looks like a real strike bowler. Doesn't necessarily go searchy, but very, very skillful, has the ability to swing the ball both ways, wants to take wickets. However, has on today, and you might be able to discredit this completely, but has bowled the loose delivery in search of the good one.
No, to be honest, I'd concur with that. And also, it's been the extras. It's been the no balls, the buys. But that does happen. The fact is, as a bowler, especially as one of the quicker bowlers, you are bound to have those moments in the game. It's about how you recover, how you respond, and trying to force that wicket. But this, for me, is probably, providing that Clark does find his radar, could be one of those bowling partnerships here for Northamptonshire. Because Matt Taylor, even though he's gone for 37 runs, he has bowled really well, especially his first couple of overs. Like, he was getting the ball to talk, he was causing all sorts of issue for the right-handers. Again, this is a matchup he'll like, bowling stump to stump against McSweeney.
Yeah, this was the matchup, wasn't it, as well, that caused Nathan McSweeney to go, what, 20 deliveries without getting off the mark? No, I think it was 19, wasn't it?
19, yeah.
If we're splitting hairs. But it really did feel like a battle that Taylor enjoyed and was really well suited for. And one that McSweeney struggled with, I guess, would probably be fair.
Well, he struggled to direct it beyond the fielders. And since then, he's just started to get his placement right. So that one played very handsomely out towards deep square leg. Admittedly, just for the single out towards Joe Phillips. I think there might just be a slight change in the field here as well. Miles Hammond, who was at gully, I think is coming into short mid-wicket. Indeed he will. Along with deep backward square, long leg. That appears to be it for the outfielders. Sabe again, just attempts to run it down towards the vacant deep third area.
Bit of a, it's a shot of a strength, isn't it, for Sabe, that run down towards third man, deep third. Just tries to use the pace of it. And you can see when he's moving well, that shot just looks a little bit easier.
That'll be the end of the over. And again, it's a pretty decent one for Gloucestershire. Just one more run added to the Northamptonshire total, moves the home side on to 167 for 3 after 36. But you see, we've seen back-to-back good overs. Now it's about turning that into a 4, 5, 6 over stretch. That will be the crucial component here for the visiting team. Especially when it comes to Sabe. He has been the more buccaneering of the two. And for McSweeney, he is happy with those leaves. He's happy to just drop the bat on it. And of the two, recognises the fact that he can be the foil to save Sabe here. It is marvellous to see this, though, isn't it? Hey, McSweeney, of course, captain of South Australia in the Sheffield Shield. Christian Clark, one of the standouts for Northern Districts in the Plunket Shield. The two of them going hammer and tongs right here in the Rothesay County Championship.
It's been good. I think it's the right decision for Bancroft to bring Clark back into the attack. It wasn't a full spell, was it, for Daz Ahmed after lunch? To go to your, well, the star bowler, I guess, overseas just for a couple of games. There'll always be an option to extend, won't there, with the way that the overseas contracts works in 2026. But you almost got a brand new toy to use. Someone that's come over to lead the attack and bring him back in as quick as possible. And those 2 wickets that he got, I mean, that one with Vasconcelos, if you're just tuning in now, I'd thoroughly recommend you go back and watch the replay of that. That was absolutely phenomenal. I'm not convinced there's many batters. What was it? 12th ball of the day? 13th ball of the day? I don't think many batters are keeping that out.
Oh, that has caught the edge. Stopped. A diving slip catcher. Must be interesting, though, mustn't it, for someone like Christian Clark, who has never played domestic cricket overseas, comes in for 2 games, and that theoretically could be the end of his English summer. Here he is again to McSweeney.
Yeah, the world of an overseas cricketer is fascinating, isn't it? I think it's become a lot more fascinating since the development of all of the T20 leagues around the world. It seems a lot more acceptable to hop on a plane and fly out, play a couple of games, and hop back on a plane and go home. But it is, if you looked at it as an isolated thing, you would say, well, it's quite strange, isn't it? You couldn't have found a country further away from the UK than New Zealand. Unless, obviously, I don't know, you'll probably know, was he over in the UK playing club cricket? It's okay, fine. So to go and bring somebody over for a couple of games and potentially fly them back again is yeah, if you looked at it as an isolated incident, you'd say crazy. But I had the pleasure of working with the Caribbean Premier League last year, and Tymal Mills joined the St. Lucia Kings for their playoff games. We didn't know he was going to the Caribbean Premier League until 36 hours before the playoff game, and ended up with a phone call the night before and then flying at about 6 o'clock in the morning out to the Caribbean, which I think highlights just how different and how much the world has changed with the development of these T20 leagues.
Certainly does. Here is Will Williams then, bowling to Safe Sabe. Starts off well with a dot ball. I think a few years ago as well in the CPL, I think Phil Salt came in just for the final for Barbados. Of course, we've seen it here in the UK. T20 Blast. Players just coming in for a handful of games, if not a solitary game.
Tristan Stubbs this year for Hampshire. Played in the IPL the day before, then played in the Blast for Hampshire quite literally the day afterwards.
Oh, that one is kept a little bit low. There's a huge appeal from Williams. Umpire is unmoved.
Kind of, from a neutral's perspective, you kind of want to see that being given not out, don't you? You don't want to see the ball keep so low in the finger. From a Gloucestershire perspective, you'd love to see it. Benefit of the replay. Looked a very, very good shout, didn't it, Aaron?
It did. It did, and that is interesting because that, compared to some of the deliveries we've seen today, it hasn't been, I wouldn't say comparative to like the Wanderers or the Wacker. We're not seeing excessive pace and bounce, but I'll tell you what, that really wasn't even compared to what we've seen previously. That one down the leg side. Well, either way, Safe Save does survive. Still out there on 74. McSweeney on 44 from 99. And this partnership really has just changed the complexion here for Northamptonshire. Reminder for those who maybe tuned in a little bit later, the home side were 41 for 3. Sabe steps into that one, races down towards the other end for the single. Just keeps the scoreboard ticking here for the Tudor Rose.
Yeah, it's been the first time for a while that Gloucestershire have really been able to apply a bit of pressure on the pair of them and slow that scoring rate down.
There's a dot ball to round out the over. 1 run from it. Northamptonshire 168 for 3 after 38.
The innings strike rate is just under 4.5 runs per over, whereas the last 5 have conceded around 15 or so runs. So they've managed to drop that down to 3s, which in the context of this and the freedom of which Zabe and McSweeney have been scoring at, that will play on the mind of the batters. It'll be something they'll take note of, certainly.
Well, here is Clark again, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. A nice area that forces the left-hander into playing the shot in the first place. As the wind just starts to pick up a little bit here at the Cinch County ground. Sabe leaves that latest delivery. Looking at the 2 fielders on the boundary as well. Deep backward square and deep backward point. In addition to those 2 slip catchers alongside James Bracey, who has the gloves on. Miles Hammond is there at gully. Short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off. That is your field. Sabe just evades the hands of second slip. He played it intentionally. He played it with soft hands, guided it by opening the face of the bat. And that will be a boundary for the Northamptonshire all-rounder. Moves him on to 79 from 82.
Yeah, it's a shot that he wants to play, isn't it? One that today has brought him a lot of runs as well.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure he was looking to get it that close to slip, but he does survive. And leaves that latest one on line.
Yeah, I think that's 19 runs that he scored down through that area now in his innings of 79 so far. Further 19 of them have come behind square on the leg side.
That one very full, driven square of the wicket for just the single. Moves Safe Sabe into the 80s. 1 delivery remaining in this, the 39th over of the day's play, and indeed the game. This latest round of action in the Rothesay County Championship. So much history and heritage with these 2 clubs as well. Clark just put off there by a little bit of a breeze, which I'd say was upgraded into a bit of a gust as he started charging in.
But yeah, when he struggled a little bit from this end this morning as well, didn't he? Bowled 4 no balls in that opening 6 overs for him.
So that'll be a leg bye. Down towards fine leg for one. So 6 runs from the over. Northamptonshire onto 174 for 3. Well, speaking of that heritage in this competition, of course, these two counties, unfortunately, haven't actually won an official county championship title. Gloucestershire did in the 1800s before it became what we now know as the county championship. But the West Country outfit first competed in the inaugural edition of the competition in 1890. As for Northamptonshire, their first one was in 1905. So for Gloucestershire, 130 plus years in the championship and 120 plus for Northants. Some incredible cricketers have played for both as well. Here's Williams then to McSweeney. And not for the first time today, starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, this feels like the bowling partnership that wrestles a bit of the momentum back for Gloucestershire, doesn't it? The experience of Will Williams, the tricks of the trade, the potential ability for Bracey to be up to the stumps, if, of course, that's something that they want to explore. And then the strike bowler of Clark. That's not to discredit the other two for Taylor and Ahmed. Ahmed's learning, isn't he? He's finding his way. It does feel as though this bowling partnership would be the one that you'd really hope has an ability to ask a couple more questions.
Oh, McSweeney misses out on that one. Replays the shot there. Takes a couple of steps out towards square leg. I was speaking about this last night, actually, Dan, with regards to superstition. Right, when you're out there in the middle, which way do you walk? Do you walk towards points or square leg?
It's been such a long time, Aaron, since I've played a game of cricket. I think I've only played 3 games this year, which has been quite disappointing. But am I a point or a square leg walker? Probably square. Probably. Now you've said it out loud, it feels a bit weird just to walk in a chest on towards point, doesn't it? Why? How did this come up in a topic of conversation? What was?
Well, I was having a chat with a mate of mine. We'll pick up the conversation after this delivery. So that one is well defended by McSweeney. And we were speaking about superstitions, and he changed it based on which kind of bowler he was facing.
Okay.
So with seamers, he'd go towards square. With spinners, towards point. Because he did that in one game, and he scored 80 plus. And since then, it's just been part and parcel of the batting experience.
It's a very superstitious game. And I think a lot of cricket is played internally.
Yep.
And whatever method you have to process that is great. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I know we spoke about Emilio Gay earlier on, and I got the pleasure of spending some time with him in Perth this winter. And he spoke about chewing gum. Not every batter's going to use chewing gum, are they? Some might use it for their freshness of their breath. He uses it to switch on and off. He'll stop chewing when the bowler's making his way in, and then have his almost grounding to end that moment by starting to chew the chewing gum again.
That one full and driven divinely by Safe Save. There's a real chase on here for the Gloucestershire fielders. Will Williams will eventually come across to restrict it to 3. Really has played that shot ever so efficiently today. Moves Zabe on to 83. I'm not looking to overhit it, just keeping the shape. Maintaining that good positioning. It is interesting that just hearing about it, because some people, not only in cricket, but in different sports, do use chewing gum, don't they? To almost just maintain your focus, get yourself back in the game. I think that's a great thing about cricket. Not the fact that you can chew gum while you're batting, but the fact that there is that layer of individuality. You've got different bowling styles, you've got different batting approaches, you've got different wicket-keeping styles. It really is a game where individuality does flourish. As Clark has overstepped, so that'll be another no ball.
I think that's 7 now. I think that's 7 no balls in the. Well, this is his 13th over.
It's a good riposte. I mean, if you take those off then, so 7 no balls, you'd have 2 for 39.
Mm.
Sorry, 2 for 43. Yeah, sorry, that's bad maths from me. Yeah, 2 for 43, but of course that does change your economy rate, doesn't it?
I think the worry is you either continue to bowl at this kind of intensity and you run the risk of bowling one of those magic deliveries and then hearing the umpire call the no ball, or you potentially feel like you need to bowl within yourself if you haven't quite got your run up sorted. We mentioned there is a slight incline here, and it's started to get quite blustery now as well. Whether that's having an impact on him, you'd say Gloucestershire have probably picked him up very much in the off season. It's unlikely his workload would be that high in New Zealand at the moment. I would have thought I think professional cricketers usually get 6 to 8 weeks off at the end of the season before then they start building their loads back up again, ready to go again.
That one very full and well played by McSweeney. Just turns it square of the wicket for what should at least be 2, if not 3. Turns quickly. Indeed it will be, despite the efforts of Will Williams. Here's McSweeney on to 47, and he's been very patient today. And early on, and rightfully so, he did bat within himself, just leaving it mostly on line. When he has played the shots, they've been very effective indeed. Save just drops the bat on that one, can't quite evade backward point. Miles Hammond does the fielding, and that'll be a dot ball to round out the over. Northamptonshire 184 for 3 after 41 overs. And of course, for those who may be just tuning in to the coverage, let us know where you are enjoying the action from. Let us know if you've got any particular players you're keeping close tabs on, whether that is, of course, from a Northamptonshire persuasion or a Gloucestershire perspective. It really is a pleasure and a privilege to have your company on what's turning into a fine Friday here at the Cinch County Ground. Will Williams has got ball in hand from the David Capel end. Here he is, ready to bowl the first over of over number 42. And once again starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, it's been a good spell, hasn't it, so far for Will Williams? And the conditions are starting to get a little bit more challenging. As we mentioned, that breeze is picking up a little bit. So they will be buffeting about, won't they, as they're running in to deliver these cricket balls.
Once again, titanium-like. That forward defence on Nathan McSweeney. Williams here not allowing any easy chances for McSweeney to rotate the strike or get the boundary. And there is still plenty of time here on the opening day. As we said, Gloucestershire can ill afford to allow the body language to drop. They've just got to keep on hammering away. And the great thing about cricket, things can change very quickly, and that goes for both sides here. We've seen with Northamptonshire, they were under the pump, under the cosh very early doors. And since then, some smart batting, some lovely shot play. Seen them turn this innings around. Final delivery of the 42nd over coming up here. Oh, on that one, slightly streaky by McSweeney's standards. Falls well short of Jack Taylor, and that will be a dot ball to round out the over. A maiden bowled by Will Williams. He has none for 41 from his 11 overs, and Northamptonshire are 184 for 3.
Yeah. The big partnership, the good partnership continues to build between Zabe and McSweeney. Worth 143. Zabe 83, McSweeney 47. I think it would be fair to say that batting has got easier as the game has gone on and the day's gone on. The wicket would have spent a lot of time under cover. I don't know if there was any rain in and around Northampton this morning. It certainly wasn't since I was in the ground, but driving up the M1 this morning, it certainly looked pretty dark the further north you continued to get and look. So whether that just aided those new ball bowlers where the pitch had been under the covers for the last day or so, just for that bit of extra zip. But we're going to get a look at spin. It's going to be Miles Hammond to have a bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Save, the man on strike. One man out on the leg side at deep mid-wicket. Gloucestershire not picking Ed Middleton in their starting 11, but have those two options, Miles Hammond and Graham Van Buren, to provide a bit of tweak here at the Cinch County ground. And it's a real drag down that Zabe's not able to get past the fielder, or the only fielder at cover.
Well, should he want to bowl, they've also got Jack Taylor with a bit of leg spin. But I don't mind this because you've got a left-hander, a right arm off spinner coming in.
Drag down, and Sabe's not missing out on that. Straight down the ground, 4 runs. Just 87. I suppose that's the risk, isn't it? The part-time element of Miles Hammond's bowling. And it just doesn't offer you the control as your frontline spinner.
Which that in itself, for long-term Gloucestershire fans, is crazy to say. Because Miles Hammond started out as an off-spinner. Batted at 8 on his debut.
I do enjoy those stories of cricketers that get their breakthrough as the spinner and turn into a top-order batter. Hammond this time overstepping. Been a few cricketers around the world in recent years, isn't there, that have got their breaks as a spinner and then developed into offside that time, just one, into a prodigious run scorer. Steve Smith, David Warner,
Kevin Peterson,
Virat Kohli. You start off with a few little right arm medium paces.
Yeah, he was more medium pace. That is the 150 partnership between Nathan McSweeney and Safe Zabe. Really have been Absolutely super.
Well bowled. Just watched, I think, McSweeney press forward and hit it outside off stump. Still got the catcher in place. I think it's the captain himself in there at first slip. Just over the shoulder of James Bracey. And it's a very, very spread field now for Gloucestershire. As this partnership continues to develop. Single off the final ball of the over. McSweeney will keep the strike. And the score is now 192 for 3.
Funny you mentioned Ed Middleton. He was actually on the field then as the 12th man. I think Jack Taylor just went off the field for that over. He is back on. A big grin and smile on his face. But yeah, the two men to miss out for Gloucestershire are the aforementioned Middleton and seam bowler Luke Charlesworth. It was a travelling party of 13 for Mark Lane.
It's a commanding front foot defence, isn't it, from Nathan McSweeney? Full face of the bat. Timed brilliantly. He himself now on 48 of 121 deliveries. It's the gap in the offside, will just be 1. Yeah, what do you reckon about the theory of the pitch just drying out a little bit as the day's gone on? Stiff breeze, taking the moisture off the top, and obviously the water table going down. It certainly looks a lot easier to bat out there now than what it did this morning. I appreciate the ball is, what, 43 overs old now.
Yeah, I think it's more than a valid point, and I don't think the forecast looks terrible over the weekend, does it? I think it's meant to at least stay dry, if not quite nice and warm. I think it's low 20s, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think today is the worst day, I believe. Obviously, things can change pretty quickly, can't they? But I believe Saturday and Sunday in Northampton look very good. Monday, when I last checked, looked good as well. So I suspect it will continue to dry out. So there's not a great deal of live grass on the surface. You can see that from the distance as to where we are. So I'm sure Calvin Harrison will have a big role to play in this game, particularly as well with the prospect of Gloucestershire batting last against the leg spin of Harrison. To the hip of Zabe, who will take that single.
Well, I was just about to say, of the two sides, if it does get that much drier and it does start to spin, I'd say it favours Northamptonshire more, because you've got Harrison, you've got Zabe as well.
And McSweeney.
Golden arm, as he was against.
Absolute golden arm.
Lancashire got the wicket of Tom Hartley, didn't he? Trapped LBW.
Did indeed. Going to have a slight delay in play here. Players will take the opportunity to regroup and have a drink. But yeah, it's an interesting proposition, isn't it? And you feels like today we've had everything so far in the 44 overs. We've had a blitzkrieg style start for Gloucestershire where you thought, oh my goodness, what a toss that was to win. This could be a very, very low scoring first innings if they're able to kind of continue this and back it up. Then looking at the start, we've then had a 153 run partnership between the pair in the middle. Zabe on 89 and McSweeney on 49. It really has been kind of polar opposite, polar extremes for the two counties so far. But 44 overs, 194 for 3.
I think something which will just disappoint Gloucestershire, though, is the amount of extras. Because so far in this game, I mean, we'll be able to give you the exact figures surrounding this, but I think they might be the third leading run scorer for Northamptonshire so far. Because, of course, you've got McSweeney out there. He's on 49. Zabe is the leading run scorer in the innings on 89. But these extras stand at 27. The next best batter for Northants was Calvin Harrison with 21. So you look at that, and 16 of those have come from no balls. Could be a very, very different game, and trust me, they do add up. They add up because 20 runs at this stage, I mean, if Northamptonshire, they'd still be in a strong position in the 160s, but be almost 200. And we're midway through the afternoon session, only 3 wickets down after a difficult start. I mean, it is a factor.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. It's not exactly, they've not put chances down. There's been a couple of misfields. The one in particular that stands out was that of the fielder at cover. The ball just kind of burst through them and raced away for 4. But you're right, the extras that have been bowled and conceded starting to add up. The nobles in particular. I mean, 7 for Christian Clark. And it's not just the penalty of the 2 extra runs, is it? It's the runs that have been conceded on the extra 1.1 overs that have been bowled by Christian Clark in that 13 over spell that he's bowled. Looks like we're about ready to get back underway. Everybody well refreshed and well hydrated. It's going to be Miles Hammond to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end with the slip in place. Three fielders now patrolling and stations outside what would be that T20 30-yard circle if there were to be one in the championship, as Zabe just turns that one into the leg side and moves to 90. Same field for Nathan McSweeney, who's on 49, 123 deliveries. It's down the leg side, can't catch up with it. And that's 50 for McSweeney. Works Miles Hammond into the leg side for 1 and brings up his half century off 124 deliveries. Took him a while to get going, 19 deliveries to get off the mark, and did so with a stylish cover drive. And he's built a fantastic partnership with Safe Zabe. He himself has moved to 50, 164 minutes and 5 boundaries in the innings. Excellent bit of business for Northamptonshire to bring Nathan McSweeney over for the summer of 2026. It's You mentioned about the numbers that he put together so far this season. Nicely played as well. Had a bigger role in the blast than what I'm sure a lot were expecting. And I mean, with the one-day cup on the horizon and the form that he's in, I mean, that's a tantalizing prospect.
It is. It is. 2026 could have the makings of an incredibly memorable year for Northants.
Down the leg side, Zabe has just turned it on its way, helped it up towards the members. Northamptonshire had another couple runs to the tally overall. End of the over. And brings up the 200, those leg buys. 200 for 3 or 44 overs. 45 overs, apologies. McSweeney on 50 and Zabe on 91. But you're right, it's looking interesting at the moment, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Currently sat second in Division 2 of the County Championship. 6 from 6 in the T20 or the Vitality Blast. And a pretty unaffected at the moment squad for the One Day Cup as Will Williams continues.
Well, we said it all the way back in April, didn't we, with that Lancashire game? The off-season for Northamptonshire was really good. Some incredibly positive moves, bringing back Harry Conway, who was immensely popular here last season. Nathan McSweeney, who, I mean, he's a champion in Australia. You've got Yuzi Chahel, who again is someone now with multiple seasons of not only championship, but of course One Day Cup experience. Yeah. And bringing in Louis Kimber, I know that unfortunately the former Leicestershire man is injured at the minute, but again, he offers you so much. He's a spin option, really good slip catcher, as we've seen in the championship so far, and an incredibly destructive hitter. So no, they recruited well, and now you're seeing the fruits of those moves come to the forefront.
Yeah, another or second season under the leadership and the guidance of Darren Lehman. And I think probably that contract extension for the county, for the supporters, for the dressing room, would have provided a lot of stability as well and a lot of encouragement to be part of the journey over the next handful of seasons with the Australian head coach at the helm and guiding this team as Nathan McSweeney just drops that one into the leg side and beats the dive for a single.
Well, something about that which you've got to give Darren Lehman tremendous credit for is just how much he's bought into Northamptonshire. Not only as a club, but as a county. He came in and straight away wanted to learn about the club. What makes this place so special? And he has properly gone into it. He's made plenty of friends around here. He's very popular with the fan base, and he's gone about it the right way. I think that's the key thing. I mean, how many times do we see in sports a head coach come in and say that they're working for a team and they're working towards a bigger goal, but their actions don't necessarily reflect those words? Whereas I think with Darren Lehman, right from the get-go, everything that he said that he wanted to do on and off the field, he's tried actively to implement. So yeah, I think he deserves an awful lot of credit.
Nicely bowled, nicely played, covered up by Safe Zabe, solid in defence. End of the over, just one run for Northamptonshire, 201 for 3.
Partnership moves on to 160 between Zabe and McSweeney.
Do you want to give us a run around the counties?
Oh, why not?
Give us some numbers, let us know what's going on.
Which division would you like to start?
Let's start with Division 2. Let's keep it relevant to where we are. Why not? Maybe as well, if you're feeling extra generous, give us a little bit of England watch. Let us know how those contenders are getting on personally, as Hammond continues his spell with McSweeney on strike. Dragged down, pulled away. Just one with the protection out there on the leg side.
Well, let's start in the West Midlands, where Middlesex are 119 for 2 after 50 overs at New Road. So run scoring appears to be very difficult in that particular match. Max Holden, formerly of this parish, 41 unbeaten from 145. As for the game in the northeast at the Riverside, Durham are 145 for 3 in the 51st over. You mentioned about England watch. Bashir is currently wicketless, none for 17 with 6 overs, including 1 maiden. That one just dropped into the offside for 1 run by Safe Sabe. As for the game taking place at Stanley Park, the home of Blackpool Cricket Club, Lancashire won the toss, elected to bowl first in what has been a rain-affected first day in the northwest. Kent are 80 for 2. Ben Dawkins going very well indeed on 35. Daniel Bell-Drummond unbeaten on 22.
It's really well timed, isn't it? But because of that spread field now for Gloucestershire, it is just 1.
So that is all of the other games taking place in the second division. Of course, here at the Cinch County Ground, Northamptonshire 204 for 3. As for the top flight, well, Somerset are 133 for 3 in the 45th over against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. That'll be another dot ball bowled by Hammond. It wasn't James Rue who got the 50 this time. Thomas Rue has reached 50 from 101 deliveries. So he's looking very handy indeed.
Well fielded, Miles Hammond off his own bowling. Keeps Safe Sabe. And on strikers end, he's on 92 into the over, 204 for 3.
As for the game taking place at the Upton Seal County Ground in Leicester, well, Jordan Cox, he was one of those players on England watch. 43 not out from 36, including 8 fours.
Blimey.
And Rayan Ahmed is yet to bowl in that one. It has been a trial by seam with Josh Davey, Ben Green, Tom Scriven and Kent Loney. Joey Everson bowling in that game so far will be Will Williams from the David Capel end. As for the game taking place in Scarborough, Warwickshire have just picked up another wicket, but it's raining at North Marine Road.
Nicely bowled, nicely played once again. McSweeney looks like he's got a lot of time out there at the moment.
Yeah, Yorkshire 192 for 2. Manav Sutar, the Indian left-arm orthodox, has just got the wicket of Sam Whiteman as the rain arrives on the North Yorkshire coast. So the White Rose very well placed in that one. And as for the final game taking place in Hove, Glamorgan are 142 for 8.
Played once again. McSweeney takes the single. Sussex's starts the year was continuing to go very well. They had a bit of a blip, didn't they? But looked well on top. There I saw the returning Jadav Yanadkat having an excellent start to his return on to Sussex. He's got 3 or 4?
3, yep, 3 for 29 from 14 overs. Also, Tom Haynes has just got a wicket as well. So every single one of the Martlets bowlers has got at least 1 wicket.
Using a bit of extra pace that time from Williams. Effort ball, you could hear the grunt through the effects mic. Sabe takes the single. Left-hand, right-hand combination. So all change in the middle. Sabe on 93. McSweeney on 55.
Speaking of England watch more generally as well, of course, the ICC Women's T20 World Cup begins this evening as well, doesn't it?
It does indeed. England hosting Sri Lanka over at Edgbaston. 6:30 start. All eyes will be on that great chance for England there. The group that they've been drawn in on that side of the competition. It's a wonderful chance to ensure that they get into the semi-finals and beyond. and in some pretty good form as well.
Yeah, it feels like that'll be a really good tournament. I must say, plenty of excitement building around the country. Tell you one game which I'm very, very excited for is England-Scotland at Headingley. I think that's going to be a very, very interesting game because a couple of the Scottish players play for Yorkshire. So it's their home ground.
Easy single taken. Williams will be disappointed to have conceded that last one. End of the over, 207 for 3. McSweeney will keep the strike. He's on 56. Zabe, 93.
There's still 48 overs remaining in the day's play. So still a decent chunk of this afternoon session remaining, 16 before tea will be taken.
Sign of aggression from McSweeney. He's not able to time it through the offside. Bit of extra flight on there from Hammond, but he's trying to find that gap on the boundary at deep extra cover. Dragged down. And excellently well fielded off his own bowling once again from Miles Hammond. At those moments that Gloucestershire and his teammates will look to bounce off, to set that standard. He does find that gap down towards deep extra cover. They'll run well. They come back for the seconds. Save Zabe to the danger end. I think we might get Daz Ahmed into the attack to replace Will Williams. He's just starting to get loose. And I think I saw Will Williams signals toward the balcony at the end of that last over. Nicely played, nicely timed. Just the one this time, yeah. A little bit squarer, so straight to the man.
Yeah, Matt Taylor is operating as the sweeper. Changing the field here for Safe Zabe. Daz Ahmed goes from mid on to long on. Also got deep cover points and appears to be deep square leg. Indeed it is. Taylor, the man occupying that certain position.
Single taken by Zabe, moves to 94. 211 for 3. And another no ball for Gloucestershire. Hammond overstepping once again. Another single taken. It's all pretty regulation at the moment out there for Northamptonshire. End of the over. Zabe adds another one. Moves to 95 and will keep the strike as well. 215 for 3 after 49 overs.
I think that's a rather good way of putting it, to be honest, Dan. It all just seems a little bit comfortable at the moment. We saw that earlier. I mean, it was probably a half shout. It was a decent appeal, wasn't it? The LBW with Williams, which just kept a little bit low against Safe Zabe. But since then, there's not really been any half chances, any full-blown opportunities. It just seems as though Zabe and McSweeney have been able to go through the motions. And of course, the change of bowling here, Daz Ahmed, change of ends for him as well. Be hoping from a Gloucestershire perspective for a change in fortunes. I think he'll come around the wicket here against the left-handed Zabe. It's all just been a little bit too easy, and full credit to Zabe and McSweeney. They had to negotiate that very, very difficult first hour. But since then, the pitch does look as though it's easier to bat on. The ball hasn't had that same degree of lateral movement, and, well, it has been a lot easier.
Yeah, it has. It's all felt a bit straightforward, hasn't it, for Northamptonshire since that opening hour? Slipping a gully in place for the returning Daz Ahmed from the David Capel end this time. So a change of ends. See if there's a change of fortune for the Gloucestershire seamer down the hill.
Yeah, confirmation as well. Will Williams has gone off the field of play, so Luke Charlesworth is the substitute fielder. Ed Middleton just going for a little bit of a stroll around the boundary's edge in his sun hat.
That one didn't really get up, but it's been pulled away by Safe Zabe off the knee roll. And it's raced down to the boundary beneath us for 4. He moves to 99. Takes the score up to 219, and Safe Zabe now 1 away from his first 2026 first class 100. And there it is. What a way to bring it up. He punches the air. It's been a long time coming this summer for Safe Zabe, but he gets it. He gets his 100 with a powerful shot down the ground. The balcony is full of his teammates, and he salutes them. What an excellent innings for Safe Zabe.
Quite simply outstanding. A 10th career first-class century, and what a way to mark your 200th appearance, all formats for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Safe Zabe, take a bow. The next one is a dot ball. 103. Came to the crease with his side on 41 for 3. And he has bashed 13 fours and a 6. I mean, the 6 was huge as well. There was no doubt about that whatsoever. Wasn't one that just crept over the boundary rope. That one went far beyond the edge of the field. But this has been a real delight to watch.
Yeah, looks like he's on a mission, hasn't he, today? Point to prove. So light on runs in 26, but what a way to start this middle block of the 2026 County Championship with 103 to his name. And you've got to say, witnessing what we've witnessed since midday, you'd be thinking there's a big score here available as well.
Well, he's that kind of cricketer, isn't he? Of course, has that first-class career best of 196. He is someone who you can almost just sense when it's going to be one of those days. And today, you'd have to say is probably one of them. Like, he has looked completely unflustered. He's nailed the shots which he's looked to execute. And also full credit to Nathan McSweeney at the other end, because he's allowed him to play in this manner. So we see Graham Van Buren coming on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yet again, he'll look to target the stumps. A little bit more round arm compared to Miles Hammond. Shorter in stature, so allows the ball to skid off the surface. As we said, I mean, it's not just the fact that he scored a century here. It's the way in which he's crafted it. It's been beautiful to see. So shouts of catch it, fall short of Jack Taylor at mid-off. In one of the first real signs of aggression we've seen from McSweeney against the spin.
Yeah, felt a bit out of character from what we've seen from McSweeney so far in the innings.
Unlike that one, just tickled around the corner. Pursuit on here for Matt Taylor. Will be 2 runs to add to the tally. Yet again, the partnership continues to build. 184 now. For this, the 4th wicket. And slightly shorter, turned behind square. Should be another couple here. Indeed, it will be, despite the presence of Tommy Borman.
I wonder whether that shot 3 balls before was an attempt from McSweeney to put Van Buren and Bancroft under pressure, try and almost take this bowling option out of the attack for a period of play.
Pace taken off that latest one from the South African. Just pushed through the covers for 1. We spoke there about Safe Sabe and this being a milestone, of course, for GVB. A 150th career first-class appearance. Of course, that does include some back home in South Africa. So we see the end of the over. Northamptonshire 228 for 3. Of course, it will be Daz Ahmed on the David Cable end. Just looking at the field, it's a 5-4 in favour of the offside. Bancroft there, at 4th slip. Jack Taylor at 1st. McSweeney leaves the ball alone. As for the rest of the field, Tommy Borman, backward point. Miles Hammond, the man at extra cover. Got mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket, which will now be occupied by Jack Taylor, who's taken out of the slips. Fielder at forward square, deep backward square and long leg. So yet more tinkering and altering from bowler and captain. Ahmed there bowling it a little bit too wide. Racy and Bancroft, the wicketkeeper and captain, deep in conversation between deliveries. Does get to that stage where it feels as though it could be a case of the wicket falling as the result of an error. Or indeed, upon the execution of perhaps a slightly unorthodox plan. Not that we've seen one as of yet. As McSweeney leans into the drive, well stopped by a diving Miles Hammond. As Dan mentioned, for Safe Sabe, what a moment that will be for him. Just a solitary score above 50 heading into this game. Came into the season as a whole off the back of, it's been so far potentially a career-defining season in 2025. And that will give him plenty of confidence, not only heading into the remainder of this game here at the Cinch County ground, but indeed the upcoming second half of the Blast and, of course, the remainder of the championship campaign. That's that one played back to the bowler, and that'll be a dot ball to round out Daz Ahmed's 9th. It's another maiden from the 25-year-old, and Northamptonshire remain on 228 for 3. Massive thank you as always to all of you tuning in. If you haven't already given the YouTube stream a like, please feel free to do so. It does help us out here on Steelbacks TV. Hope that you are enjoying the action live from Northampton. As Van Buren bowls here to save Sabe. Sabe goes on the sweep. It's a nice connection down towards deep forward square and just be a single. Christian Clark now at deep mid-on, or deep mid-off, I should say, for the right-hander. Takes a few steps away from the boundary rope as McSweeney plays that back to Van Buren. A quick single taken. Direct hit by Clark, but that's the thing, he was a little bit too deep, wasn't he?
Yeah, just caught on his heels, wasn't he? And as well, that was with a delayed call for the single because McSweeney had to see whether it got past the fielder at extra cover. So, yeah, Clark just caught, just lacking a little bit there. I'd be interested to kind of see or get an impression of his thoughts on his debut so far. I mean, the 2 wickets he's got were excellent. He'll be pretty disappointed with the discipline with the front foot, at least.
But again, it's a learning curve, isn't it? The fact is you can't expect, even though we do naturally as cricket fans, we get excited with overseas players, but you can't expect them to walk in after, in Christian's case, a few months away from the game and expect them to be razor sharp. As Zabe again goes for the sweep. That one a lot finer than the previous one. Down to deep backward square. It'll take some time. It will take some time. And the great thing about him, he's not just a seam bowler. He's coming into this off the back of a really good campaign with the bat for Northern District. So he can still impact the outcome of this game, even though he'll be slightly disappointed with those no balls. As I said, he's a handy batting option. And of course, there will be a second innings. Providing, of course, Northamptonshire don't continue to bat and bat and bat and bat.
Yeah, it's the rate at which Northamptonshire are accumulating these runs that's ominous at the moment, isn't it, from a Gloucestershire perspective? 232 on the board after 53 overs. Still got another 27 overs before a second new ball becomes available. There's a lot of cricket there to be played in that period of time. The rate at which they're going at, say they continued, I mean, what are you looking at that stage?
It's got to be close to 400, surely.
You're looking at another 121 from there. So getting on toward 353, north of 353.
Here is Daz Ahmed, bracing up to the stumps. It's McSweeney looking to expand into that latest shot.
Yeah, bracing up to the stumps is interesting. Not really seen either McSweeney or Sabe use their feet or try and navigate further down the pitch. I don't think it's been obvious that they've been batting outside of their crease either. Whether it's just a different look. Daz Ahmed might benefit from having the target of Bracey's gloves to bowl into as a plan.
Oh, that's a cracking shot from Nathan McSweeney. That's 4 all day long. That really is exquisite from the Australian. A proper crunch off that bat. And it races away for 4.
He's climbed into that, hasn't he? It's a bit of a, not quite half volley length. It's wide, certainly wide. The width was on offer, and McSweeney has just stroked it through the offside. And the partnership now is what, 195?
And that right there is probably, from a Gloucestershire persuasion, the most frustrating thing about McSweeney's innings so far. He's played those beautiful boundaries, and then next delivery, solid. Solid as granite in his defence. Really is frustrating for the bowlers. If you've got someone who's continuously taking the attack to you, you at least think you're in the game. Whereas right now, McSweeney looks very compact indeed. Oh, that's going to be 4 more. That is, again, hurtling towards the cover boundary. Just punches it really and moves Northamptonshire into the 240s, the home side. Bear in mind, this is just the 54th over of the innings. Now 10 runs shy of what would be their first batting bonus point.
Yeah, that one from Ahmed, just a little bit too short. McSweeney rocks onto the back foot. Just the timing that he's got, the experience, the time that he spent in the middle, he's just punched that through the offside. It's all of a sudden he's on 75.
And that could be another 4. He has guided that expertly down towards deep backward point, and this will be a 200 partnership between Nathan McSweeney and Saif Zaib. They joined forces with their side on 41 for 3. Northamptonshire now 244 for 3. This has been magnificent from the pair of them. Saif Zaib, the more swashbuckling and devastating of the two. But McSweeney, as we said, he has combined class and composure eclectically. Well, that time goes on the drive. Stopped by Bracey, and that will be the end of the over. A fruitful one for the Tudor Rose. Northamptonshire 244 for 3 after 54. I mean, at this stage, Dan, if Jack Taylor was happy to have a bowl here, would you go to leg spin as an option?
I think it'd be worth having a look, wouldn't it? I really do. I mean, what have we had? We've had 13 overs of Christian Clark, 14 overs from Will Williams. Will Williams' second spell this afternoon has brought those figures back to little bit of normality. He was going over 5 or at 5s at lunchtime. He's now got 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 47. So that economy rate's dropped to 3.36. So that second spell was good. He's obviously bowled that spell. He's not going to be able to bowl all afternoon, is he? And come back straight away. We've had 9 from Matt Taylor, picked up the wicket of Calvin Harrison.
Here's Van Buren against Zaib. Rocks onto the back foot. Single on the offside.
It all just looks pretty straightforward out there for Northamptonshire at the moment, doesn't it? With the fields that are set, there are options and singles available. It feels as though there's a boundary available, not too far round the next corner. You're really looking for a spell or a combination of bowlers just to slow things down again, because it's accelerated. When we spoke about the pressure they were able to apply, they bowled 5 overs, they'd conceded 12 runs in the economy, or the runs per over. For that period, as another boundary comes there, as Van Buren strays down the leg side, as McSweeney deposits that one, was down at 2.4 runs per over. If you compare this to the last 5 overs, they've conceded over 30 and they're going at nearly 6 for an innings run rate of over 4.5 now. It's not like Northamptonshire are taking a risk at the moment.
No. I mean, that latest one is a clear-cut example, isn't it? Yet again, McSweeney plays that powerfully off the back foot, punches it through the covers, and this will be the 250 up for Northamptonshire. So that is a first batting bonus point secured. Also, it puts Safe Sabe back on strike. He also opts for the back foot approach. One thing I wouldn't mind to see here from Van Buren, even though he is a little bit more of that stump-to-stump bowler, just taking the pace off and giving it a little bit of flight. See if there is anything off the surface. I mean, so far, he's going for those flatter arm balls, looking to target off stump. Just give it a sighter. The fact that if it goes for 4 or even 6, so be it. But just see if there's anything in the surface. See if there is that degree of assistance. So we see the end of the over. Northants 251 for 3.
Yeah, are we getting a change of bowling from the David Capel? Is that Matt Taylor with his cap off? A long conversation, isn't there, between 3 of the senior cricketers as Miles Hammond makes his way over to join in as well. I mean, the big question here is I think the umpires is having another look at the cricket ball, so we may be happy with that one to continue for a little while longer. Miles Hammond doesn't look as happy. But it's normally quite good fun to kind of put yourself out there and try and figure out what the options are and what they could do. I mean, the obvious one is to break the partnership, but at the moment, it's quite hard to see the fields that are being set. The consistency of the bowling, it's quite tough to see how that comes about.
It is, and ideally you'd have someone who probably does have that proper extra degree of pace. Because from a seam bowling attack, you can go, well, in theory, that additional pace could be a difference maker, but the likes of Taylor, Clark, I mean, Williams and Ahmed, they're similar pace and styles of bowlers. Aside from Taylor, of course, being the left armour. But it's not, whereas in the past you could have someone like an Ajit Singh Dale just come in and even bowl those effort balls just to create something different. Doesn't feel as though Gloucestershire have got this particular balance of starting 11. As I said, I wouldn't mind seeing an over of Jack Taylor. I'm not saying that you expect him to come on and produce something game-changing, but just try something different.
Yeah, it'd be the final kind of obvious option, wouldn't it, to have a look at from a Gloucestershire perspective. You never know. A little bit of risk spin could be the key. I don't think either of these batters in the middle are in the mood to kind of give anything away, mind you.
Well, that was very full. Jammed into the block hole. Even so, just with the style of deliveries as a wrist spinner, you might be able to see if there is that degree of turn. Whereas so far, I don't think you're seeing that with the likes of Van Buren and Hammonds. He wasn't giving it enough dip and drift. That's the key. He wasn't getting it over the eye line to see if it will just bounce a little bit sharper or even turn. Say plays that arrow straight back down the ground. Well stopped by Taylor in his follow through. Still plenty of overs to go in this afternoon session as well. I mean, after this one, 8 to go. There will be an extended session. Sabe just drops the bat on that and guides it down towards third man. That'll be a dot ball to finish up the 56th. Northamptonshire 252 for 3. Sabe and McSweeney on 108 and 84 respectively. It will be Graham Van Buren from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just looking there, Sabe. Well, he's just looking over towards the onside. If he can tickle this fine, there's plenty of open space down towards the Spencer Lounge.
Yeah, Sabe will be a cricketer that would love to play a sweep or a reverse sweep. I think Van Buren's going to be a difficult cricketer to line that up against because of the trajectory. So he just runs that off the face of the bat. But because of that round arm and that flatter trajectory, it's often going to be quite difficult to line up the time or get the timing quite right for the sweep or the reverse. Don't necessarily get the time, do you, to get into position to play the full sweep with that more traditional spin bowler.
That one playing out towards mid-wicket for one. No, unless it was down the leg side, and then you just
help it on its way type thing.
Precisely that. Bancroft is there, though, as the legs slip. So trying something a little bit different. Sabe strides into that one. Can't quite beat the efforts of Jack Taylor at mid-off. That one well stopped by Miles Hammonds, rightfully applauded by his teammates.
Quick update from the South Coast. We got the conclusion of a first innings in this weekend's round of Championship Cricket. Glamorgan have been bowled out for 155 against Sussex. So 4 wickets for Jadav Yanadkat on his return to South Coast. Got Durham 171 for 4 against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 216 for 3. back out in the middle at Scarborough. Middlesex 173 for 3. Essex 137 for 2 off just 30 overs. Somerset 159 for 3, and Kent are 105 for 2 against Lancashire. If you're interested, Jordan Cox 87 not out of 65 deliveries,
Wow.
including 14 fours. Shoaib Bashir currently wicketless. I don't believe Ryan Ahmed hasn't been asked to bowl yet for Leicestershire. Pulled away. Cue ended really by McSweeney. Could hear that, couldn't you? Through the effects mic. Didn't get all of it. Let's get one more though. Ticks over to 86. Two fielders go out towards the boundary rope on the leg side for Safe Zabe. Long leg side boundary for Zabe, so maybe there's a school of thought here that there's a bit of a shorter ball tactic from Matt Taylor against the left-handed Zabe with the two catchers out on the leg side. Doesn't go short, goes on a good length and is well played. Well stopped by Matt Taylor on his follow through. You're right with the pace of the bowling. If they had that one, it's just a fraction quicker, than you could potentially think about that short ball tactic for a spell. Don't necessarily have that option available to them here. There is a shorter ball, which Zabe gets underneath. Might get the carry out of the middle of the surface, what we were expecting. Good over here for Matt Taylor and Gloucestershire. Just the one run conceded off that opening ball of the over. Can he get out of his 11th over? He can. Safe save. Defends it into the offside. Looks for the single. McSweeney rightfully says no. Good over for Gloucestershire and Matt Taylor. Just one run. Score is 255 for 3. Nathan McSweeney will be the man on strike. He's 86 not out. Van Buren's spell continues. This is 7th over. Very quick single taken by McSweeney. There's a chance if he hits. Gets the single, gets in, carries on 87 not out. Hands over to the left-handed Zabe. Short leg side for Zabe, who just has a glance over towards that leg side boundary just to check where that fielder stationed himself at deep square. Gets that very fine and beats that one fielder. That's 4 runs for Safe Zabe. Big round of applause for Safe Zabe. Brings up the 260. 260 for 3.
And it's the exact shot that we spoke about. I mean, that time, instead of it going down the leg side, he's made the space because he's taken the stride.
Bit of flight there from Van Buren in response. Yeah, the sweep was almost off middle stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From
middle and
but
off.
But you say he's got a big stride forward and got himself outside off stump. 113 now for Safe Zabe. Goes aerially, leg side, and beats the fielder down there. Another boundary for Zabe. Slog sweep this time. Another 4. 264 for 3. There was moments during the commentary on Tuesday that our very experienced leader, Phil Rowe, spoke about, the still backside in particular, identifying moments and executing and really putting the pressure down on in those moments. And it kind of feels like once this pair here got through that new ball spell, they've identified this quite quickly, haven't they? And they've not really given Gloucestershire an opportunity to blink. They've fielded by Van Buren off his own bowling. They've not particularly been aggressive, I don't think, but they've kept the run rate the same throughout. They've put the bad ball away. And they've not let the bowlers bowl to them. 264 for 3 at the end of the 59th over.
It's a really good way of putting it, because that in itself is a moment. Graham Van Buren in this game is the frontline spinner for Gloucestershire. So how many times do we see when partnerships are building, a captain goes to a spin bowler, the side allows them to settle into a little bit of rhythm, and even if they aren't necessarily picking up wickets, they're holding up an end. Van Buren has gone for 36 runs from 7 overs, so it's not as though he's been displaying that level of control. And it's as a result of some really smart batting from the pair of them.
Yeah, a lot of experience in this bowling partnership, though, now with Matt Taylor and Graham Van Buren. But you're right. I mean, they've identified that. They've realised that Cameron Bancroft's trying to get Graham Van Buren to bowl a long spell from one end so that he's able to rotate his seamers from the other. Make sure that they stay on track with the over rate that they need to be at. And the pair of them aren't allowing Van Buren at the moment to do that. Tried with Miles Hammond. I think he's going at nearly 5.5 and over as well from the 4 overs that he bowled. And the money from Taylor. Again, McSweeney looks like he's got so much time to get in position and play that defence. Certainly does feel as though that little bit of spark in the surface has gone as it's dried out during the course of these 59 overs. There was some real zip about it early morning, wasn't there? Some really good carry, good lateral movement. The cloud cover would have been a contributing factor, I'm certain of it. The floodlights would have helped as well. The other thing that's potentially worth mentioning is it wasn't the ball that disappeared into the gardens that got changed. Well, that did get changed, but the ball that had done the damage on the request of a view of it got changed for Gloucestershire. And that second ball before it disappeared into the garden didn't offer as much as the one that they had in its original state. Now, it might have been so out of shape by that point that that original ball wouldn't have given a great deal of assistance anyway, but the second one certainly didn't do much. It's really well timed, but straight at Miles Hammond.
It's funny you say that because I did make a specific note of it. So that was at the very start of the 18th over when the
What
ball
was
was
the score
changed.
at that stage? Did you note that down?
I didn't, but I can check it for you.
We'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, it would certainly be a lot better than what it is now. Because it's 264 for 3. That's a short ball, which is just helped on its way by Nathan McSweeney for 4. He's got that very, very fine. He's beaten the man on the rope. He moves into the 90s. 91 off 177 now for Nathan McSweeney.
Yeah, so for confirmation, 74 for 3. That was the score when the original ball was changed.
So it had potentially started to lose its bite by that point anyway. Good call by Zabe to turn that single down. Going to be a dot ball to end the over. Another good one for Northamptonshire. 268 for 3. Zabe on 117. McSweeney on 91.
We have got an update from Grace Road where Jordan Cox has brought up a 73 ball century with a 6. 14 4s and a pair of 6s.
That's brutal, that, isn't it? I mean,
Insane.
What an innings to play to put yourself in the shop window with that test match starting on Wednesday. You'd have thought the next cab off the rank, so to speak, would have been James Rue. And I know being run out at the non-strikers end, you can't really do a great deal about that, can you? Oh, it's edged. It's gone straight through the hands, I think, of Cameron Bancroft, much to the displeasure of Graham Van Buren. You could really hear Van Buren's cry through the effects mic there.
But notice with that ball, a little bit of extra flight. It wasn't just darted in as an arm ball looking to skid it onto the stumps. He's invited the shot there from Safe Sabe. So it's better bowling from the South African.
Yeah, he's gone flighted again. So he can't get it past Jack Taylor, who I did see just starting to get warm. And will loosen those shoulders. Looks like we are going to get a spell of wrist spin. Yeah, you'd have to say an innings like that. Jordan Cox, has he moved up the rank? If of course they go an extra batter.
I'd say there's a pretty good possibility.
Nicely bowled, Graham Van Buren. A good over here. Can he finish it off? Can with a single down the ground. Zabe creates the length and takes the single.
Looks as though we are going to have a little bit of leg spin from Jack Taylor. Which, I mean, we were both in agreement, weren't we? It's worth having a look. Even if he doesn't get it turning corners and if he doesn't deliver a Shane Warne-esque delivery which clips the top of off, it's just worth having a little bit of a sighter.
Yep, completely agree with you. It's worth trying something else, isn't it? Rotate the bowlers around. See if you can find the partnership that can build the pressure to unlock something from the surface here. Maybe give an opportunity for your seamers to bowl those shorter spells to give it a little bit more rather than thinking about bowling 7 or 8 overs. Starts with a pretty good delivery, which is defended respectfully by Safe Save. 271 for 3. Oh, we got 3 overs to go. Just inside 3 overs until the tea break. Full toss. Muscled over the offside. Question is, has it gone all the way or has it bounced just inside the rope? Nobody seems to be sure. 6 runs for Safe Save. Clubbed away. Brings up the maximum. Moves his score to 126 and the team score up to 277. The single's taken and he hands over to Nathan McSweeney.
Yes, sadly not the best delivery we've seen today there from Jack Taylor. It really was a very, very full toss. But such is the nature of wrist spin. It is the most difficult art form when it comes to bowling. And strangely, a delivery like that may just play on the psyche of Safe Save in the sense that he might go, I quite fancy this.
I think there's definitely a school of thought in that. I don't think Safe Save's in the mood to give anything away today. Nicely timed, but can't get it past. I think Miles Hammond with a full-length diving stop. End of the over, 277 for 3. I think if the runs had been flowing from the start of the year, then maybe you'd see a slightly more expansive Safe Save. Naturally, he's just a hungry run scorer anyway. But the fact that this is his first class 100 in 2026, I don't see him taking unnecessary risks in this innings. I think there's other milestones in the eye line of Safe Save. Not that he'll be spending too much time thinking about those, but there's opportunity, isn't there, I think, for those as Van Buren continues bowling to the aforementioned Safe Save. First job for the pair of them, though, is to get through these couple of overs and get through to tea.
Yep.
Take the pads off, or if you're superstitious, as we spoke earlier, don't. Have a sit down for 20 minutes and reload and go again, as that's artfully created through the offside. Definitely going to be 2, could be 3 in ears as McSweeney races the second to complete the third.
Moves the partnership on to 240. As you said, just sliced and carved away delectably by Safe Save. Moves him on to 130. If there is one thing, though, that we can say from a Gloucestershire perspective, even though the bowling at times has been poor, let's just call it for what it is, the ground fielding has actually been pretty good.
Yeah.
And Miles Hammond and Tommy Borman in particular have been really good, as McSweeney steps into that one and launches it back down the ground for 4. Divine looking shot that from the Australian.
Stylish, wasn't it? Moves to 95, created the length as he shimmied his way down the track. And short of a length. It's is it Joe Phillips or Tommy Borman doing the fielding? What did you say the partnership was worth now? 240.
Well, 243 now.
243. But it is...
Sorry, 244.
244. It is the highest partnership for the 5th wicket for Northamptonshire against fourth wicket, well, it is either way, for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire, going past the 220 that David Steele and Mushtaq Mohammed scored at Ashley Down in Bristol in 1966.
Can I just say how fitting that is as well, that they've done it on this day, because it is former Players' Day. And we spoke about it. There was a little bit of a ceremony at the interval celebrating the winners of the 1976 Gillette Cup final. And both of those two were involved.
Were indeed. Got a little way to go before they get near the highest ever for a fourth wicket partnership for Northamptonshire. But we might talk about that later. We won't give that away just yet. Zabe takes the single on offer. Very spread field now for Gloucestershire. They'll be looking forward to the tea break just as an opportunity to regroup and analyse what may have gone on during the game so far, as McSweeney solid in defence. McSweeney moves to 96. Runs flowing quite comfortably here at the end of that Jack Taylor over. I believe that is tea as well. So on the stroke of tea, just gone 4 o'clock here on Friday afternoon. Northamptonshire walk off 286 for 3. Safe Zabe on 131. Nathan McSweeney on 96. And the partnership for the pair of them worth 200. What is it? 46. 246 at tea. So 286 for 3. What an exceptionally good session for Northamptonshire.
Certainly is. Yeah, these two continue to bat. Let's not forget at lunch, they were 125 for 3. So what's that? 152 runs, 162 runs even in the session. And Zabe and McSweeney just look completely unflustered. They've been going at a canter. So we'll take a short break here ourselves. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes here at the Cinch County ground. So we'll see the resumption of the action in the evening session here on day 1.
Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing. Cinch servicing is now available at over 100 locations for any make, any model, and available to everyone from £129.95. While your car gets sorted, catch up with free Wi-Fi and a frothy coffee. Now that's 5-star faff-free service. To book your next service, search Cinch Servicing.
Resuming the innings for Northampton, Nathan McSweeney and set day.
Welcome back to the Cinch County ground, where we are almost ready to get underway in the evening session on day one of this 2026 Rothesay County Championship encounter between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Brought to you live right here on Steelbacks TV. You're listening to the voice of myself, Aaron Files. Alongside me is the excellent Dan Jadzovic. And, well, speaking of the word excellent, Dan, I think that's how we'd describe that afternoon session for the home side. Safe Zabe and Nathan McSweeney continue to score big against these Gloucestershire bowlers. The partnership stands at 247 for the fourth wicket, and it feels like for Gloucestershire, they're going to need something special to break it.
Yeah, excellent seems like as good of a word as any to describe that afternoon session for Northamptonshire. It was incredibly one-sided, wasn't it? They've got 16 overs until that second new ball becomes available. They've also got the fact that the batters have just had a break. So they've got an opportunity here to break this partnership whilst Safe Zabe and Nathan McSweeney get set again. So there's one thing to think about from a Gloucestershire perspective. And then the other thing as well is that in 16 overs time, they do have that second new ball that becomes available. And it was very, very useful this morning, wasn't it? That first new ball. So, but they need to break this partnership and they need to do it quite quickly.
Well, here it is then. The first ball after tea. Daz Ahmed, it will be to Safe Zabe. And he starts off by being driven through the covers. Stopped by Graham Van Buren. Ahmed still wicketless in this spell. None for 51. The figures of the 25-year-old. Born in Bristol, like James Bracey. Great to see him playing first-class cricket. Say believes that latest one. Feels like we haven't done too many club shout-outs today as well, Dan. So I'll just give one for Daz's club, which is, of course, Golden Hill in Bristol. Also played for Bishopton between 2018 to 2020. Always nice, isn't it, when you get those local clubs producing homegrown players for the county. That one sliced away by Safe Zabe. Just be a single down towards Tommy Borman.
Yeah, that added layer of connection just is good, isn't it, for both the player themselves to be representing their home, and also for the fans and the supporters of the counties to know that they've got cricketers in the middle that experience the same things that they do. They have the same emotions. They want to see their own county do well. And it's always nice to have that relatability with those local cricketers in the middle.
Most definitely is. There's a 6-3 split here on the offside for Nathan McSweeney. Attempts to drop that on the onside. The Australian currently on 96. Already has a pair of centuries along with 150-plus score this season. That one driven well. Well stopped by Jack Taylor. Will just be a single. Moves McSweeney onto 97. And he really did have to dig in. Not only alongside Safe Zabe early doors in the partnership, but let's not forget that when he came in alongside Calvin Harrison, Christian Clark and Will Williams were getting that ball to talk. Had to display so much discipline and fortitude in those opening 15 overs. Is that one full? Another good stop by that man, Jack Taylor. That'll be the end of the first over of the evening session. Northamptonshire 290 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a watchful resumption, wasn't it? Just doing what they had to do. As we mentioned, they've got to get their innings back underway again. There will be a break in the concentration. I know they're not, but kind of essentially starting from zero, aren't you? From that evening session, you've got to get going again. Of course, the confidence may be higher, and understandably so.
So it will be Van Buren from the David Capel end. McSweeney tickles that fine, but not fine enough to beat Christian Clark. Good stop at fine leg. Brings about the change in field as well. Bancroft goes from conventional slip to leg slip, and Clark will be pushed out towards long leg, really. A little bit too square to call that fine leg. McSweeney plays that one and immediately jets off to the non-striker's end. And that'll be the 250 partnership between McSweeney and Zabe. Arrives from 330 deliveries. As Dan mentioned prior to the tea interval, this is a record in first-class cricket in games between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire for the 4th wicket. As Zabe goes on the reverse and plays that one beautifully. An incredibly well-played shot. Innovative, enterprising, and effective.
Just using the pace of Van Buren, wasn't he? He got in position so early. Really have to apply much energy to the ball at all. Just helped it on its way, beat that fielder. And Bancroft now has just taken himself out of that catching position and put himself at almost a fly slip.
Zabe that time goes for the attempted sweep. It beats the effort of Bracey. It's a good job, actually. Bancroft was a little bit deeper, allows him to prevent the boundary. If he was at slip, I think that would have gone for 4.
I think it would have done. Just missed everything, didn't it? Did it keep a little bit low, maybe? Or was it just the fact that... Yeah, it did keep low, didn't it? Straight. Did it keep a little bit low? Yes, it went past James Bracey's ankles.
This time, Zabe rocks onto the back foot and muscles that one through the covers. Powerful and punchy. And that brings up the 300 for Northamptonshire. A second batting bonus point in the bag for the Tudor Rose. Zabe again plays that one nice and late. Cuts it out towards deep point for 1. That'll be the end of the over. Zabe will maintain the strike. Northamptonshire 302 for 3.
It didn't take long, did it, for Safe Zabe to get his eye back in? What's he got, 9 off the over? Himself with the buys and then the single from McSweeney.
So Ahmed it'll be bowling here to Safe Zabe. Oh, that one almost caught Zabe by a little bit of surprise. McSweeney went for the quick single. Right decision not to fully commit.
Yeah, there was a single there, wasn't there? But Zabe was busy trying to locate the ball. Just an inside edge, wasn't it? Not far away from the stumps. Zabe, obviously it was McSweeney's call. Zabe understandably trying to locate it to make sure that it wasn't anywhere near disturbing the furniture.
That one edged and taken. That is the breakthrough for Gloucestershire. The partnership comes to an end. And Safe Zabe is the man to go. He flashed at it. It whistles into the awaiting hands of the slip fielder. And Safe Zabe will depart for an outstanding 142. A great moment as well for Daz Ahmed. First county championship appearance of the season. He's got his first wicket on the board. But I tell you what, that has been an amazing knock from Save Sabe. Very, very well batted indeed.
Yeah, you can hear the round of applause in the ground, can't you, as he makes his way off with 142 to his name. You can see he's disappointed. He feels as though he's left a load out there today, but he's done a brilliant job for his team. He also scored 30 odd for 3 when the pair of them got together, and they've gone and put together that monumental partnership. Zabe has been the bigger contributor of it. And great to see him back in the runs, because it's been a tough 2026 so far for Save Zabe, but that will do him the world of good.
Put it this way, he has more than doubled his tally for the season. So prior to this game, he had scored 124 runs at 17.71. Now, of course, by my maths, he's on 266. So it is wonderful to see. So we just see a replay here of the catch. It's a good catch from Cameron Bancroft, it has to be said. He was well positioned, was never really going to drop that one. It's a nice catchable height for someone who is used to having the gloves. But that has been brilliant from Safe Zabe. And I'll tell you what, the man replacing him in the middle has been in wonderful form. 440 runs for James Sales on the season. And of course, in the T20 Blast, very different competition, very different format. He was the joint leading wicket taker at the halfway stage. So let's see what this partnership has in store.
Yeah, first job will be for Nathan McSweeney to tick over that personal milestone, won't it? James Sales, yes, as you say, a different discipline with ball in hand, but you'd imagine himself, like his confidence must be sky high at the moment. One brings two, though, is the adage, isn't it? The cliche.
Indeed it is. Yeah, it's the classic in cricket, isn't it? You look at the current score, you add 2 to it. I think that's the way that you look at it as the bowling team. I still think at 305, 310 for 5 that I think Northamptonshire would definitely be the happier of the two after being 41 for 3. But this is the thing, you've got to keep on fighting. And fair play to Daz Ahmed and Gloucestershire doing exactly that as James Sales gets off the mark in style. Punched through the covers effortlessly for 4.
What a way to get off the mark. Just no real gap through the offside either, was there, for James Sales to navigate that ball through, and immediately Gloucestershire have taken that second catcher out of the cordon, tried to strengthen that offside. So they're back down just a 1 slip with Bancroft in there next to Bracey.
Big appeal there from Daz Ahmed. Once more, the standing umpire unmoved by that latest appeal. I think just looking at that from not only the initial reaction, but also where the ball was heading on that angle, I think it was probably straying down the leg side. That one defended resolutely by James Sales. So in the end, an eventful over. 4 runs from it. And the crucial wicket of Safe Zabe. Northamptonshire are 306 for 4.
Yeah, partnership broken. Gloucestershire have got that breakthrough just with the resumption of the evening session, or the start of the evening session. And the break did bring about the wicket. Safe Zabe probably couldn't have picked Cameron Bancroft out much better if he tried. The one catcher that was available went straight into the midriff. But a well-deserved wicket for Daz Ahmed, who's toiled away incredibly hard. Didn't get the best of the conditions, did he? He wasn't given the ball whilst it was really swinging and seaming around. He's toiled away, he's worked hard, he's put the effort in, and he's been rewarded with the wicket, and the man that's got the highest score of the innings so far.
Van Buren here starts off with a dot ball. Nathan McSweeney, of course, still out there, though. looking well positioned on 98 not out. 2 runs shy of another century. Make that 1. The Australian goes on to 99. 193 balls.
Yeah, time to restart the partnership, isn't it? Restart the innings. A little bit of a squeeze on here for James Sales, isn't there, the new man? I'd say if you had to choose a strength, James Sales' strength would be against seam rather than the spin. Obviously, if he's going to excel as a first-class cricketer, he's going to have to be able to do both.
I think the other thing here as well is just getting McSweeney back on strike. Just give him that opportunity, try and reach 3 figures, and then after that, you can play your natural game if you are James Sales. What you don't want here with someone on 99 is, for example, James Sales getting a 1 from the final delivery, and then that continues for the next few overs.
Yeah, but it would be potentially good captaincy to do that.
Well, in the end, it will be a dot ball to round out the 68th. So just 1 run conceded there for Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire, the home side, 307 for 4. So it will be Nathan McSweeney on strike then. The Australian on 99. Can he become the 2nd centurion of the game? Will Williams is back on the field. Luke Charlesworth was the substitute fielder. He now goes off. So it's a very offside-heavy field. 6-3 split here. Will be Daz Ahmed with ball in hands. Here we go then. McSweeney on strike. Ahmed it is to bowl. That one keeps a bit low. Well stopped by James Bracey.
Yeah, good take. Started to see a few more of those. The ball just misbehaving a little bit off the surface. It's not consistently done it, has it? But it has done so a handful of times now for seamers and spinners at both ends. So something to keep an eye on as the game goes on. I mean, the ball will be soft now. Let's add that to the conversation.
Really has turned into a beautiful afternoon with the weather as well. The sun well and truly shining. A few fluffy white clouds overhead with some more over towards Northampton town centre. Here is Ahmed then. I should say here was Ahmed. He's just pulled out of the run-up on that occasion. Take 2 here for the 25-year-old. So Ahmed it'll be, bowling here to McSweeney, who leaves that one alone yet again.
It's a good plan. I like this. It's a test, isn't it, for McSweeney? It's a bit of an ego measure here. Daz Ahmed's got the field. The plan has been set here by Cameron Bancroft to hang the ball outside the off stump. He's quite wide himself. He's almost, you kind of describe him at a 4th slip there, wouldn't you? It's not really a single on offer in the offside. And it's a case really of how long is Nathan McSweeney prepared to be on 99 for, if, of course, Daz Ahmed can continue to bowl to this field.
Yeah, I think that's important because if he just straightens up, easy runs down the leg side, even out towards square. Of course, he could just tickle it. Very fine indeed. So Ahmed it will be again. Can McSweeney reach 3 figures? Well, he won't with this delivery. Plays it compactly.
That's good. I like this. I love the mental battles that you can play on the cricket field. Obviously, you need the cricketers with the ability to be able to execute those mental battles, but it's good fun. I like this from Cameron Bancroft and Gloucestershire. It's a good challenge.
Final delivery of the over then. Ahmed to McSweeney, who once more plays that one on the front foot defence. Really good over that from Daz Ahmed, and good captaincy, as you mentioned, from Cameron Bancroft, just playing a few of those mental tricks.
Yeah, I mean, a maiden for the 69th over from Daz Ahmed on the face of it won't really mean anything to anybody. If you looked at that as a snapshot on the scorecard, you'd go, oh well. But actually, the context of it, there is so much fun and enjoyment to pick out from those 6 deliveries. Yeah, love that.
It was good, wasn't it? Good viewing. Here's Van Buren then. Sales rocks onto the back foot. Just bisects the gap on the offside. Be a chase on here, and it will be a chase in vain, as James Sales gets his 2nd boundary early doors in the innings. Will Williams it was who went off in pursuit, just couldn't get down in time.
No, it was a long old chase out there, wasn't it? Long side of the grounds, and the ball just won the race. Williams, a fair bit of work to do with ball in hand himself, and will be the guy that takes that 2nd new ball when it becomes available too.
That should be a single, so McSweeney will be back on strike. Would be quite nice from the mathematical side of things if he does bring it up this delivery. It'd be his 200th one faced.
Yeah, and the field just changing. So there is a few more gaps here against Van Buren, one in particular on the leg side, look towards deep square leg.
And he tries to turn it away. He successfully does so on the onside. And this will be a 3rd century of the season for Nathan McSweeney. This has been an innings of pure class, grit and composure from the Aussie overseas phenom. He came into bat with his side on 25 for 2. Northamptonshire now 313 for 4. And that really has been quite an exceptional knock, to say the least. Here's Van Buren then to Sales. He looks to push that one down the ground. I mean, we've said it before. I'm sure we'll say it again over the course of the campaign, Dan. What a signing this man has been.
He's been exceptionally good, hasn't he? Northamptonshire, you mentioned they've made some great bit of business over the winter. McSweeney up there with the very best of them. Don't forget as well, it took him 19 deliveries to get off the mark. He absorbed that pressure at the time when that ball was doing a lot, when Clark was on fire. Played a glorious cover drive to get off the mark. He scored 100. That first scoring shot could be the shot of the innings. He's had a great partnership with Save Zabe. Save Zabe himself, fantastic 100. McSweeney, well deserved to get 3 figures in a different way. Very, very important.
And now he's just got to calm it down a bit. The heart rate will have accelerated. He's reached the milestone. Now it's back into battle against Daz Ahmed. Ice cool, as we've grown to expect. He did arrive at the Cinch County Ground with such an impressive resume, didn't he? In a 2-time winning Sheffield Shield captain with South Australia. Someone with big bash experience, international experience, has played Test cricket for the Baggy Greens. I mean, just a brilliant, brilliant piece of recruitment.
Yeah, and in the modern day of short contracts, to be able to get that cricketer that's got the international experience so that he is available for the entire year and all formats is absolutely brilliant.
It is. It's to be commended, isn't it? And of course, now with Harry Conway, I mean, his stint has been extended for these couple of games. So whereas certain counties, you can argue across both divisions really, are almost forced to chop and change with those different blocks, there's a sense of continuity with this Northant side, and that in itself is incredibly important. Edged, almost taken. Would have been a spectacular grab from Cam Bancroft. Just evades the outstretched left palm. And James Sales will get a boundary. Goodness me, that was very close.
Certainly was. Big gap between keeper and slip, isn't there? Bancroft wasn't far away. I mean, the scoreboard and the scorecards resulted in that second catcher being taken out by Cameron Bancroft in the last over. And if they had two in there, you'd have to say Daz Ahmed would have two quick wickets and Northamptonshire would be 5 down at this stage. But much to the credit of the partnership of Zabe and McSweeney, they've got that right.
Good short ball as well from the Bristolian.
That was an angry short ball, wasn't it?
It was.
That was a frustrated short ball.
Yep, end of the 71st then, Northamptonshire 318 for 4. Also, just to give a mention here to Daz Ahmed, his first 10 overs went for 51, so none for 51. Since then, the next 4, 1 for 11. And let's appreciate the fact that 4 of those have been via that latest edge, so he's come back with a point to prove.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. He's been good after tea. He didn't quite start particularly well in the afternoon session after lunch, but he's certainly kind of righted a few wrongs in this evening session so far. Van Buren here, do you see him just bowling right the way through to that second new ball becomes available? Don't see them going back to Hammond or Jack Taylor.
I mean, strangely, maybe one from Jack Taylor.
Yeah.
Again, just because you've got a new man at the crease. Bit of wrist spin against James Sales, maybe just as, again, a little bit of a sighter. But no, I think with Van Buren, he'll bowl the lion's share. But even here to Sales, I'd like to see him mix up the flight. Just really take the pace off one delivery, tempt him. Couple of dot balls being bowled there by Graham Van Buren, and that'll be the end of over number 72. Northamptonshire will still be the happier of the two sides, regardless of the departure of Safe Zabe a few overs ago. The home side, 319 for 4.
Yeah, pressure continues to build on Gloucestershire. They'd have broken the partnership. They've picked up that wicket of Safe Zabe in the evening session. Daz Ahmed has been very good. 72 overs done in the innings, so 8 to go before that second new ball becomes available, which I would imagine will be taken straight away and thrown to Christian Clark and Will Williams to see if they can get any use out of it like they did this morning. 319 for 4 then. McSweeney on strike. Left man alone. Outside off stump. James Sales has relatively quickly got himself up to 13. 15 off 20 deliveries. Dropped through the offside for 1. Obviously, the trade-off with that second new ball is it will become a little bit harder. Should find, or should come off the surface a little bit quicker. And obviously, if it's not in the right area, it gives a little bit more value to the batters as well. But it'll be interesting to see whether this second new ball is as dangerous as that opening one in those cloudy conditions this morning. Nicely bowled, a bit pushy there from James Sales. It's a bit early on it. He's quite renowned for playing the ball under his eyes. That one, he played it a long way out in front of the body.
Of course, at this point for Gloucestershire, any wickets falling before the second new ball is taken would be a huge bonus. Speaking of wickets as well, I'll provide an update from Stanley Park at the end of this over.
Yeah, well, give us a county update. Why not? County update. give us an update on those 4 England cricketers that are involved this week. Would be good as well.
Well, I did say I'd provide the update from Stanley Park at the end of the over, so I'll start in Division 1. So we'll start with Jordan Cox, who's still batting at Grace Road. 115 not out. Essex very well set on 201 for 3 in the 45th over. As for the game at North Marine Road in Scarborough, Yorkshire, well, they are batting superbly. 278 for 3 have been put into bat by visitors Warwickshire. As for the game taking place in Hove, Sussex are 75 without loss after bowling Glamorgan out for 155, and Somerset are 195 for 4 at Trent Bridge again, and been put into to bat first.
Under the over, nicely bowled again by Daz Ahmed. 320 for 4.
Well, we timed that well, didn't we? So there is the updates from Division 1. And as promised, at the end of that over, here is the update from Stanley Park. So Kent were 112 for 2. The White Horse are now 126 for 5. So 3 wickets falling in quick succession. So Ben Dawkins trapped LBW by Tom Bailey. A certain Sir James Anderson got the wicket of Daniel Bell Drummond, and Chris Benjamin fell for a golden duck to the aforementioned Bailey. As for the other games taking place in the second division, Middlesex are 201 for 5 at New Road. It's currently raining at the Riverside.
Nicely played, nicely timed by McSweeney to add another one. Gloucestershire have definitely managed to slow Northamptonshire down here a fraction. Is that all of the games that we've got you there?
Yep, I mean, just the score really from the northeast. Durham are 203 for 4. And with regards to hashtag England Watch, Sherbashire none for 22 from 9.
Fairly economical then.
Yeah.
Sherbashire, which is nice. Nice to see.
Of course, Derbyshire have got Mohammed Abbas back as well. Excited for Kent as well, because they've signed Hassan Mahmood, the Bangladeshi seam bowler. What's a very exciting time for Bangladesh's seam battery. Also, a lot of people will have seen Nahid Rana against Australia. Bowling venom.
Van Buren, for the second time in the innings, has got his head in his hands as he's got the edge, but it's raced away down to the boundary. It's gone, somehow found the gap, hasn't it, between, it's gone straight down. Sales moves to 17. It's certainly worth keeping an eye on the surface, isn't it?
Well, look at this. I mean, it completely nutmegs James Bracey.
Yeah, keeper's got no chance. You don't get, yeah, no chance there. You've got to have some sympathy for James Bracey in that instance. That's Ahmed, 74, just about to start the 75th over. McSweeney on strike. His good spell continues. Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12 in this particular spell for Daz Ahmed. It's been a very, very good comeback. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 63 in total in the innings. They are managed to just slow everything down a fraction. The run rate for Northamptonshire has dropped from about 4.5. Short ball pulled away. 4 runs. Gets it very, very fine. Nathan McSweeney almost helps it on its way. Just alleviate a little bit of pressure. And partnership grows to 27. But they have managed to slow it down a fraction. It's dropped from about 4.5 to 4.35. It's not a huge reduction in the run rate. But the last 5 overs have conceded 14 runs. So that has been good for Gloucestershire as they get towards this second new ball.
Well, the key here for Gloucestershire is just keeping in the battle, because there's 5.3 overs until you get that new ball. If Christian Clark and Will Williams produce the spell that we saw this morning, I mean, there's still a chance that Northants could struggle to about 400.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Nothing from the umpire at all. A bit leg side, maybe. Thigh pad, but the way that it just died next to the feet of McSweeney. Was it back pad, wasn't it? But quite high. Good appeal nonetheless. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that new ball on the horizon, it's going to be a really, really fascinating, what, 10 to 15 overs there this evening to round out day 1 here. Well stopped. That's hurt Daz Ahmed. Doesn't hurt quite as bad when it's off your own bowling, though. Protecting your own bowling figures. He's ringing the hand back. Certainly would have been 4 had he have not got the fingertip down to that one. A committed spell for the Gloucestershire seamer. 108 for Nathan McSweeney. Just covered up in defence to end the over. So that 4 in the over, which we did miss at the time, this is now Nathan McSweeney's highest score for Northamptonshire. It's his 3rd first-class 100. His previous highest score, 107. So anything from now on for Nathan McSweeney will be highest score in a Northamptonshire shirt.
Also, another statistical update. 500 runs on the season for the Aussie. Was on 392 runs prior to today's play. He's also 12 away from a career milestone, which would be 4,000 in first-class cricket. And another wicket has fallen at New Road. Middlesex now 205 for 6. Ethan Bosch, the latest man to go.
Bit of bottom hand from Sales, much to the bemusement of one of the Gloucestershire fielders. He does get one, though.
There's a 6th wicket in Blackpool as well. Liam Livingston has got a wicket. First county championship appearance since 2021. Has dismissed Bertie Foreman for 6 runs.
Yeah, what was the headline for that? He answered the crisis call or something, wasn't it, for Lancashire? A few big injuries up for the Red Rose at the moment, so great to be able to add a cricketer of Liam Livingston's experience and calibre to the mix. I mean, blimey, Ben McDermott and Liam Livingston in the 11. Watching that batting innings could be an entertaining experience, couldn't it? 330 for 4 here. Bit of extra flight that time from Van Buren, which McSweeney has seen before and just covers it up. And a dot ball to end the over. 76 overs have been completed in this first innings. Northamptonshire are 330 for 4. Nathan McSweeney's 108 not out. James Sales on 18. Crucially, 4 overs to go before that second new ball becomes available.
Yeah, that'll be in the front and centre of the Gloucestershire minds right now. I think we're going to see a return of Miles Hammond. Indeed, we are. So some right arm off spin from this, the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just making some slight adjustments and alterations to the field. And interestingly, isn't opting for the slip. Bancroft was there, or unless he's just going to have a chat with his bowler. He's got a fielder at fine leg, square leg, deep forward square. In fact, Bancroft has taken himself out of the slip. So he now comes into short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this is very much a let's get through to this second new ball as quick as possible, isn't it? Spin from both ends. Von Offer powerfully struck and well stopped. At extra cover, James Sales just gets the single. I don't think he could have hit that much harder.
No, and I think Joe Phillips has felt that. As you said, he's just turned that around the post. Jordan Pickford will be proud.
Let's hope so. Oh my goodness me.
Crikey.
Apologies on offer from one Australian to another. And a bit of a opportunity or an offering just to calm down from the umpire to Cameron Barrow. I don't think there was a great deal of malice involved in that, to be honest with you. I think he threw the ball into the gloves, and to be fair, Nathan McSweeney was taking an unlooking kind of wander towards square leg to clear his mind. I don't think there was a great deal of venom or aggression in that at all from Cameron Bancroft, but big appeal, half an appeal. Not much going for that. 231 for 4. How do you see this second new ball going? Do Gloucestershire go heavy on the attack? I assume you're thinking it's going to be Clark and Williams. Any particular ends for either of them?
That's an interesting question. I think Clark from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think he bowled slightly better from that end in comparison to the David Capel.
Single taken, and Bancroft back in the action again. So McSweeney will keep the strike. 332 for 4. 77 overs done.
But with regards to the approach, Dan, to answer that question, I think they've got to be aggressive. I think you've got to pack the slips cord, and I think you've got to put catchers in and around. I don't think you can afford to be passive at this stage whatsoever. The fact is, Northants are in the ascendancy. 332 for 4, and look at the run rate. It's 4.3. It's not as though we're 120 overs in and they're on 300 and toiling and grafting away. Run scoring has been pretty frequent. So, yeah, for me, I think they've just got to gamble. They've got to go for it.
Full toss. Bunted by McSweeney for 1. They've managed to slow things down a fraction in this evening session. The wicket of Zabe will have been a contributing factor to that, and I think the spell from Daz Ahmed was just better than what we've seen so far from one of the Gloucestershire seamers, with the exception of those wicket-taking deliveries from Christian Clark. Nicely timed by James Sales. Good over again here from Graham Van Buren. He's managed to drag this back a bit as well, hasn't he? He was pretty expensive through the afternoon session, but he's managed to contribute to slowing everything down a bit here. James Sales offers up an incredibly stylish front foot defence to end the over. 335 for 4. McSweeney on 111. Sales on 20.
Yeah, imagine it'll be Hammond and then Van Buren from the opposing ends. And then, of course, the next phase of the game comes into consideration, which is that second new ball, and how will it act?
That's the question I can't quite answer at the moment in my mind. Bowled and a very quick single nicked by McSweeney. Bancroft back in the action again. The coconut shy Cameron Bancroft for the last couple of overs. Yeah, I mean, the one thing you would say is it's probably going to react a bit better off the surface, i.e. it's going to have a little bit of extra carry in it. We did see a few of them really zip through off Clark. I do think the two contributing factors that have gone out of the game for Gloucestershire with this second new ball is, one, the overhead conditions. That was leaden skies, wasn't it, this morning? It was pretty gloomy. Gloomy enough that the floodlights were on for pretty much 75% of that morning session. But it wasn't like those April leaden skies, because it's about, what, 17, 18 degrees, so it's pretty humid. So the lateral movement would have been exaggerated. And then I do think that moisture in the surface, the fact that it had been under the covers just to allow it to sweat a little bit with the rain that was around the country yesterday, would have contributed to seeing those deliveries really like lift and accelerate off the surface, like the one that got the wicket of Luke Proctor, that kind of surprised him for pace a little bit, I think, off the surface. So I don't think it's going to be as exciting as what it was first thing this morning. So that's a bit of a hack from James Sales. You don't want to be giving away a wicket at this stage of the innings. Dragged down, crunched away for 1. Well fielded on the boundary. Sales will keep the strike. 79 overs. 3-3-7 for 4. Do you see it any other way with a second new ball?
To be honest, not really. I think the ball itself can definitely be a factor. because some do just react better than others. Sometimes you do get a little bit of a dud, and at other times you get a fantastic one, and it zips about regardless of conditions. But we'll have to see. I completely agree about both of those points. I think conditions compared to this morning are night and day, aren't they? These are not the same overheads that we saw at 11 o'clock this morning as Van Buren bowls here to James Sales. And also, of course, the game situation is very different. The fact is, those first 10 overs were dominated, you'd say, by Gloucestershire. Since then, it's basically been one-way traffic.
Couple of deliveries left now. This Van Buren over and spell. Toss, which Sales can't capitalise on. You have to say it's... I mean, Van Buren, yeah, it's been a bit expensive here. 16.4 overs, conceding 73 runs. But he's done a big job here for his team. First day of the championship. Not convinced many people would have predicted that he would have had 17 overs under his belt on day one. Maybe I could be seeing that one wrong, but probably would have expected to see a little bit more success and overs for those seamers. End of the over. 80 overs have been bowled and completed in the innings. Northamptonshire are 338 for 4. And as expected, umpires will come together. And that second new ball will be taken.
Yeah, straight away. The over hadn't even finished, and Christian Clark had taken his hat off and was striding to his mark. That was ever so funny. Yeah, he's keen. He is very, very keen indeed. So there is the confirmation. A second new ball has been taken. So this now just begins to play into a different kind of game. Of course, it is a harder ball. It will race away. It does allow for more run-scoring opportunities against the seamers, but the million-dollar question, will it swing? And to what degree, what extent will that lateral movement be present?
Yeah, well, there's, as we've discussed, a number of factors that are different from 11 o'clock this morning. And another one to throw into the mix is going to be the breeze. That's picked up significantly. Does that have any impact on nullifying or even exaggerating the lateral movement? We'll have a look. Christian Clark, back of a length, and Sales, they're almost beaten for a little bit of lack of pace there. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 60 for Christian Clark so far today. If you haven't seen it, go and see the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos. It was a brilliant delivery from Christian Clark. Very wide and a good take by James Bracey.
It's a very good take. There's also been a 7th wicket at Stanley Park. Kents are 139 for 7. Liam Livingston has got another one. This time, Ekansh Singh. He's gone for 17. So been a 4th wicket in Scarbados. That rev is clean bowled by Ethan Bamber.
The toe of the bat from Sales as he just takes a moment to inspect to see if there's any damage. So I think we can forgive these opening overs for Clark and Williams with this second new ball, just so they loosen up. It's been a while since both of them have bowled. Definitely a bit of movement through the air from the hand for Christian Clark. These opening 3 deliveries just hasn't quite got the zip off the surface yet than what he had in the morning. And the other thing he'll be conscious of is that front foot. 7 no balls in those 13 overs.
That's the thing. If you subtract those from the 60, you'd have 2 for 46. It's a different story, isn't it, with regards to the run rate?
Nicely timed. Excellent cricket shot from James Sales. Back of a length on the tiptoes through extra cover for 4. Glorious shot. And it's not just that, is it? It's what runs were conceded off the extra deliveries. To add to, I mean, that's going to be a lot harder to quantify than what your point is. But as you say, those figures look better, and probably better than that.
They certainly do. Just seeing there, Matt Taylor was doing quite a few stretches, so it actually might be him who takes the new ball, especially with 2 right-handers at the crease.
Beats the outside edge. Good riposte from Clark. 4 runs off the first over with that second new ball. Stylish shot from James Sales. 342 for 4. It'll be Nathan McSweeney on strike on 112. Is it going to be Taylor or is it going to be Williams? It's going to be the other New Zealand cricketer. It's going to be Will Williams from the David Capel end here at the Cinch County Ground. I don't think, well, it would be fair to say that he didn't bowl particularly well with the new ball this morning. Did bowl better in that afternoon session. Had a good spell there for Will Williams. The experience here. 2 slips and a gully in place. Got to lean on the experience of Will Williams with this second new ball to get Gloucestershire on a bit of a roll. On the money, met with the full face of Nathan McSweeney's cricket bat. What have we got? 15 overs remaining in the day's play. Just a crucial passage of it now. Gloucestershire will be doing what they can, won't they, to rally themselves and strike with this second new ball. McSweeney and Sales' job really is to nullify it for a couple of overs, for a spell.
Well, 100%, and not just for their benefit as well, but also for the middle to lower order. The fact is, Northampton have still got some very good batting talent to come with George Bartlett, Justin Broad. We saw Liam Guthrie get a maiden first-class 50 here earlier on in the season. So not only for these 2.
On the leg side, good take. Pulled away short, and McSweeney punishes the drop in length from Williams. Not going to miss out on that. It's 4 runs through the leg side.
It's funny there, just through the effects mic, we picked up the word shot, and I completely agree. That was rifled away, wasn't it, by McSweeney? Terrific, terrific strike of the cricket ball. There's no stopping like that. Went off like a tracer bullet.
Good response and a good defence from McSweeney that time around. 116 now for Nathan McSweeney. It's a fraction of lateral movement, isn't there? but it seems to be from the hand at the moment for both Clark and Williams in this 11-ball sample size we've had so far. Oh, and that has nipped, isn't it? And it's hit McSweeney in a pretty uncomfortable spot. An appeal for OBW, judging by the reaction, I dare say it might have been a fraction high. End of the over, 82 now have been complete. 346 for 4. And it's always funny when it's not you.
I don't know. I don't know. Not as in the fact that I find it funny. To be honest, I've never actually found it funny.
Never?
Never.
No, okay.
Genuinely, like, I've been at the non-strikers end and seen teammates get hit in that area. Goodness, it just makes you wince.
Even the teammates you didn't like?
Even those.
Even those, okay. You're obviously just a nicer person than me.
Well, here is Clark then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Will be James Sales on strike. Sales just tucks that away out towards deep square. Should be 2 here. Daz Ahmed will do the fielding.
Nathan McSweeney, not quite as quick over those 22 yards as what he normally is.
I mean, I've been very fortunate, touch wood, that I've not experienced it in cricket. I have in football. As I said, it's something which I really do not wish on anyone. Here is Clark again to Sales. That one well defended. Just going back to the point about lateral movement as well. Of course, I've been watching this very, very closely on the replays. It hasn't been exaggerated. As you said, there's a little bit leaving the hand, but it's not late swing. It's not enough to have really caused any concern as of yet for the likes of Sales and McSweeney. So I mean, it's still early days. There's still time for that swing to manifest itself, but it's not been pronounced. That one was wide, chased at, and it's going to be 4. Very square of the wicket. In for a second, James Sales chasing a wide one, but he's got just enough of a connection to get the boundary, and that'll be 350 up for Northants. Lost that one a little bit more streaky from Sales. But just confirmation that is a 3rd batting bonus point then for Northamptonshire. Of course, Gloucestershire have already got 1 bowling bonus point in the bag. That one is left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, for those who maybe aren't quite familiar with how that system actually works. So for the batting side, there are a maximum of 5 available in the first 110 overs of the first innings. So still plenty of time here for Northamptonshire to get those remaining 98 for the maximum. And as for the bowling side, there's a maximum of 3, and you get them in stages of 3 wickets. So Gloucestershire got their first one earlier today with a wicket of Calvin Harrison. He was the 3rd Northants player to depart. You get your second one for 6 or more wickets, and you get your 3rd and final one, the maximum for 9 or 10 within that space of the first 110 overs. So, of course, that isn't applicable for the second innings of each team. It will be when Gloucestershire come out to bat for their first innings as well. And those bonus points, we stress the importance, the significance of them earlier on in the season. They can be the difference between a team finishing in the top 2 and finishing in 3rd or 4th. So Northants have done a very, very good job. Here is Williams then. Bowling to McSweeney. Just the 2 slips here for the New Zealander.
I think Cameron Bancroft has identified quite quickly that there isn't that much on offer here. And it's a question that's kind of playing on my mind at the moment that I might be brave enough to share with you at the end of the over.
That one clipped down towards long leg for 1.
I mean, these Dukes have got, as they work that lacquer off of it, could have an opportunity to swing in a couple of overs' time. But at the moment, I mean, this second new ball's not really offered a great deal at all, in particular for Will Williams. Clark, I think, naturally gets a little bit more swing from the hand.
Well, it is something with Clark, which, as I said, he's known for in New Zealand's domestic sphere. So for Northern Districts, if you take a look at some of his wickets, he took 14 over the course of the Plunket Shield campaign. Quite a lot of them were ball swinging back in. So it is the nip backer that just jags off the surface. And Williams is trying to do something similar. But as you said, there's just not that degree of assistance through the air. This has turned into plentiful afternoon in the run scoring department for the Tudor Rose. On what, as we've mentioned, has been a really special day for the county. I mean, before the game itself, at around about 10:30 this morning, really special ceremony. We had 2 legends of the club inducted into the Northamptonshire Hall of Fame. Rob Bailey and Wayne Larkins. Then, of course, we've had 25 or so former players in attendance today. I think actually down below us in the Lynn Wilson Centre. I'm pretty sure it was great to see some of those legends and icons during the lunch interval. And then, of course, earlier we saw the Northants over 60s team fundraising for Prostate Cancer UK. So it's been a really, really nice day here at the Cinch County ground as we see the end of the over. Northamptonshire 353 for 4.
12 overs remaining in the day's play, or sorry, a minimum of 12 overs remaining in the day's play. What are we, 5:30? So be about 6:15, won't it? Maybe a fraction later than that. So I suspect seam's going to be bowled right the way through till the end of the day's play.
So Clark it will be from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. McSweeney. Solid in defence. Good delivery that from the New Zealander. Solid start to the over. It's a very different field, isn't it, as well, for Clark in comparison to Williams. He's got that extra catcher in at 4th slip. The other 2 at 1st and 2nd. that one down the leg side, appeal, and it's been given. Christian Clark gets a breakthrough with the new ball as Nathan McSweeney tickles one down the leg side, and he will depart for an excellent 117. Well, I don't think that was the method in which Gloucestershire thought they'd get the Australian out. But Clark has done the damage regardless. Northamptonshire 353 for 5. And Nathan McSweeney will rightfully be applauded from the field of play. He has batted splendidly on day one.
Yeah, a wonderful 100 and a well-deserved round of applause. As you say, I don't think the strangle down the leg side was going to be the method of dismissal. I mean, Nathan McSweeney, not sure. Did he look happy with the decision there or not? He's off anyway for 117. Very, very good 100. A fantastic partnership with Save Safe. That partnership itself with James Sells was just worth over 50. But the new ball has worked for Gloucestershire, and they've got their 5th wicket.
They have indeed, and a 3rd one as well for Clark himself. So we're just waiting to see who comes into bat next here for Northamptonshire. It'll be George Bartlett, the former Somerset man. And what a start to the season he had. You could argue single-handedly salvaging a result against Lancashire.
I think you could certainly make that argument. Batted for the best part of a day, didn't he?
Yep.
Excellent partnership with Harry Conway at the end, wasn't it? Against Lancashire, but different kind of job late on day one here against Gloucestershire.
I think there was just a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm there. But Bartlett, he does apologise. But that's a big moment. Ken McSweeney, he was very well set indeed. As Clark has overstepped for, is it the 8th time now?
8, yep.
The 8th time today.
I think the worry in the consistency at which he's overstepped is that wicket of Nathan McSweeney. I mean, how close is he to that front line and having a big moment for it to then be chalked off?
Well, Bartlett will get off the mark there through mid-wicket. Ahmed was close to picking it up as he just replays that. Didn't quite get the pickup that he was hoping for. But yeah, whenever anybody mentions about getting a wicket off a no ball, I always think of Tom Curran in the Ashes. That was David Warner, wasn't it? It really can be costly. Here he is again, that's far too high. Final delivery of the over. Sales on strike. Is that another front foot no ball? Unfortunately, it is. So we'll have to re-bowl that one. So one more delivery remaining. Oh, that's taken the shoulder of the bats. Almost taken. A diving second slip, and that'll be the end of the over. So Northamptonshire, a 356 for 5. Sales remains unbeaten on 32. And George Bartlett is on 1 from 2 deliveries faced. Shall be Will Williams on the David Capel end. And this time, Bracey will be up to the stumps, which, as we've said previously, has been a common tactic this season.
I think George Bartlett is more likely to use his feet against the seamers. I also think it's James Bracey recognising the fact that the second new ball's not doing a huge amount through the air.
This will be runs here for George Bartlett. Could even be 4. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will. Great effort out there. I believe it's Matt Taylor getting across. And again, we've mentioned this point beforehand in the broadcast, but Gloucestershire have been good in the field. I mean, there's been a couple of chances which you'd say are half chances. They were difficult ones which just went beyond slip, but with regards to the ground fielding, it has been top notch.
Yeah, they've kept their standards high, haven't they? There was the one edge that went kind of through the legs of James Bracey, but kept so low. Another one found the gap between Bracey and Bancroft. Bartlett gets wrapped in the thigh pads.
Correction on the previous bit of fielding. It was Christian Clark, actually. I've just seen him down there in front of the Jackson Grundy. Very, very well fielded. Going back to those knocks that we've seen from Safe Zabe and Nathan McSweeney, very different with regards to the approach with run scoring. However, both dug in at the start. And that is something which Gloucestershire themselves need to appreciate when they do eventually come out to bat themselves.
Yeah, they both saw the shine off, didn't they? Or the remaining shine off. Saw off those conditions. Saw off those opening pair of bowlers and got into the first and second change. Earned the right to face 17 overs of Graham Van Buren and Miles Hammond and Jack Taylor. I'm sure they all would have known, wouldn't they, that that weather forecast was going to get better, and it was a case of just weathering through that initial storm.
That's a great shot from George Bartlett. Matt Taylor goes off in pursuit. It won't be a 4. It has been a little bit slower compared to normal down towards the heavy sweeps, but converted into a 3.
Yeah, that was... it didn't get the reward that shot deserved. That was as stylish as we've seen all day from George Bartlett. Just leans on it through the covers. Had we have not had that downpour yesterday, I'm certain that would have raced across the outfield for 4.
Will be a dot ball to round out the over. 5 runs from it. Northamptonshire 363 for 5. So 10 overs remain in the day's play. Well, things have really accelerated in the northwest. Kent are 165 for 9. Liam Livingston has got 4 for 44 at Stanley Park. There's Hassan Mahmood and former Lancashire spinner Matt Parkinson out in the middle. As for the other games, I don't believe we've seen any further wickets as Clark comes into bowl here to George Bartlett, tickles that behind square for comfortable 2.
No, having a quick look around, I think pretty much everything else has remained exactly the same. Sussex are off a bad light at Hove. They have lost 1 wicket in their first innings response to Glamorgan. They're 108 for 1.
Yeah, aside from that, I think we are up to date. Bartlett shoulders arms to that one. Well taken by James Bracey.
Yeah, that one looked like it had a little bit extra behind it, didn't it, from Christian Clark? Put a bit more of the body behind. It's quite slingy as an action. There's a big load up, isn't there, and a strong shoulder for Christian Clark.
Now, he's shown plenty of promise and glimpses of being a really good bowler today, especially that ball to Vasconcelos. I mean, that is by far and away the dismissal of the game so far. Let's not forget, still only 25. So he's still got time to hone his craft. So that one genuine bumper and signalled as a wide by the square leg umpire.
Yeah, looking at how short Christian Clark had to pitch that, I think might give us an indication that there isn't actually a huge amount of pace in the surface here. It's not slow by any stretch, but that was very, very short. Yes, it was wide. It wasn't that far over George Bartlett's head, I didn't think.
Well, a vociferous appeal, and the standing umpire was having none of it. Be interested to take a second look at this one. Because every single Gloucestershire fielder went up for that, including the bowler. Clark's gone off for a celebra appeal because no shot has been offered.
Wow. Well, here's the replay for us. Let's see what's... benefit of doubt on height?
I think that's probably what saved Bartlett there. So he leaves that one well alone. And that is the danger of leaving against Clark. The fact is it does jag back in. But Bartlett does survive. Final delivery then of the over. Clark it is to Bartlett. And yet again, this time the celebra appeal is successful. Clark traps Bartlett, LBW, to claim his 4th wicket as a Gloucestershire cricketer. And Northamptonshire are 6 down. The Tudor Rose, 366 for 6. Bartlett goes for 8. And that really was a great over from the New Zealander.
Do you know when some LBWs just sound more out than others? That sounded very out, didn't it, through our effects mic? That was a proper thud into George Bartlett's batting pads. Almost felt like a wicket that you could give on sound rather than visuals. But 4 for Clark. Second one falls with this second new ball. Yes, it's not been as extravagant as what it was this morning, but it has still provided an opportunity for Gloucestershire here to get a bit of extra pace off the surface, a bit of extra lateral movement, a bit more encouragement for their seamers. It's Justin Broad. Makes his way out to the middle for the first time in first-class cricket in 2026.
Yeah, this is good to see, isn't it? Really is. I mean, he is a cricketer with a very high ceiling. One of the best players of spin, I'd say, probably in the country right now. with those reverse sweeps and the traditional conventional sweeps behind square. I don't think he'll be facing much spin here. I think it will
Certainly
be
not tonight, I don't think.
No, it'll be a trial by scene for these remaining 9 overs or so. But it's wonderful to see him back. It really is. Got a lot of time for Justin Broad. He's someone with a great attitude, a very good work ethic. Someone with plenty of talent as well.
Yep, carded at number 8 this week. In an ideal world, he'd find himself 1 place higher. I think the interesting and exciting thing about Justin Broad's selection is whether he's going to be fit enough to have a spell of bowling at some point during the course of the game. They won't need him to with the options they've got. They've got the 4 seamers and Calvin Harrison anyway, with James Sales and Save and Nathan McSweeney. So they don't need Justin Broad to bowl, but it would be nice for his recovery here and encouraging for supporters of Northamptonshire to see him with ball in hand again. First job, get in, get through the rest of the day, and come back tomorrow with James Sales at 366 for 6.
You can hear as well now, Gloucestershire, a lot more animated in the field, far more vociferous. Still 8.3 overs remain in the day's play. Can Gloucestershire prize a 7th? Well, they won't with that delivery. Well defended by James Sales. So 1 more delivery remains. In this, the 88th over here on day 1. An incredibly watchable first day as well to herald the return of the Rothesay County Championship. It's that one left alone. That will be a maiden over bowled by Will Williams. So Northamptonshire 366 for 6. We imagine it will be Christian Clark who straight away strides over to take that ball in hand.
Yeah, never any doubt. I'm sure we'll get a look at Matt Taylor and Daz Ahmed before stumps with this second new ball. Justin Broad on strike for the first time in the innings and just leaves that one well alone outside off stump. Plenty of encouragement out there now for Gloucestershire. Couple of wickets with this second new ball. I feel as though there's an opportunity here just to wrestle back some momentum in this game. After that opening 30, 45 minutes, it's been very much Northamptonshire's day, but I think Gloucestershire could add another 1 or 2 here. Still say with the runs on the board, Northamptonshire have had an excellent day. But if they can get into the tail tonight and start early tomorrow morning with Liam Guthrie, Rafi Wetherill and Harry Conway, the 3 Northamptonshire batters left on the cards, they'll have a much happier evening than what they might have done when Saif Saib and Nathan McSweeney were building their 200-plus run partnership. Short ball, and Justin Broad certainly did not look comfortable against that from Christian Clark. I think I heard the cry of "have another look." Beauty from Clark to end the over. A maiden. Justin Broad under pressure at the start of his innings. 366 for 6. As we have a minimum, well, we do have 7 overs remaining in the day's play. 6 minutes to go until the scheduled close. So we will, of course, go through that. 7 overs remaining before stumps is called, and Will Williams will continue his work from the David Capel end here at the Cinch County Grounds. This will be his 5th over, 1 maiden, 0 for 10 so far. Clark, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 18 with this second new ball in hand, and that run rate for the innings has dropped from north of 4.5 down to around 4.1. So, as expected, Gloucestershire have wrestled this back a fraction in the evening session. Keeper up to the stumps. Back of a length, and Sales, it's felt like he's been on 32 since the departure of Nathan McSweeney, continues. 32 off 72. Nicely timed by James Sales. He might even have got 4 there. He's timed that so well through mid-wicket. Yes, it's the short side of the ground, but he's not put any momentum on that at all. And it's raced across the square, down towards the coffee van, and the couple down there enjoying the sunshine here on Friday, the 12th of June. James Sales does get the boundary and finally gets off the score of 32. Moves to 36.
Yeah, it just relieves a little bit of the pressure as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'll take a little bit off. Justin Broad didn't look comfortable there against Christian Clark the over before. There was a bumper that got himself into a bit of a tangle with. Fortunately fell safe, but 370 for 6. Sales. Full defence. He almost knows, or the way that Sales is batting here, you kind of get the impression he's there to come back tomorrow. Not looking to be expansive. Prepared to play the shot that he wants to play. .2 overs remaining in the day's play. Glorious. Beautiful straight drive by James Sales. Williams is gutted he couldn't get a boot on that, but I don't think he would have done, or I don't think he would have wanted to. The pace at which it left that cricket bat of James Sales. What a cricket shot that is. Back to back, well, back 2 boundaries in the over. That one as good as the first.
Certainly was. In a way, I thought Williams actually would have been a bit happy not to have got any connection on that. That would have stung like anything.
Would have left a bruise, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Drilled by James Sales.
Or maybe just keeping a fraction low. Defended to end the over. So 6 to go. 374 for 6. Broad will be the man on strike, yet to get off the mark. I'll give you a little bit of an England watch update. 2 of them going head-to-head at the moment at Grace Road. Jordan Cox is currently 147 not out, 138 deliveries. Rayan Ahmed has bowled 10 overs and is 1 for 59 at the moment in that game against Essex. Shoaib Bashir is currently wicketless for Derbyshire. Somerset have lost a couple of wickets. They're now 6 down against Nottinghamshire. That second new ball has been taken at Trent Bridge. Essex 277 for 3. Middlesex 7 down for 256 against Worcestershire. Yorkshire still 4 down for 367. Sussex 112 for 2, so they trail Glamorgan by 43. Durham 243 for 5. New Zealand International continues. Oh, and that's kept very low and it's gone. Broad, stay at the crease is short. I don't think there's a great deal he could have done about that one. That has kept low and it's beaten the bottom of the bat. It's straight enough, and Christian Clark on debut for Gloucestershire has got 5 wickets.
Certainly has, and I mean this has been an inspired spell, hasn't it, with the second new ball, first getting McSweeney, then Bartlett, and now Broad. I mean that's the thing, he's bowled really good deliveries today, and let's not forget that his last competitive appearance in the first class format was back in March in the Plunket Shield, so it's not as though he's come into this game almost being razor sharp off the back of a whole heap or host of games. The fact is he's come straight into this side, first experience playing in the Rothesay County Championship, and, well, he has bowled excellently. He really, really has. I don't think Broad can have too many complaints about that. Look pretty adjacent to the stumps, and as for Christian Clark, well, what a way to announce yourself to the Gloucestershire fans.
Yep. I mean, it started very well, didn't it, with the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's picked up 3 with this second new ball. That latest one, Justin Broad. As I say, I don't think Justin Broad could have done a great deal more about that, to be honest with you. I mean, that's kept very low. 374 for 7 as Harry Conway strides out to the middle to join James Sales in the middle. Only takes Harry Conway about 3 strides to get out there.
Well, just looking at the score now, it is something that we spoke about earlier, but at one stage Northamptonshire were, what, 320 for 4? And we said, providing that Gloucestershire stayed within the fight, they could restrict the home side to 400. That's more than possible now.
Yeah.
The fact is they are into the tail. Conway is an entertaining watch, but more so because of how he defends. He's not going to come out here and blast a quick fire 30.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I think the one thing that you've got to take into consideration here is that Northamptonshire have already got 374 runs on the board. And that last wicket in particular, and we've seen a few of them through the course of the day that have misbehaved a fraction here. They've kept a little bit low. Is that if that continues and becomes a little bit more frequent and the pitch just loses a little bit of pace, then it's going to be a hard effort to go out there and score potentially 400 runs in an innings. And the other big anomaly here is the fact that with respect to Graham Van Buren, Miles Hammond and Jack Taylor, there is a Premier first-class leg spinner in the side of Calvin Harrison. It's well played. Conway just defending that. He's got one job to do here, isn't he? And it's to get through the end of the day. Protect Liam Guthrie, who can be a very swashbuckling left-hander. And then, of course, Rafi Weatherall, who we haven't seen a great deal of with bat in hand, but on occasion that we have, he's shaped up quite nicely. Just had the start of his young career curtailed by university exams and injuries and things like that. Christian Clark will be searching for 6 here with Conway, the man in the middle. Sales on 40. Short ball, which the tall frame of Harry Conway ducks underneath and then rehearses the uppercut. I'm sure he's probably enjoyed a bit of Cinch County Ground hospitality during the Vitality Blast, as Harry Conway might have got that one straight out of the Safe Zabe locker, I think. Dot ball after all that. Final ball of the over for Clark. And it's a wicket maiden. Left well alone by Conway. 91 overs now have been complete in the day. Christian Clark, 5 wickets, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 78. And there are 5 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, just having taken a look at his career statistics so far, for Christian Clark, it needs to take another 2 wickets for them to be career best. His current best innings figures are 6 for 45. So if he was to get 6 and 7, then obviously that would be a new record for him. But either way, what a way to announce yourself to your new teammates as Matt Taylor replaces Will Williams from the David Capel end. And we've said it all day long, aside from the no balls and the extras, he's looked really dangerous. There have been certain deliveries which have nipped back in quite viciously. There have been other ones which have just had the extra degree of lift and carry, and he appears as though he's someone who would be quite difficult to face.
Yeah, I said earlier, he looks like a strike bowler, doesn't he? He looks like a wicket taker. Maybe not necessarily going to provide you with the control and bowl you a spell that goes at about 2.5 runs and over, but he's going to take you wickets, and he's done exactly that today, and he's got 5 to his name. Taylor, change of bowling then from the David Capel end. Matt Taylor replaces Will Williams, and Sales covers that one up nicely to start this over. And I know I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I mean, that delivery to Ricardo Vasconcelos was an absolute snorter. I honestly, I don't think there is a professional batter in the country that would have kept that delivery out this morning. It was a beauty.
Yeah, it was. It's one of those which actually got better the more that we looked at it.
Yeah.
Which is quite some going.
$374 for 7. Sales is on 40. Get a double change here. Do you think Daz Ahmed gets a spell this evening? 7 overs now for Clark. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 18. Oh, and Sales just has a little bit of a nibble at that one from Taylor. Kind of feel Clark's got one more, don't you? 7 overs, gets a wicket. Have one more, 8.
That is the thing, like, there aren't that many overs remaining in the day's play. You do give him the extra one, you may as well give him the second as well, mightn't you?
Very true. Push drive. Up-ish and well fielded by Matt Taylor on his follow-through. Didn't carry. What have you made of the day's play as a summary? What have you thought of the way that it's ebbed and flowed?
I think that's the way I'd describe it. It has ebbed and flowed. For Gloucestershire, they were well on top for the opening 17 to 20 overs. Thought they bowled really well in those conditions early doors. And then, of course, that partnership between Zabe and McSweeney happened.
Sales plays that nicely into the offside. Come back for a second. They do. Chance at Harry Conway's end, and I think he was out had James Bracey had hit. Much to the nonchalant second run of Harry Conway there. But it's 2 for James Sales after all that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Conway was doing there.
It would have been close, wouldn't it? It would have been very close.
I think he would have been gone, personally. That was the gut feel. It took him a while to properly slide his bat.
2 runs, though. 376 for 7. Gloucestershire just make a slight tweak in the field. Nicely timed by Sales. A very, very stylish young all-rounder. James Sales ends the over. 4 to go in the day. 376 for 7.
Just going back to that point, of course, so that partnership was 261. It was a record for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket against Gloucestershire. But then as soon as Zabe's fallen, Gloucestershire have wrestled back a little bit of control. I mean, you'd still be the happier in Northamptonshire's position. You're almost at 400 runs for one day's play. So not only have you got batting bonus points in the locker, but you've also got those runs on the board. So overall, I think it's just been a really good day of cricket. It's been very watchable. We've seen 2 centuries. We've seen a 5 for this man, Christian Clark. And as I said, like, that there's been a lot of moments from today which you look back on quite fondly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the ebbs and flows is a nice way to summarise it. But I think it's almost been extremes. It's been one team has dominated, the other team has dominated. Oh, Conway just squeezes the bat down on that, gets off the mark with a couple through square leg. Incredibly, we'll look for a third. But you had that opening 45 minutes that it looked for all accounts as though Gloucestershire were well on top and Northamptonshire, having lost the toss, were in for a day of pain and misery. Then a dominating 240-plus run partnership between McSweeney and Zabe, which barely offered a chance, if a chance. Into the pads and had a leg by, just one leg by. And then this second new ball has caused a bit of damage, hasn't it? Now picked up 3 wickets, McSweeney, Bartlett and Broad. So you'd say Gloucestershire have ended the day pretty well.
They have, and it's testament to them. You've got to give a side credit for that, because far too often we see teams just lose their confidence, the body language completely goes, and it sends out a bad message, not only to your opposition, but of course to your teammates and your supporters as well. So full credit to them.
Yeah, bumper from Clark, which is going to be signalled wide. I mean, yeah, I agree with everything of what you just said. I still think if you called stumps now, you'd still say it was Northamptonshire's day. With that partnership, great take by Bracey. With the partnership, into the context of the fact that they were asked to bat first as well, I think to have 380 runs on the board, I think you'd be very happy with the position that you find yourselves in, having been asked to have a bat first. Here again from behind the stumps, but nothing from the New Zealand's fast bowler. They're building some good fast bowlers down in New Zealand at the moment, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Christian Clark, one of several. That test bowling lineup is exceptionally talented.
It's really good to see.
3 slips in place for Clark. Sails defends down the grounds resolutely. The leg side, tidy bit of work from James Bracey. Dot ball to finish the 93rd over. The score is 380 for 7. Crucially for Gloucestershire, they've got Harry Conway on strike.
They have indeed. I think around the world, to be fair, I think there's some really exciting, not only seam bowlers, but exciting talents full stop. I mean, it really is fantastic to see. I mean, I'll look at South Africa. South Africa, again, is a nation for whom cricket I do follow very, very closely, especially the state stuff. And they've got some really good young bowlers, some talented batters as well. A couple of whom we've seen, of course, here in this country. Devot Brevis, Andre Pretorius, both of those two for Hampshire. Tristan Stubbs, again, for the Hampshire Hawks.
Yeah. That South Africa A side that have given the England Lions a bit of a drubbing over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they've been superb.
3 slips in place then for Taylor versus Conway, who ducks underneath the short ball and rehearses a flamboyant pull shot.
Yeah, Dean Forrester as well, who we've seen for Kent.
Solid defence by Harry Conway.
Been an early wicket at Stanley Park as well in the Lancashire innings. Of course, not in the day's play. He's been going on for quite a while up in the northwest, but Harry Singh has departed for a 6-ball duck, clean bowled by Keith Dudgeon. As for the game taking place at Grace Road, Jordan Cox is still going 158 not out, including 21 fours and 2 sixes.
That's a timely innings for Jordan Cox, particularly when you add into the equation that James Rue was run out at the non-strikers end for 10 this morning. Have you changed your mind on what you said earlier? You said you'd go for James Rue. Would you change for the number 7 slot?
There's still a second innings.
There is. It's going to take a good innings.
It will take a very good innings, but
we'll discuss it at length tomorrow or Sunday. Oh, great Yorker by Taylor. Conway loves it, doesn't he? Absolutely loves it. Lives to be a night watchman, Harry Conway. I think Harry Conway enjoys this job so much. I can't convince myself that Liam Guthrie would have asked for Harry Conway to go out there and face this. I think Conway would have been down the steps and across the boundary rope before anybody had noticed that he wasn't in the dressing room. Much would have been the enthusiasm for the big Australian fast bowler to get out in the middle and do the job for his side. Bumper, and it's clocked him very hard. Hopefully everybody is okay. It's going to be a dead ball. Umpires are going to call for the medical team to come out and do the concussion protocols. There was apologies offered straight away from Matt Taylor, or not apologies as such, but just checking to make sure that Harry Conway was okay. He seems to be okay. That's Lee Daggett, former Northamptonshire cricketer, now physio, making his way out to the middle to check that Conway is okay. It hit him pretty hard, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. As for the other game taking place in Division 2, well, Durham are now 7 wickets down against Derbyshire. Casey Aldridge, the latest to go, trapped LBW by Ben Aitchison. Great to see him back. Struggled in the past couple of seasons with recurring injuries. He now has 4 for 49 in the North East. Middlesex are still battling away at New Road. You can probably guess who's got the runs for Middlesex. It is the captain, Laius Deploy, currently unbeaten on 80. Good to see Seb Morgan as well, 37 from 36, 6 of which have come courtesy of fours. And earlier on, we saw Caleb Falconer get 37.
Yeah, no Ryan Higgins in that fixture, which would have been a shock to a lot, wouldn't it? He would have played during the course of the blast, so maybe a bit of workload management there for Higgins, but doesn't really feel like a Middlesex first-class 11 without Ryan Higgins in the middle of it, does it, at the moment? Not with his status at the home of cricket. Looks like Harry Conway is going to be okay to continue, which is great news. Unsurprisingly, a change of helmet for Harry Conway. I think that other one is probably about as much use for the skip as what it is for anything else now. Obviously, they'll keep an eye on Conway, won't they, at the end of the day's play and into tomorrow morning as well. Hopefully, all okay, because he'll have a very, very important job to do for Northamptonshire with ball in hand tomorrow at some point. We are going to get a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Christian Clark will be replaced for the final over of the day from this end, at least, by Daz Ahmed. 3 slips, 3 catches still in place for Gloucestershire as they hunt for an 8th. James Sales be the man on strike. 42 off 87. Bowled very well at the start of the evening session with the old ball, did Ahmed. He's got 6 deliveries to make an impression here on the final day, or the final moments of day 1. Starts on the money.
Just looking at the game at Trent Bridge as well, that's a huge one in Division 1. The defending champions, Nottinghamshire, playing host to Somerset. Jordan Herman got a ton. Opening the batting.
But you've got to, after you run your mate out, haven't you, at the non-strikers end, you kind of owe your team a few a few runs. Didn't do it on purpose, but I think that's what Mother Cricket looks down upon you for. Take that responsibility. And he did exactly that. But yeah, big game at the top of Division 1 will certainly have a big impact on who potentially gets the crown in 2026. Solid again from Sales. Full toss outside off stump, which Sales will be disappointed he's not been able to get hold of. Feels like, yeah, it's a tough one, this, isn't it? Because could you get, what would it have been, a 9th over out of Clark? Could you get a 9th over out of him? I mean, this on the opening 3 deliveries here from Daz Ahmed has felt like a loosener of an over. Obviously, he's not going to get any more after this. Short ball cut away off the back foot. They won't take the single. I want to make sure that Conway, who may be feeling a little bit groggy, a little bit shaken up, I dare say if he did get on strike, he would get another short ball quite quickly. The other thing as well is Sales with 2 deliveries left in the over will be trying to navigate these and then stand on the bat handle at the non-striker's end for the final over of the day. Solid defense again. News from Edgbaston is that Sri Lanka have won the toss and elected to have a bowl first against England in the opening game of the T20 World Cup. Something to occupy your train journey with on your way home this evening?
I certainly will. Should be a good game, that.
End of the over, a maiden and a dot ball. Sales has done his job. So now we over to Harry Conway to navigate through the final over of the day, and it will be bowled by Matt Taylor.
I quite like this from Gloucestershire. They've got a man under the lid at short leg. I think they may also have a leg slip coming into play. Indeed, they do.
Well, I think you've got to pose the question for a couple of short balls here to Harry Conway, having just seen the last delivery of the final over. Even if it is a complete double bluff, I think you've got to get Conway, the night watchman here, thinking that Taylor's going to target the upper half of the body. 380 for 7. 5 deliveries left in the day's play. Good fight back by Gloucestershire with this second new ball. But with 380 on the board. Very, very happy in the Northamptonshire camp this evening. Here's one of those shorter balls that Conway just drops the hands on stylishly. Watches it go past his chest. Who do you reckon's engaging the conversation there between Conway and the fielder at short leg? Because traditionally you'd think it'd be the short leg fielder trying to distract the batter, wouldn't you? But I think Conway's engaging the short leg fielder in this instance. Short ball again, which Conway gets underneath successfully. Almost makes Marnus Labuschagne look calm, doesn't he, Harry Conway, whilst he's batting?
Certainly a character, isn't he? He's a bundle of energy, whether it's with the bat in the field, with the ball. Very popular with his teammates.
Two deliveries left then for Conway to navigate. Can Taylor prize out the night watchman? 3 slips in place for Gloucestershire. Solid defence by Conway once again. So 380 for 7. 1 delivery left in the day's play. Those that have made their way into the Cinch County ground today will have enjoyed a very, very interesting day of first-class cricket as the championship returns in 2026. And it is a bumper to finish, which Conway gets well underneath. Over is called, stops is called. And it is 380 for 7 at the end of day 1 here at the Cinch County ground in this first-class fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. We've seen hundreds for Safe Save and Nathan McSweeney. We've seen a 5-wicket haul for Christian Clark. And it is great, Aaron Viles, to have red ball cricket back.
It is. It's been thoroughly, thoroughly enjoyable, this day's play. And fair play to both sides. They say it takes 2 to tango, and I think that both Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire have played their role. I mean, we saw a great opening spell from Christian Clark and Will Williams that set up Gloucestershire for what seemed to be a few early wickets. Then, of course, we saw that 261-run stand between the aforementioned Zabe and McSweeney. That appeared to have shifted the pendulum firmly in the favour of the hosts. And then we've seen the second new ball, the damage being done by Christian Clark, a 5-for on Gloucestershire debut. So I say we do it all again in the morning.
I think we shall. 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be back here on Steelbacks TV, and we'd love to have your company as well. We hope you've enjoyed the day's play and the coverage here at the Cinch County grounds. Powered by Daffabets, and Aaron and I will be back at about 10:55 tomorrow morning for the start of day 2.